How to Navigate in the Job Market and Shine in the Job Interviews. Written by Dr. Natalia Bielczyk. Published by Ontology of Value.
Hello, this is Natalia speaking. Thank you for choosing to spend your time with me and my audiobook. Before you listen to the content of this book, I'd like you to know that this book is very important to me. During the COVID pandemic, I spent 2 years locked in Nijmegen, a city in the eastern part of the Netherlands. Right after the lockdown was over, I wanted to reward myself, and so I went to the US to spend the summer in Rainbow Mansion in Cupertino. It was a villa in a picturesque valley inhabited by NASA engineers and entrepreneurs. I was thinking to myself, this damn COVID. It changed the job market for good. Let's capture all the new rules for recruitment and employment, taking into account remote work and the gig economy. And so I started writing this book. If only I knew what was coming next. The premiere of GPT, the AI revolution, the deep crisis in the IT sector, the exodus from academia, and whatnot. Since then, I've been adapting and updating this material. Regardless of how many AI tools get released and how many you choose to use, the principle of how to make a good strategic decisions in your career and how to sell yourself to the hiring manager stay intact. The recruitment process is, in essence, a sales funnel. At every stage of the recruitment process, your job is to fit the expectations so that you don't get eliminated. Plus, at the end of the process, you need to excel to win the hiring manager's heart. This audiobook is meant to help you get through every stage of the process and land your dream job. The remaining part of the text will be read by AI, mostly because AI has way better diction than I do. You need to know that none of the text in this book was written by AI. It's just my choice to offer you the best experience using clear and well-paced diction. So, I hope this audiobook serves you well, and have a great time.
Introduction. The evolution of my professional mission. If someone had told me 5 years ago, when I was starting my company, Ontology of Value, where it would lead me, I wouldn't have believed them. At first, my goal was simple. I just wanted to find a decent job. However, it was challenging. I was starting from a disadvantaged position as a Polish expat in the Netherlands, and I did not command the Dutch language. To make matters worse, I had a PhD in neuroscience, which made me overqualified for most jobs. However, once I started analyzing the job market, I discovered that other PhD graduates in STEM faced similar challenges in navigating outside the academic system. From 2018 to 2019, right before the pandemic, there were no effective independent career services available, so I decided to create one. Then, during the pandemic, it became clear that the job market was disrupted for good. Jobs shifted to remote work, and the job market became global. Knowledge workers began questioning their career plans and changing careers more than ever. That's when I realized I needed to build self-navigation solutions for all knowledge workers, not just PhDs. I sat down for 2 years and developed the Ontology of Value Test, a new quantitative solution to assess one's competitive advantage in the knowledge job market. After the pandemic, ChatGPT emerged and disrupted the job market once again. That is when I realized AI is here to stay and will massively impact how we work and communicate. This led me to take the ultimate leap out of my comfortable green Dutch surroundings, traveling to San Francisco and beyond to learn from the best and gain a clearer perspective on the future of work. At some point, I had a gut feeling that we were about to undergo a significant socio-economic transition in the coming years. I believe that eventually, some form of universal basic income will be inevitable. Today, my mission is to guide humanity through this transition safely and smoothly. From simply trying to secure a job to considering UBI in 10 years, it's been a wild ride, no doubt about it. How this book was conceived. This book was written from 2020 to 2022, inspired by countless conversations with job seekers and recruiters, and has been updated ever since. Since becoming a career advisor in 2017, I noticed that I continually answer the same questions over and over again. I should write a comprehensive job search manual for job seekers. I crafted a compendium of knowledge that enables any worker to navigate the job market independently and succeed in the recruitment process with high marks. Don't leave your career to chance. One of the best predictors of whether someone will develop a professional career in the future is the way they make decisions today. One question is sufficient. Why did you choose your current job? You wouldn't believe how many times I hear, "It happened by accident. I wanted to try something new. A friend was starting a business and persuaded me to take this job. My classmates were applying, so I applied too. I'm not sure. I just liked the company name. It sounds amusing. No specific reason. Don't you know that you end up in someone else's plan when you don't have a plan? You can try a new flavor of ice cream or randomly choose an outfit for a party. But why would you leave a few years of your life to fortune? Today, the job market belongs to strategists. First, set your goals, then make a plan, and finally, take action. Choosing your mission and remaining committed to it amidst the flood of distractions and dopamine from the rest of the world is hard. How to find time for job hunting between other responsibilities? We are all busy, so how can we find the discipline to stay in the loop and actively search for jobs? This is the holy grail for every busy professional and parent. Well, there is no easy answer to this question. But to put it plainly, you need to do what you do for any sidekick activity. Find your rhythm. It could be 15 minutes early in the morning while everyone at home is asleep and you've just jumped out of bed. It might be 15 minutes before you go to sleep at night. It could also be every Friday afternoon or Monday evening. The important part is that you need to keep pace and carve out enough time each week to search for jobs, respond to recruiters, prepare for interviews, and occasionally network in person. This will take a few hours each week or even more. If it helps you maintain a steady rhythm, consider creating a new email account specifically for your job search, where all your job hunt-related correspondence will go. If you feel overwhelmed by managing too many open applications, you'll need to slow down and be more selective with the job offers you respond to. Conversely, if there's silence on one front, you need to assess why, adjust your strategy, and take more action. And if, in the process, you manage to discover a winning strategy for how to find time for job hunting between other responsibilities, you should definitely write a book about it and make some cash. What this book is and isn't about. This book serves as a practical guide for anyone struggling to find and land jobs. Do you often miss out on suitable job opportunities? Do you worry that you might be too introverted and humble to effectively present yourself to employers? The good news is, with enough practice, you can become a job interview ninja. This book is as down-to-earth as possible. It acts as a guide for making your next best move in chess. It will assist you in making one smart move and landing a great job. If you follow the advice in this book step by step, you'll find yourself among the top few % of job hunters who can maximize their job search and present themselves in interviews like a pro. However, this book won't help you learn how to play chess, nor will it teach you about strategic long-term career planning. Is job search the same hard for everyone? Of course not. It depends on your age, field of expertise, and market conditions. The job market is the same as the housing market. Have you ever tried to buy a house? Every few years, usually when the interest rates are high, it is hard to get a mortgage, and buyers dominate the market. If you have cash, you can purchase attractive properties at relatively reasonable prices, and the sellers will kiss you in your hand. But there are also times when sellers dominate the market, like when interest rates are low, when buyers fight for properties, when it would help if you stood on your eyelashes to get the house of your dreams. It is the same with the job market. There is hassa in the markets every few years, like when the economy is strong, when businesses blossom, when they are eager to hire new employees and pay extra for outstanding talent. But then the recession hits. Companies cut costs and reduce their workforce, making it more challenging to find a new position or negotiate a decent salary. Furthermore, the difficulty of your job search will also depend on how similar your dream position is to your previous position. As a rule of thumb, employers generally prefer to hire candidates with over 10 years of experience in the same type of job. So, if you change not only employers, but also the type of position, be prepared for the possibility that your job search may take significantly longer. Thus, predicting how much time a job search will take is difficult. If you read this book and apply all the advice provided here, you might land your dream job on the first try. Alternatively, you may still be searching for a few more months or even indefinitely if there are formal reasons why you may not qualify for the positions you choose to apply for. And in general, don't compare yourself to others. If your friends found jobs faster than you, it may indicate that there is higher demand in their specific market niche, they happen to know the right person, or they had lower expectations than you. The funnel. A common issue I hear from job hunters is, "The market is so terrible. I send out hundreds of applications but don't receive any job offers." Hey, wait a minute. Is this a problem with the job market, or is it about the customer journey of the hiring team? Similar to a customer journey in marketing, the hiring team's process involves several stages, from recognizing a need, such as a job vacancy, to making the decision to hire a candidate. Let me explain. When you apply for a job, your application goes through multiple stages and forms a funnel. This funnel serves as a metaphor for the narrowing down of candidates at each stage of the hiring process. Recruiters' attention diminishes at every stage of this funnel. How can we ensure that, at the end of the funnel, there are still some offers left on the table? Many candidates lose 99% or even 100% of all opportunities because they struggle with just one transition from phase to phase. Therefore, improving your effectiveness at every stage of the process is the best approach. This is the point of this book. On the mission and vision behind Ontology of Value. We live in uncertain times. The global pandemic, BANI, which means brittle, anxious, nonlinear, and incomprehensible, alongside the shadow of the Great Reset. How can you advance as a professional while ensuring you grow to your full potential safely and confidently? There is only one version of you. To flourish, you must understand what makes you unique and how to make better decisions that create value and impact. How do you refine your skills, connect with like-minded individuals, develop meaningful relationships, establish a safety net, build your brand, discover your mission, and accumulate wealth? In the Ontology of Value, we embrace the blue ocean philosophy. We believe that self-development, both in work and life, centers around uncovering your source of value for others and assisting in their growth. Those who give the most advance the furthest in their careers and cultivate the most rewarding professional lives over time. Thus, our community prioritizes self-discovery, staying informed about trends in the job market and global economy, solving problems, and supporting each other in both work and life. In the post-pandemic world, individuals and teams have become increasingly disconnected. Nothing can replace the sense of community and closeness that comes from working side by side. Therefore, although we are building our community online, we also aim to establish a space where professionals and teams can seek peer support to elevate their careers and projects. We aspire to create the most beautiful space, sustainable, spacious, and vibrant. It will be a place where visiting professionals and teams feel cared for, supported, and inspired, allowing them to forge lifelong connections and nurture limitless creativity. Consequently, we invest all our profits in this grand long-term vision. By purchasing and reading this book, you are contributing to our mission. We are grateful. Do you seek more personalized career help? This book serves as a DIY textbook intended to guide you through the job search process. However, we all have individual needs. Some prefer reading a book, while others thrive in group settings or through personalized one-on-one training. In Ontology of Value, I provide personalized coaching programs, dynamic career workshops, and one-on-one coaching sessions. Whether you're looking to explore new career opportunities, change your career path, find your first job, or regain your footing after a layoff, I'm here to support you every step of the way. Lastly, if, after reading this book, you feel inspired, I would appreciate some kind words about the book on Amazon and Goodreads. By supporting this book, you support independent, self-published authors. Additionally, sharing positivity and recommending quality content is the best way to spread the word and reach more potential readers who need this material. And good karma always comes back to you. I wish you the best of luck with your career, Natalia. Part 1. Before you apply, discover yourself and build a brand. Chapter 1. Discover your key competencies. Discover your core competencies. As introduced in the book, The Ontology of Value, discovering your source of value for the society and working environments that naturally fit you, identifying your core competencies is one of the 3 fundamentals of developing self-awareness professional. Why core competencies are the key to successful self-navigation in the job market. When drafting a resume, we compile all the skills we've gained from our education and previous jobs that may be useful for future employment. In other words, we highlight our transferable skills. We often believe that a lengthy list of professional skills will attract potential employers, like a diverse menu from which recruiters can select what they need for the job. Unfortunately, this approach to job searching is far from ideal. To build a successful career, you should focus on your core competencies instead of juggling all the skills you've ever acquired. Then, seek out positions where you can apply these core competencies and emphasize them in your resume. Therefore, the correct order is: Number 1. Recognize your core competencies. Number 2. Find suitable job openings either online or, better, through connections. Number 3. Give your core competencies extra exposure in your resume and apply. But how do you recognize your core competencies? Each core competency is a transferable skill, but not every transferable skill qualifies as a core competency. Therefore, your core competencies form a subset of your transferable skills. These are the skills that set you apart from the crowd. A core competency can represent your greatest talent or the skill currently in high demand in the job market. How do you identify your core competencies in practice, and why is this so important? Let's say that in your current job, you perform data analysis in genomics, write research articles and code, manage new employees, and present in public. However, technical writing is your favorite part of the job. You find writing to be your strongest competency general. You have a knack for the written word. The process of writing energizes you. You could write almost any type of text. Your writing skills are recognized and valued in your workplace. Although you successfully fulfill all your other obligations, from programming to supervising employees, you feel your results are solid but don't stand out. In contrast, as a writer, you excel among your peers. If you list all your skills on your resume without highlighting your strongest asset, employers will likely place you in roles with little to do with writing. For example, based on your competencies, they might see you as a good candidate for a data scientist position. But will you thrive as a data scientist, knowing your programming and analytical skills are just average and that you don't particularly enjoy programming? It's an unlikely scenario. Therefore, you should use introspection and feedback from your current and past workplaces to identify your core competencies. It would be beneficial to articulate these strengths in your cover letters and job interviews. Otherwise, you may face frustration in your next job. Even if you secure the position, your professional development could stagnate due to the unsuitable tasks assigned to you. If you're well-managed yet unproductive, you might be reassigned to another department within the company where you can add more value. However, this transition can be stressful and time-consuming. Thus, it is best to avoid such situations in the first place. Core competencies depend on the circumstances. It's important to remember that whether a specific quality qualifies as a core competency depends on the context. For example, let's say you possess strong technical writing skills. If you apply for a position at a company that provides grant writing services, your competency will be seen as a core competency because it can directly contribute to the employer's profits. However, if you seek employment at a tech startup where employees are primarily focused on coding, those skills will likely serve as merely a valuable addition to your resume. The employer may not appreciate it as much as you hope unless you find a way to position this skill as a core competency in that environment. For instance, if you persuade the employer to allow you to write the code documentation for the entire company, it becomes worthwhile for them to assign someone to manage this aspect of the project. Well-written, consistent documentation enhances transparency, improves communication within the company, and thus accelerates the product's release to market. Suddenly, your technical writing skills will be regarded as a core competency, despite the company's focus on software, as they can directly lead to cost savings and enhanced company growth profits. The common misconception about core competencies. One common yet detrimental misconception about core competencies is that people often equate them with the skills in which they have invested the most time. In other words, they take pride in the abilities that took them the longest to acquire. For example, they think, "I've been grinding to learn this programming language for 15 years, so I deserve to consider myself an expert. Let's proudly list this skill at the top of my competencies." At the same time, they undervalue skills that come easily to them. For instance, they often hear from friends and coworkers that they are funny and great storytellers. However, because storytelling comes so naturally, they don't see it as a professional competency worthy of inclusion on a resume or potential monetization. Skills acquired effortlessly can be some of your best assets. These are your natural talents and the paths you should pursue. You have a fantastic starting point and the potential to become a top performer. Therefore, when assessing your skills, set pride aside and distinguish between what comes naturally and what is developed through effort. In the long run, you will need both to thrive. The innate skills you first acquire will serve you best, to bet. Additional remarks. Sometimes sharing all your core competencies with the recruiter can be a good strategy. For each job application and interview, you should carefully select the competencies that are directly relevant to the employer and focus only on those. In particular, during the early stages of the recruitment process, it's important to concentrate on the job requirements outlined in the job posting. When you meet with the hiring manager in the later stages of the hiring process, you may include additional information that helps you stand out. How to assess your core competencies. Assessing your core competencies can often be challenging since gaining perspective and viewing yourself objectively is not easy. However, various activities and exercises can help you discover what your core competencies are, including the following. Firstly, think of your strengths at work and activities you enjoy the most. Adopt a hedonistic approach for a while. What brings you the most happiness at work? Take a scientific perspective. Observe yourself for one entire working week and note the activities you engage in at work, day by day, hour by hour. Set multiple checkpoints, for example, one at every full hour or at the end of each task, and evaluate your feelings at each checkpoint on a scale from 1 to 10. Do you feel confident in completing this task? Do you enjoy the process? Does time seem to fly? Do you feel energized afterward, or do you feel drained? After a week of close self-observation, you should have a nuanced view of your situation. You might unexpectedly discover insights about yourself that are both intriguing and motivating. For instance, you might realize that some activities you previously found dull or uninspiring, like dealing with bureaucracy, filling out forms, or writing monthly reports, actually help you relax and clear your mind from more stressful or intellectually demanding tasks. This unexpected relief can be reassuring and inspire hope for a more fulfilling work experience. Alternatively, you may find that your most creative and productive time for laboratory work is in the early mornings, and that starting your workday by advancing your experiments alone in the lab before everyone else arrives makes you happy. Aligning your work with your personal preferences can be uplifting and add excitement to what lies ahead. Or, You might observe that your energy levels typically increase throughout the day, suggesting that you could be a night owl. Secondly, collect 360-degree feedback from your environment. People who know you might be more accurate in spotting your strengths and weaknesses than you. They typically are, as they can objectively compare your skills with their broader environment. It's beneficial to reach out to your closest family, friends, and acquaintances. Make sure to ask individuals who are willing to share honest observations. Inquire about both your strengths and weaknesses, along with the reasons for their opinions. You might discover something important about your hard and soft skills, as well as your personality traits that could influence your career significantly. Then, think of what went wrong in your previous projects. It's also beneficial to reflect on your core competencies. While doing so, consider everything that has gone wrong in your projects thus far. As a professional, you likely have experience with various projects, internships, summer courses, conferences, and hackathons. Were there any recurring challenges that kept resurfacing? For instance, if you had conflicts with all your previous bosses, this may indicate something about your own independent personality rather than those of the bosses you've encountered along the way. In this case, perhaps you should contemplate pursuing a path of personal freedom. So, what went wrong? Maybe writing reports always dampens your enthusiasm because writing isn't your forte. Perhaps whenever you returned from an international conference, you felt exhausted and frustrated because the crowd drained all your energy. Is there one negative label you've repeatedly heard, such as control freak or perfectionist, maverick or loose cannon, or unfocused or distractible? If such a label has been used to describe you, consider how you might leverage it to your advantage. Think about the personality traits that these labels suggest, and in which professions these traits are valued. You're sure to discover many possibilities. For example, while it can be challenging to work with perfectionists in most fields, no one would mind if a bomb disposal expert or a surgeon exhibited perfectionism. Lastly, try online aptitude tests if you have any doubts, but ultimately, make your own choices in the end. Suppose you are still hesitant about your strengths, and the Ontology of Value Test hasn't answered all your questions yet. In that case, you can also consider taking some of the other popular online aptitude tests. For example, Clifton Strengths by Gallup. This commercial aptitude test aims to explore your 5 primary talents in a professional setting. The Clifton Strengths Assessment was first proposed by Rath in 2007. It assumes that your work performance can be positively influenced by 34 common professional talents, such as being a good listener, creativity, the ability to complete projects, and a talent for motivating others, among others. This tool doesn't necessarily focus on the strengths you currently use, but instead provides insight into your potential strengths. After completing the test, you will also receive tips on utilizing your potential in the workplace to achieve better results. This tool can help you better understand yourself, become more self-aware, and avoid specific behavioral patterns that may hinder your performance work. 16 Personalities Test. Personality tests have been controversial for 2 reasons. First, they often include questions influenced by social approval, which can lead to subjective results. Secondly, as a participant, you might experience the so-called Barnum effect, also known as the Fourier effect. This phenomenon causes you to justify and endorse any results you receive from personality tests, perceiving them as more personal and specific than they truly are. Despite these caveats, exploring classic tests like the Myers-Briggs Type Indicator, based on Carl Gustav Jung's personality theory and implemented in the 16 Personalities framework, could still be beneficial. The test is one of the most widely used psychometric tools for assessment across various industries. Even if you don't gain insights about your ideal job from this test, it could help uncover some of your strengths. The free test takes only 12 minutes to complete, making it worthwhile trying. Brand yourself online. Check your online visibility. Assuming you have already discovered your natural strengths, let's discuss the job search itself. It may seem trivial, but many job seekers still overlook this aspect of the job search. It's helpful to review your social media accounts and see what Google reveals when you search for your name. Try Googling from a different browser than the one you use regularly. Otherwise, you'll get biased results, ideally from a fresh browser without saved cookies. If you find content that you'd prefer to remove from the internet, you might have limited control over it, such as photos posted on your friend's social media account. In that case, you'll need to take the time to reach out to the person managing that content and ask them to remove it. This process may take weeks, so it's a good idea to start your job search with this step. Additionally, manage your image on professional networking sites like LinkedIn. Portray yourself as a young professional rather than a student. The same applies to other social media platforms. For instance, while Facebook is primarily a social platform, it doesn't mean a respected company would be eager to hire a candidate who presents themselves in a bathing suit in their profile photo for a top executive position. Lastly, exercise caution when cultivating your online image. Every work environment has its own online culture, including memes, insider jokes, and variations in acceptable behaviors and opinions. For instance, academic Twitter encourages the public sharing of job-related frustrations like burnout, depression, and various setbacks. However, in many industries, this behavior is frowned upon. If your employer finds out that you've shared anything that reflects poorly on the company on Twitter, you risk being dismissed without any explanation. Recruiters are also likely to scrutinize your online activity, especially if you apply for roles that require networking and client interaction. Therefore, during the job application process, it's wise to keep discussions about your current job struggles private and focus on sharing knowledge and neutral advice once you are immersed in the process public. Take care of your social media activity. Can social media have a positive impact on your career? Social media's role in professional development is a controversial topic. Firstly, since members of your network only share their achievements rather than their failures, you often feel that others are progressing more in their lives than you are. Consequently, as a way to spend your time, it can be toxic and lead to a gradual decline in mental health and even cause depression. Secondly, although social media platforms pitch themselves as avenues where you can genuinely connect with people, the pandemic has clearly shown that, alongside traditional and direct methods of connecting, social media can help prevent apathy and solitude. Even more concerning, social media has reportedly contributed to the crisis by spreading misinformation about COVID-19. Moreover, extensive use of social media can cause issues with attention span and disrupt your ability to engage in deep work. Social media notifications activate a dopamine loop, known as the brain's reward system, similar to cocaine or addictive gaming. Over 75% of Americans claim that social media notifications hinder their focus at work. Considering all this, social media can be very distracting and may impede your success in your professional life. However, research indicates that social media can enhance team productivity at work when used responsibly by team leaders. But can you leverage social media in a professional context? The answer is yes, but only under certain conditions. So, how do you use social media wisely to benefit your career? The following 5 rules will help you maximize the advantages of social media while simultaneously avoiding the pitfalls of building an online following. Rule number 1. Paint a complete picture of yourself as a professional online and stay easy to find. Creating a compelling LinkedIn profile or a personal landing page is time-consuming and tiresome. However, you should treat it as an investment. Social media profiles serve as your online business card, putting you on the map so you can be found and contacted. You need to ensure that you'll be reached by the right people at the right time. Thus, your social media should reflect your current professional situation and aspirations as accurately as possible. It's worth spending time on social media platforms to ensure your profiles speak for themselves. Your social media communications will represent you like a personal agent. keep in mind that various aspects of your professional and educational history may hold different significance in different work environments. For example, your educational history matters more in America than in Europe, because the higher education system is not free here, making university degrees more exclusive than in Europe. So, make sure to list all relevant points from your professional and educational background. Of course, LinkedIn remains the most relevant social medium for your professional development. Moreover, make yourself easy to find online. Today, social media platforms are interconnected, forming one large ecosystem where you need to be visible. When someone views your LinkedIn profile, they may also want to check your Facebook, Twitter, or Instagram accounts, or vice versa. People often have a preference for one social medium over another, and would rather connect with you using their preferred platform. Therefore, ensure that finding information about your various social media accounts is easy. A good practice is to create a free personal Linktree account. List all your social media profiles, and include your Linktree profile link in the headlines of all your social media. This approach offers an easy way for users seeking your information to navigate between platforms. Finally, ensure that you are easy to recognize. Use the same profile photo across all platforms, and make sure the usernames include your full name. It's preferable to add numbers to your name if your desired username is taken rather than to create an alternate nickname that other users may need to learn with. Rule number 2, specific advice for the leading social media platforms. Lastly, social media platforms differ in scope and adhere to various written and unwritten rules. It's easier to gain visibility across all platforms if you have a team of subcontractors actively managing your social media communications. The platforms you should consider joining as a professional ranked from most to least relevant. Platform number 1, LinkedIn. It's an obvious choice for every professional and business. As of today, it's the go-to platform for online professional development. While posting on LinkedIn, remember that it is intended for professional growth. Therefore, you should keep your content at least somewhat related to your professional life. Platform number 2, Facebook. Despite slowly dying due to its dysfunctional ad-based business model, Facebook remains the most significant platform with 3 billion accounts, compared to less than 1 billion for LinkedIn. Therefore, Facebook is hard to ignore. When posting on Facebook, remember that it is a visual platform. Every post should be accompanied by a photo or graphics, or it will go unnoticed. Platform number 3, Instagram. Today, communication is increasingly meme-based, brief, and visual. It's no wonder that more businesses and individuals are shifting the focus of their online activity to Instagram. Since Facebook owns Instagram, you can also reduce the effort by linking the two accounts so that your Facebook posts automatically appear on your Instagram. Platform number 4, YouTube and Spotify. Today, creating podcasts is the realm of professional content creators and individuals who want to share their expertise with the world and build new professional connections. Suppose you can dedicate one evening each week to a creative and work-related activity, but don't want to write blogs. In that case, you might consider recording videos or producing audio content and sharing it online. YouTube is the second largest search engine globally, right after Google. As a result, it can help you promote your content effectively free. Platform number 5, TikTok. TikTok is a controversial yet remarkable platform for promoting yourself professionally. It's ideal for those who enjoy speaking to a camera and favor concise communication. Naturally, using YouTube and TikTok is complementary, not contradictory. Platform number 6, Pinterest. As a visual platform for showcasing ideas, Pinterest is the primary choice for businesses centered on visual content, such as lifestyle blogs, restaurants, and interior design firms. While you can choose to develop your Pinterest as an individual, doing so can be very time and energy-consuming. Platform number 8, Clubhouse. Clubhouse is ideal for thought leaders and content creators. If you love discussing topics related to your field, it's a great platform for showcasing yourself as a professional with minimal effort. Platform number 9, Medium, Substack, and Beehive. If you enjoy writing, promoting yourself as a professional on Medium, Substack, or Beehive is ideal for gaining readership and building your brand in your field. Additionally, keep in mind that Google no longer penalizes for duplicating content across social media platforms. Therefore, you can share your content on various platforms and cite yourself. Rule number 3, connect. Once your social media accounts are set up, it's time to connect with anyone who may be relevant to your professional life. Keep in mind that your current coworkers, former coworkers, childhood friends, and distant family can all play a role in your career. Also, remember that most people prefer low-intensity contact. If they observe your social media activity over time and occasionally engage with you, they will see you as a friend. Maintaining low-intensity contact for an extended period is more important than having high-intensity contact. For this reason, the more people you invite to your network, the better for you. Rule number 4, safety first. Learn the rules of social media communication. Safety first. Once you develop your social media profiles and expand your network, you need to understand the etiquette of social media communications. If you miscommunicate, you might ruffle feathers, make enemies in your professional environment, or even lose your job. Today, the differences in tone across various platforms have blurred. A decade ago, Facebook and Twitter were considered strictly casual, while LinkedIn was purely professional. Now, the tone in communications is more similar across platforms. You should consider this when communicating online. Your manager and colleagues will likely monitor your Facebook profile and may become judgmental if they see a photo from a party where you're caught sleeping on a couch, or if they check your Instagram and find dozens of semi-nude photos in a swimsuit from a holiday trip. Keep in mind accountability. Nothing disappears from the internet. Therefore, it's not worth getting involved in heated debates on social media. There are 3 internationally recognized topics that you should never address: politics, religion, and sexual orientation. Just imagine expressing your strong democratic views at every opportunity. You apply for a job and discover during the interview that the recruiter is a staunch Republican. That's a self-checkmate, so ensure you come across as neutral and polite online. If you feel a strong need to express your views freely, you can create another shadow, anonymous account, for instance, on Twitter to support particular politicians or activists. And of course, only complain about your boss and working conditions on social media if you're prepared for a potentially long period of unemployment. Furthermore, be brief and transparent. Some people flood the internet with their stream of thoughts and opinions on any topic without limits. If you talk about everything, you risk becoming an expert in nothing. When you constantly speak, people may stop listening, or they might get so annoyed by the volume of your content that they unfollow or unsubscribe. Therefore, ensure that your communications are content-rich and concise. Make memorable punchlines instead of lengthy narratives. Break your posts into short, 1 to 2 sentence paragraphs for easier reading. Use emojis to highlight essential elements, such as links. Also, remember that people are primarily interested in one thing: themselves. Therefore, the more advice and helpful information you share online, the more career progress you may observe. Lastly, learn about online culture. Today, social media has its own language filled with emojis and memes. Social media interactions become much more enjoyable when you learn to communicate in this fascinating, multifaceted language. Some examples of emoticons often used in professional contexts: the slightly smiling face. This basic emoji expresses a range of positive, happy, and friendly sentiments. Warning: its tone can also come off as condescending, passive-aggressive, or ironic, as if saying, "This is fine," when it's not. The grinning face: pleasure, cheer, or humor. The grinning face with big eyes, happiness and amusement. The grinning face with smiling eyes, happiness and amusement. The beaming face with smiling eyes, radiant gratified happiness. The grinning squinting face, excitement or hearty laughter. The grinning face with sweat, a close call, as if saying whew, and wiping sweat from the forehead. The rolling on the floor, laughing, hysterical laughter. The upside-down face, irony, sarcasm, joking, or a sense of goofiness or silliness. The winking face signals a joke, hidden meaning, or general positivity. The tone varies, including playful, affectionate, suggestive, or ironic. The smiling face with smiling eyes, genuine happiness, and warm, positive feelings. The smiling face with open hands, offering thanks and support, showing care, or expressing warm, positive feelings. The face with hand over mouth, shock or surprise. The waving hand, hello or goodbye. The okay hand, I'm okay, or yes, that's correct. The thumbs up, approval. The clapping hands, a round of applause. The raising hands, celebrating success or another joyous event. The folded hands, a respectful greeting or a prayer. Rule number 5, make social media work for you, not the other way around. Like cooking, some people relax while using social media, while others become fatigued quickly. Regardless of how you naturally respond to social media, it will stimulate the reward system in your brain. Therefore, you should implement a system to manage your dopamine levels. It's important to establish clear self-discipline rules when engaging with social media. Counterintuitively, treating social media like a task is often more effective. When approaching this, concentrate on your social media activities instead of viewing them as distractions to check quickly during meetings. You also need to establish guidelines for your online communications. Strangers may reach out to you throughout the day, so you should define your limits. Additionally, consider the optimal division of your time between producing your content and engaging in discussions on other creators' posts. If you're a content creator or a leader in your field, you likely need to spend over 50% of your social media time sharing your original content and perspectives. Conversely, if you're a specialist looking to avoid attention online, you might prefer to allocate most of your social media time to engaging in interesting conversations and forging new connections that could lead to job opportunities. Reflect on how you want to benefit from social media and adjust your strategy accordingly. Wishlist. Be patient with your social media activity. In conclusion, social media provides nearly limitless opportunities for self-promotion as a professional. However, don't expect immediate results when engaging on social media. Keep in mind that growth is non-linear and often follows an exponential trajectory. Quick results are unrealistic. It's a long-term game. Many individuals lack the patience required to see outcomes from their social media efforts and tend to give up just before they can observe the impact of their activities. Moreover, stay informed about innovations in the realm of social media. We are currently undergoing a technological revolution centered around the internet. New advancements in Web3 may usher in new methods of organizing data and facilitating online communication. Consequently, we cannot take any social media platform for granted. It's essential to remain adaptable and open-minded, keep up with trends, and continuously refine your online communication skills. Work on your self-confidence. The job application process is probabilistic. First, if you feel you need to improve your job search skills, you are not alone. As a society, we need to be more literate in self-navigation and self-presentation. No school will ever teach you how to apply for jobs. Your government is not responsible for turning you into an assertive professional or a job interview expert. You have to learn it all on your own. Secondly, recruitment is not rocket science. There is no consensus on the effectiveness of many classic job search techniques and approaches to interviews. As explained later in the text, the recruitment process is probabilistic. This means that while these techniques can enhance your chances of landing a job, they will never guarantee success. Whatever techniques you choose to adopt in your job search, please remember that they only increase your probability of success, never guarantee its success. The take-home message. Number 1. Discovering your core competencies is essential for successful self-navigation in the job market. Number 2. Rather than listing all your transferable skills on your resume, you should focus on recognizing your core competencies and finding job openings where you can utilize them. Number 3. Core competencies are a subset of your transferable skills and make you stand out. Number 4. Identifying your core competencies through introspection and feedback from your environment is crucial to prevent frustration in future jobs. Number 5. Furthermore, core competencies depend on the circumstances and should be accentuated in job applications. Number 6. Avoid the misconception that core competencies are only skills acquired through effort, and natural talents should also be valued. Number 8. Assessing your core competencies involves thinking about your strengths, collecting feedback from others, reflecting on past projects, and taking online aptitude tests. Number 9. Building your online presence on social media platforms like LinkedIn, Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube can also benefit your career. Number 10. Be patient and consistent in your social media activity to see long-term results in your professional development. Chapter 2. Create a compelling LinkedIn profile. Why LinkedIn? Building a personal website is standard today. However, many industry professionals depend on their LinkedIn profiles. They successfully advance their careers without creating custom personal websites, and for good reason. Today, crafting a compelling LinkedIn profile is essential for job searching. Before we delve into how to build a great profile, it's important to understand the why behind it. As someone marketing your skills professionally, you must recognize the value of personal branding and self-marketing. Regardless of your industry and your abilities, you likely aren't the only one showcasing your talents. This means you need something in your profile that distinguishes you. A uniquely you profile is one of the best ways to attract and impress the right people, build credibility, and highlight the benefits of connecting with you. This chapter will outline 10 essential steps for creating a compelling LinkedIn profile. These are the fundamentals that every LinkedIn user should be aware of. There are countless reasons why a compelling LinkedIn profile can elevate your job search to a whole new level. To list just a few of them. Step number 1. LinkedIn is the largest talent pool online. As of today, LinkedIn has over 740 million active users in more than 200 countries. It has become the go-to place for professional networking online. When you attend a professional meetup, people are likely to ask you to connect on LinkedIn even before requesting a business card. Step number 2. LinkedIn is your free platform for self-advertising. Many professionals don't appreciate the value of free advertising enough. Only after starting their own business do they think, hey, if I want my website to be visited by others, I need to pay Google for ads, anywhere from $5 to $15 per click, depending on the keyword. That's a lot of money. Yes, it is a lot of money. Especially considering that you can quickly obtain hundreds or even thousands of profile visits on LinkedIn without any budget. Creating a compelling profile and participating in professional conversations on the platform is enough to generate much interest attention. Step number 3. LinkedIn has become one of the favorite recruitment tools for hiring managers. Today, independent recruiters and company hiring managers are directly responsible for selecting candidates for their teams, often scouting talent through LinkedIn. Why is this the case? For at least a few reasons. Reason number 1. As mentioned before, LinkedIn is an almost unlimited pool of talent. Reason number 2. This talent is easy to browse through using keywords and skill labels. Reason number 3. The possibility of leapfrogging expensive private recruitment agencies substantially cuts the costs of recruitment. Reason number 4. Candidates have only one LinkedIn profile each, so there is no way to cheat by tailoring their profile for every single job application. Reason number 5. Lastly, LinkedIn provides a comprehensive view of candidates, offering context for their skills and backgrounds. By sharing your thoughts and commenting on industry news through LinkedIn, hiring managers will see you as someone genuinely engaged in your work and truly passionate, rather than just claiming so in motivational letters. Additionally, they will be able to observe how you interact with others in discussions, assessing whether you are polite, friendly, and factual, as well as whether you are a natural communicator-networker. Step number 4. Creating a compelling LinkedIn profile will make it easier to move online as a professional and apply for jobs in general. For instance, if you don't have an updated CV, you can export the content of your LinkedIn profile as a PDF, conveniently formatted like a CV. Or, if you're willing to register as a freelancer on any of the major talent outsourcing platforms, they might scrape information from your LinkedIn profile so you won't have to fill in your details by hand. Creating an up-to-date LinkedIn profile is likely even more important than building your personal landing page. Developing an informative LinkedIn profile is a necessary investment to put yourself on the map. Furthermore, keep in mind that many companies today post their job openings on LinkedIn and allow applicants to apply directly through the platform. If you want to use LinkedIn effectively, you need to pay close attention to your profile. It will be thoroughly screened by recruiters. A complete profile might win you the job, as recruiters would prefer to consider someone they know through LinkedIn rather than someone with a relatively empty profile, even if that person has objectively more qualifications experience. The principles of building a strong LinkedIn profile. Why creating an effective LinkedIn profile is so crucial for your professional development. Launched in 2003, LinkedIn has modest beginnings. It originally started as a platform for professionals to connect strictly for professional contacts. Since Microsoft acquired the company in 2016, it has become the go-to place for professional networking and development online. Today, you can still connect with other professionals on LinkedIn. However, you can also search for a new job, find top talent, exchange resumes, and learn new skills to enhance your professional competencies. Companies seek talent on LinkedIn and often allow their hiring managers to scout for candidates on the platform instead of contacting costly private recruitment agencies. Startup founders look for business partners, from co-founders to private investors. Consultants seek new clients. Networking is crucial for your professional success. Since LinkedIn has become the go-to platform for professionals, presenting yourself positively on the site is vital for your professional development. And your LinkedIn presence primarily refers to your professional profile. Why the top of your LinkedIn profile is so crucial. Many professionals spend most of their time creating comprehensive descriptions of their skills, along with their professional and educational history, yet still encounter little success in their job search via LinkedIn. This often happens because they struggle to make an outstanding first impression. And remember, you can only make a first impression once. The top of your profile, your banner, profile picture, and job title acts like a business card. Visitors will see this information first, and based on it, they'll determine whether they want to explore the rest of your profile. Therefore, maximize this valuable ad space. Capture the attention of anyone who visits your profile. Use the banner space to highlight your professional mission. Clearly describe your profession and job role in the title, and ensure your contact information is current. Encourage visitors to reach out to you directly. The first 5 steps of this tutorial focus on this initial impression. If you get these steps right, you should notice an immediate increase in traffic to your profile. Step number 1, your name. The first and most crucial part of your LinkedIn profile is your name. Yes, your name. Many professionals miss out on a significant opportunity here. For instance, they skip their professional title, hoping that visitors will scroll down their profile and discover their qualifications themselves. Well, that might never happen. Therefore, if you hold a PhD, MD, MBA, or another impressive professional title, add it to your name. You could introduce yourself as John Smith, MD, or Anna Brown, PhD, MBA. This is simply information and has nothing to do with bragging. Furthermore, it's worthwhile to inform other professionals on LinkedIn how to pronounce your name correctly. This is especially important if your name contains special characters or diphthongs from your language that do not belong to the standard English alphabet. This clarity will greatly benefit you, as other professionals and recruiters can contact you without the fear of awkward situations when they cannot pronounce your name correctly in person. It will also demonstrate that you are thoughtful and empathetic. You always consider other people's perspectives and strive to make life easier for them. So, how can you do this? LinkedIn allows you to record an audio pronunciation of your name and upload it to your profile. Do you want to record the audio with others? Would you prefer a professional voice actor to record your name? Nothing could be simpler. Just type your name into Google Translate, set your local language, and press read. Step number 2, your profile photo. The first element of your first impression on LinkedIn is your profile picture. Your profile pic is the first thing that catches the human eye when someone views your profile. You should consider your photo. It shouldn't be just a random selfie or an informal picture with others around you. Think about what you want to convey to those looking at your profile. Do you want to appear professional, whimsical, funny? Anything you want to express can be conveyed through a good profile picture. The standard choice is a clear image of your face or a logo if the profile represents an organization. As a rule of thumb, it's worth investing in a professional shot. Generating traffic on your professional profile for future years is a one-time expense. Remember, every click could be valued at $5 to $15. The great thing about this choice is that you won't have to assign a price tag to the services you offer on LinkedIn. This also means that clients will likely reach out to you because of you, not your competition prices. Important remark: don't use AI to create your LinkedIn profile photo. Hiring is about trust, not appearance. Recruiters are fed up with candidates who exaggerate their skills and experience. If you fake your image, they may assume your honesty and authenticity are lacking. Step number 3, your badge. Furthermore, if you are searching for a job right now, please remember to add the Open to Work badge to your profile photo. There is no shame in openly acknowledging that you are looking for a job. Moreover, if you engage with other professionals who have that badge on their profiles, your chances of being recognized as a potential employee skyrocket from the very beginning. Before adding the badge to your profile, it's wise to ensure your employer is aware of your plans to seek another job. However, if you don't have a good relationship with your boss, you can adjust your LinkedIn profile settings so that only professional recruiters can see your badge. Additionally, it's best to add a badge to your profile before participating in online discussions with other LinkedIn users. If they enjoy conversing about professional topics with you and realize that you are currently exploring opportunities, they may have openings to inform you about. Keep in mind that many employers provide affiliate programs to their employees to encourage them to recommend quality candidates. In a sense, creating a badge is an investment to make your online networking more effective and enhance your chances of success. If you are not in the job market, you can use one of the other badges, such as Open to Business, which indicates that you offer specific professional services. In that case, you should create a services profile on LinkedIn and request positive recommendations from your former clients' reviews. The Open to Work badge, hot or not? A question one might ask here is whether putting the Open to Work badge on your profile has more pros or cons. Opinions are divided on this topic. There are many articles on the internet, like this one from Business Insider, where they quote a former Google recruiter who claims that the Open to Work badge on a LinkedIn profile is the biggest red flag for hiring managers and screams desperation. However, research conducted by LinkedIn indicates that displaying the badge can lead to a 100% increase in the number of offers received from recruiters. One reason for this discrepancy might be that recruiters looking for regular positions mainly seek available candidates and are eager to reach out to LinkedIn users who openly show their willingness to accept offers. However, established employers are hiring for top executive and specialist positions and are searching for top talent. In this context, the Open to Work badge might lower the perceived value of a candidate and discourage them from making contact them. LinkedIn Top Voice badge. A few LinkedIn users know that you can strategically create content to secure a top voice badge on LinkedIn. This token of appreciation can help you further build your reputation and attract new prospects for employers or clients. How can you do this? Visit the LinkedIn advice pages, select your preferred discipline, and contribute to the articles listed in that category. Once you become a key contributor, LinkedIn will inform you of your ranking. You will be awarded a relevant badge once you find yourself in the top 5% of contributors. It is that simple. Step number 4. Your banner. Similarly, there is an option to set a banner photograph or graphic. Many professionals overlook this opportunity for self-promotion. They either leave the banner space blank or use a random image that doesn't relate to their professional mission in any way. However, this is an essential part of your profile. Your profile visitors will notice your banner right after they look at your photo before they scroll down to find details about your professional story. Your banner should entice visitors to enter your world, scroll down your profile, and learn more about you. Therefore, you should use an image that reinforces your brand. Successful professionals often highlight their professional mission in the banner. They select photographs or graphics that best convey what is important to them professionally. Examples of such mission-driven LinkedIn profiles include the pages of Oprah Winfrey and Sir Richard Branson. You can add a text headline to your banner. But of course, you can add a headline that explains your mission or vision and include links to your professional or company websites. Don't expect visitors to understand what you do or your professional aspirations based on a vague photo taken in the depths of the lab you work in or at some random event you attended. If your visuals don't convey your message, tell the story. Feel free to incorporate a sense of humor here. For instance, if you are interested in space research, then next to the photos related to space and your equipment, you can use your sense of humor and add the words space, the coolest place for research, literally, with its background temperature near absolute zero. Or, if you are a realtor, then next to photos of properties and/or your happy clients, you can add Better Call Anna, a playful nod to the iconic TV series Better Call Saul and its unforgettable character, Saul Goodman. Step number 5, headline, highlighting your profession or job title. The next and final element of the vital part of your profile is your professional title, which appears in your profile's headline. This title reflects who you are as a professional or how you perceive yourself. Keep in mind that you don't have to select your profession or position from a predefined list. You have complete artistic freedom regarding how to describe yourself as a professional. There is also a character limit that allows you to include a few roles or professions at once, so you don't need to choose just one phrase to define yourself. Many professionals mistakenly believe that they must enter the title of their current position in the headline. This is simply not true. If you are aiming for a career change, it is often more effective to present yourself according to the market sector you wish to enter rather than your current job. This makes you more noticeable to recruiters in your desired industry. For example, let's say you are presently an academic researcher, but aspire to be a data scientist in the industry. Although you have never held that position before, you want to convey to recruiters that you are open to such opportunities, without being dishonest, of course. In that case, you might identify yourself as a data specialist with a research background, a data scientist with a PhD in the science of nanomaterials, or an expert in data science with a PhD in the science of nanomaterials. The term expert is advantageous as it suggests professional excellence, while also remaining vague enough not to tie you to a specific role, such as a specialist or manager. This flexibility makes the use of this keyword particularly effective, convenient. Value-based headlines. Consider using a value-based pitch in your LinkedIn headline instead of simply listing your title and company name to attract more employers. Specifically, emphasize how you assist your employers and the results you've achieved, highlighting your value to hiring managers. For instance, saying, I help SaaS companies grow to 7-figure ARR without spending on ads, or I help companies implement conversion-focused design to boost sales by 300%, can pique a recruiter's curiosity, prompting them to scroll down your profile for more details, where they'll find information about your past employers. Additionally, you can utilize the LinkedIn Headline Analyzer by Cultivated Culture to enhance your LinkedIn headline further. This tool assesses your headline and provides suggestions for adjustments that can lead to more job offers. Step number 6. Your personal contact information. Your contact information is the next important, yet often overlooked part of your LinkedIn profile. Ensure that you are easy to find, even outside of LinkedIn. If you have other active social media profiles, such as Twitter, Facebook, or Instagram, it's beneficial to link them to your LinkedIn. After all, recruiters interested in inviting you to apply for a job will likely browse your online presence and scrutinize your public relations anyway. So why not make it easy for them from the start? Step number 7. Your About section. Furthermore, please fill in your About section. This section serves as a summary of your professional journey. You can use this space to write a paragraph or two, summarizing your professional mission, background, and key skills and competencies. Please ensure the text is not too lengthy. Break it into 2 to 3 sentence paragraphs. Text organized this way reads much better. While refining your About section, consider your goals. It's beneficial to emphasize your interest in the industry you wish to join and list projects even remotely related to that field. Additionally, when choosing the right words to describe yourself in your About section, think about the keywords someone might use to search for a service like yours or a person like you. A helpful tool for identifying commonly searched terms is Word Tracker. Just type in a topic and review the related search words. Then, simply sprinkle a few keywords into your profile to stand out from the crowd. Also, recruiters don't typically seek individuals who are overly self-admiring. Therefore, avoid sounding too boastful in your About section. For example, instead of labeling yourself an excellent writer, you could say a passionate writer and provide links to your work and their enthusiastic reviews. You can also use this space to add additional contact information, everything you didn't manage to include in the contact information section. You might also use emoticons to highlight the most important aspects of your bio, such as the website link you want recruiters to see visit. Step number 8. Your employment history. A clear next step to enhance your LinkedIn profile like a pro is to complete your employment history section. The good news is that if you have a well-crafted resume, you can technically copy and paste the paragraphs from your resume directly into your employment history section on LinkedIn. If that's not the case, then you have some work ahead of you. One key aspect to remember is that your job titles may be meaningless to recruiters. Every organization has different conventions for naming positions, so this can come off as jargon. To give recruiters a better understanding of what you did and achieved in a given role, describe your position in a few sentences, while highlighting your scope of responsibilities and the methods or approaches you used during your time in that role. Step number 9. Your education history. Similarly, you should ensure that your education history section is thorough and includes all the study programs you completed. Be sure to describe what you accomplished during each study program. As a general guideline, it's a good practice to include the thesis title for each program that concluded with a thesis defense. After all, every thesis represents a product of your creativity and may attract the interest of recruiters in certain field circumstances. Step number 10. Your skills. Lastly, an essential part of your LinkedIn profile is the skills section. Once you identify your core competencies, they should be listed in your LinkedIn profile description as skills, one by one. Ensure that your skills list is comprehensive, accurately reflects your abilities, and serves your best interests. Labeling your skills will make it much easier for the right people to find you. Particularly when you are in the process of seeking an industry job, mentioning transferable skills that recruiters often look for, such as a strong emphasis on teamwork or the ability to complete projects on time, will undoubtedly be beneficial. Of course, only if these claims are genuine. Furthermore, ensure you highlight your soft, interpersonal, and intrapersonal skills alongside your hard skills. Remember that your next employer may invest time and effort to train you and develop your new professional skills, but they won't be able to change your mindset or personality. This is why your soft skills are so important to them. Extra elements. In your LinkedIn profile, some additional elements are optional for your core LinkedIn profile. However, consider incorporating these elements into your profile, as they provide further detail to your professional image and may encourage recruiters to reach out to you. To mention just a few of them. Number 1. Elevator pitch or video clip. LinkedIn Premium now allows you to link a 60-second video that will play whenever a visitor hovers their cursor over your profile photo. This gives you the opportunity to make a strong first impression as a professional and encourages recruiters to reach out to you. If you choose to pursue this, don't forget to smile in the video. Number 2. Recommendations. An essential aspect of building your profile is gaining credibility. No one wants to hire someone with a half-baked profile, and LinkedIn is essentially a self-advertising platform. Therefore, just like advertising products and services, when building credibility on LinkedIn, there's no better publicity than the praise-filled words of those you have already worked with or connected with. LinkedIn has a recommendations feature specifically designed for this purpose. Collecting recommendations from professionals you have worked with can demonstrate to others that you are a trusted specialist in your field. The more recommendations, the better. But 3 or 4 are sufficient for the start. Number 3. Projects. Another element to consider adding to your profile is a section for projects. You might wonder, why should I add projects if I've already showcased all my current positions? In many cases, adding projects is beneficial, especially if you've spent several years in the same role. Just imagine holding the same professional title at the same company for 12 years. In that situation, it becomes valuable to explain to potential future employers what you accomplished in that role by listing your most interesting or successful projects. Of course, similar to listing your past positions, simply providing the project title isn't enough. You need to include a description of your role in each one project. Number 4. Your charity experience. Your volunteer experience may be significant in certain situations. For example, if the organization you worked with partners with an employer interested in you, or if a recruiter shares your interests. Keep in mind that recruiters are people too, and their emotions can influence their decisions. For instance, if a recruiter browsing your profile is a dog lover and sees that you volunteered at a dog shelter, they might develop a more favorable impression of you. Moreover, volunteer experience is vital when pursuing positions with nonprofit organizations. If this is the type of work you seek, be sure to include any volunteer experience you've had in your profile. Number 5. Courses. You can also include independent courses and training programs alongside your formal education. This demonstrates your proactive approach to developing your professional skills and will likely earn you a few extra points. Number 6. Causes. One option often overlooked by job hunters is the causes section. Please consider briefly completing this part. You should select topics that interest you from a predefined list. Adding courses to your profile will only take a minute or two, and it will show the recruiter which societal issues matter to you. If the recruiter finds alignment with your causes, they are likely to hold you in higher regard. Your causes also reflect integrity, a quality that employers value highly today. Number 7. Content, original posts, and LinkedIn articles. Lastly, if you aspire to senior and executive roles, it is beneficial to showcase your leadership skills by writing a few LinkedIn posts or articles and featuring them in the featured section of your profile. This way, you will demonstrate to recruiters that you possess professional skills, independent opinions, and the expertise to educate and lead juniors employees. Profile your LinkedIn profile using AI. Let me teach you how to use AI to optimize your LinkedIn profile for your desired jobs and ensure that you never get ignored by recruiters and their pre-screening software again, in 10 minutes and for free. It's easier than making scrambled eggs on bacon. Just 4 simple steps. Step number 1. Find 10 to 20 job offers that sound exciting to you now in your career. Be realistic and choose jobs you are qualified for. Step number 2. Copy and concatenate the lists of requirements from all these jobs. Step number 3. Feed this content into your favorite LLM, for example, GPT, and prompt it to prepare a ranking of the top 20 to 30 keywords or requirements mentioned across the whole provided text. Step number 4. Improve your LinkedIn profile. First, review the ranking provided by AI. Then, prune the competencies you do not represent. Lastly, place the cleaned ranking in your resume and on your LinkedIn profile. That's all. Recruiters cruise through LinkedIn looking for potential candidates based on keywords in their profiles. Filling your profile with the correct vocabulary will immediately make you visible to the right people. Conclusion: how to create an effective LinkedIn profile. In conclusion, spending a weekend creating a compelling LinkedIn profile is worthwhile. Furthermore, writing an engaging LinkedIn profile requires 99% effort and 1% inspiration. You don't need to be a poet to craft a compelling profile. Being factual and precise is enough to paint a comprehensive picture of yourself as a professional. With the tips provided, developing a standout LinkedIn profile is almost formulaic. Always consider the perspective of a recruiter. They assess your profile to predict the type of person you are. To keep them engaged, your profile should appear welcoming and professional, as they aim to hire kind and diligent individuals. It's that simple. If you want to understand how your profile appears to readers, consider asking your friends for feedback. Find peers who are also job hunting and may be willing to review your profile in exchange for your feedback on theirs. This exchange of favors will be mutually beneficial for everyone. Shall I also create a landing page to build my personal brand? Well, that depends on your career plans. If you are a member of the gig economy looking for consulting and other gigs, a professionally designed landing page showcasing your portfolio and client testimonials can significantly enhance your brand and revenue. However, if you are a specialist working in a stable organization and plan to stay there, there is little reason to invest your time and resources in developing a landing page. A well-developed LinkedIn profile will suffice. Nevertheless, keep in mind that the job market is gradually shifting towards the gig economy. Freelancing may soon become the most popular mode of work. In that case, it might be wise to archive your successful projects for future reference, for example, on GitHub, in case you need to share them with the world one day. Additionally, creating landing pages is more accessible than ever thanks to platforms like Butternut AI and other AI-driven solutions that enable you to craft a masterpiece minutes. The take-home message. Number 1. LinkedIn is a valuable platform for professionals to showcase their skills and build their careers without needing a custom personal website. Number 2. Creating a compelling LinkedIn profile is crucial for job search success as it sets you apart from others and helps attract the right people. Number 3. LinkedIn is the largest talent pool online, offering free self-advertising and serving as a favorite recruitment tool for hiring managers. Number 4. A well-crafted profile makes applying for jobs easier and moving online professionally. Number 5. Building a strong LinkedIn profile involves focusing on key elements like your name, profile photo, headline, contact information, about section, employment and education history, skills, and additional elements like recommendations, projects, charity experience, and causes. Number 6. Gaming AI to optimize your profile based on job requirements can effectively enhance your visibility to recruiters. Chapter 3. How to network and search for jobs. Why is networking so important for your career? Most professionals take the wrong approach. Most professionals begin strategic networking only when they are in need. When they need to find a new job or change professions, they finally make time to reach out to others. They pick up the phone and call friends after years of silence, pretending that they care. After just 2 minutes of exchanging greetings, they ask about opportunities, only to discover that this approach yields no results. This reactive strategy often results in missed chances and a weak professional support system. In other words, many professionals view their extended network as a tool and only connect when there's a problem to solve. However, this is a suboptimal way to build a career. Successful individuals develop their careers more effectively, regard their network as a key asset, and nurture it daily. For example, they might schedule regular coffee meetings with their contacts, attend industry events, or even participate in online networking through platforms like LinkedIn. Why most people are afraid of networking and use no networking strategies. The reality that most people don't network enough is not due to laziness or procrastination. It stems from human neurobiology. Our working memory has limited time and capacity, allowing us to maintain up to 150 connections, known as Dunbar's number. When we begin to form additional connections beyond this circle, we lose control over what is happening within our network, leading to anxiety for most individuals. We naturally fear this cognitive asymmetry that arises when more people recognize us than we can recognize. This creates a feeling of being constantly observed, which undermines our overall sense of safety. Nevertheless, overcoming this fear and building your network is worthwhile. In this chapter, we'll explore 10 different reasons why developing healthy and effective networking strategies is your best chance at achieving a successful and fulfilling professional life. Reason number 1, your social capital is like money in the bank. Your social capital is a form of capital. When you consider this, you might even estimate the value of all your contacts. For instance, if you know 100 people who would agree to lend you a couch for a week once every 2 years, then in theory, you wouldn't need an apartment anymore. Of course, no one would prefer to couch surf for life. It's just a thought exercise. Social capital is just like any other type of capital. It is there to support you and meet your needs when necessary. It's better to have some capital than an empty account, just in case. Imagine you suddenly need to see a dentist and don't have any cash. You need to earn it first. Well, that hurts. Similarly, much like money, which likes hustle and typically comes to those who no longer need it, opportunities also favor hustle. In graph theory, a minimal viable network is a minimally connected network that can link all the nodes in the network, even if the connecting path is very long and inefficient. Most people create a minimal viable network in their lives, a basic network that addresses their emotional needs. There is no such thing as a too big network. The more, the better, because every new contact generates a new opportunity. By investing your time and effort in building a network, you invest in an asset that will yield dividends later. Reason number 2, your social capital is your only asset that only grows in time. Let's be honest, your health will deteriorate over time, no matter what you do. Regardless of how healthy you eat or how much time you spend in the gym, you will become weaker and slower. Your money can also be lost, either consumed by inflation, diminished by poor investment choices, stolen, or due to the so-called Great Reset on the horizon. Yes, you can lose everything in life, except for your network. Your network is the only asset that grows over time if you nurture it properly. Reason number 3, your profit from networking grows like compound interest. People talk. If they have positive experiences, they don't hesitate to share them with others. And when topics like the weather and sports get exhausted, they tend to seek out connections in their networks and start gossiping about others. We all enjoy gossip, so there's no doubt about that. Therefore, you can benefit from the fact that people gossip. The more people you know and leave with a good impression, the more gossip, unexpected visits, and new contacts you can anticipate. Eventually, you will witness the snowball effect, where your network stops growing linearly and begins to grow exponentially. You won't have to do much more to sustain its growth. Similar to money generating more money, contacts create new connections. These contacts will influence your personal and professional life development. Reason number 4, we live in times when well-connected people are privileged. We have a natural fear of being exposed to others. In the past, we lived in small tribes, and the primary reason for standing in front of the entire tribe was public punishment. The best you could do for yourself back then was to stay under the radar and ensure that the tribe leader didn't even notice your existence. This is the leading cause of why, to this day, more people fear public presentations than death, 73%, according to the National Institute of Mental Health. However, our environment and culture have changed significantly over the last few thousand years. Now, those who are visible are privileged, not punished. The well-connected and the visible are the ones whose opinions are more respected, who receive higher pay, attain better positions, are invited to every event, or even get compensated for attending. This shift in societal norms should reassure you that the fear of exposure is no longer a hindrance, but a stepping stone to success. Therefore, recognizing that your fear of strategic networking is an atavism, a reaction that helped us evolve and survive in ancient times, is important. The rules of the game have changed, and your strategy for navigating society should change too. If you don't reach out to people today, you will sabotage yourself and your personal development. However, by overcoming this fear, you open the door to a world of personal growth and professional opportunity success. Reason number 5. By hanging around people who are different from you, you learn more about yourself. Other people act like a mirror. When you spend time with them, you gain a clearer perspective on your unique characteristics. How can you understand your boundaries, strengths, and weaknesses if you don't engage with people who are very different from you? People often fail to recognize their talents because they assume that what comes easily to them is also accessible to everyone else, which is invalid. Reason number 6. Some jobs never get announced to the public. You might be surprised by how many jobs are handed in over the counter. The open announcements are just the tip of the iceberg. Business Insider estimates that 70% or more of jobs are never listed. Moreover, in many areas of the job market, such as public institutions, including universities, many jobs are only announced because they are legally obligated to be, while the preferred candidate is already known. Without a network, it will be impossible for you to get in. Additionally, deals are often handled through personal contacts in many business sectors. Many scams and frauds exist online, leading people to distrust publicly available information. They tend to rely on their friends and friends of friends. The higher the stakes, the less likely they are to let outsiders into their network. You miss at least 90% of all opportunities without using any networking strategies. Can you afford to this? Reason number 7. Statistics don't lie. Strategic networking is more efficient than submitting job applications. In marketing, the term conversion rate refers to the effectiveness of a specific action based on how often it leads to the desired outcome. Among various actions, strategic networking greatly increases the conversion rate in the job market compared to submitting job applications. Many individuals spend the majority of their job search time browsing open job listings and preparing application documents. However, they often secure jobs through their connections. Investing 1 hour in strategic networking significantly boosts your chances of landing a job or even creating a new position when compared to an hour spent on applications online. Reason number 8. Networking is a way of reducing uncertainty and protect your mental health. Due to unstable dynamics caused by a sequence of black swans, today's world is uncertain and unpredictable. This is not going to change anytime soon. It's no wonder mental illnesses have become a global problem. Effective networking strategies provide a safety net, keep you better informed, reduce uncertainty, and make your future safer and more predictable. If not for your professional opportunities or development, do it for your mental well-being health. Reason number 9. Networking is fair. Some people are born physically stronger, healthier, more attractive, and wealthier than others. However, no one is born with deep, healthy relationships with others. We all start with a clean slate, and we must build trust and connections with people through care and active effort. Sure, some people are born into better connected families than others, but they still need to work on the quality of their interactions. Otherwise, their lives will feel empty. Isn't networking appealing when you know you were given equal opportunities here? Reason number 10. According to science, better connected people live longer, are healthier, and happier than others. Lastly, and perhaps most importantly, networking as a mindset contributes to a longer and higher quality of life. In the Harvard study of adult development, which has been running for over 75 years, 724 men were enrolled as they were reaching adulthood. They were then tracked for decades regarding their health, relationships, and overall life satisfaction. According to Robert Waldinger, the chief researcher of the study, it turns out that fame, wealth, or cholesterol level at age 50 do not best predict health at age 80. Rather, it is the quality of relationships with family and friends. Hilbrand's study reveals that older adults who serve as casual caregivers, both within and outside their families, live longer than those who do not engage in similar activities. It's hard to dispute this finding. The people you meet along the way often become the only capital you gain from your experience projects. Conclusion: some solid reasons to treat networking as a mindset. Everyday strategic networking enhances your quality of life at every level. Networking is an activity that Eisenhower would categorize as important but not urgent, which is crucial for your personal development and overall success. Because non-urgent tasks will often lose out to urgent tasks, you must actively carve out time for them and prioritize them on your schedule agenda. More than just one type of networking. Networking is a complex concept with multiple levels tailored to various goals. Most professionals concentrate on macro-scale networking, which involves automating presentations through social media, and micro-scale networking, which means attending in-person events to engage in face-to-face conversations. However, the key to effective networking may lie in the mesoscale level, where you interact with small online communities and share professional goals and interests. These individuals understand your field well enough to make a significant impact while taking up minimal time. This includes platforms like LinkedIn, WhatsApp, Telegram, Discord, Facebook, and other groups focused on relevant topics career. Where in the job market will networking help you the most? Networking can greatly benefit you, especially when searching for jobs in companies and labs that are small enough for employers to have limited flexibility in relocating employees if issues arise. Imagine securing a position in a company with 10 departments and 1,000 employees. After 6 months, it becomes clear that you and your direct supervisor are incompatible due to differing management styles. This disconnect starts to affect your job satisfaction and mental well-being. You go to the HR department to express your concerns, stating that you've reached a breaking point. What might they do? They could tell you that if you don't communicate with your supervisor, they will have no choice but to let you go. However, this would mean incurring all the costs of hiring and training you for at least 6 months. More likely, they will offer you another position in a different department, requiring you to start over with a new team. With 1,000 employees, they can do this. What if you were in a lab with just 15 employees and faced conflicts with your daily supervisor? The chances of finding another project or alternative supervisors within the same lab are significantly lower. The same applies in a small startup. Starting your own company with a co-founder with a different vision for the industry can threaten the business's survival. This is why small companies, research labs, and entrepreneurs often hesitate to engage with candidates they have just met. When considering starting a business with someone, it's typically someone you've known for years and whom you trust. Prepare for networking events. Research the local market for professional meetups in your field on online platforms like meetup.com, eventbrite.com, or lu.ma. It's beneficial to take some time to prepare for every networking event you plan to attend. These events often host a few hundred to a few thousand people crowded into a small space for hours. Therefore, it can be difficult to connect with the right people in time without prior preparation. Browse the event website, create a must-see list, and schedule meetings in advance if possible. Self-discipline is crucial. Otherwise, you may randomly wander and spend the entire day bumping into acquaintances and engaging in small talk. As a result, you might leave feeling that you didn't gain anything from the event. Effective networkers aren't just lucky, they typically enter the room with a plan. When it comes to networking events, many professionals ask, "What if I feel stressed about networking? I'm introverted and don't enjoy gatherings in my professional environment." Well, at this time, it's also a matter of mental preparation. To become a successful networker without mental barriers to reaching out to new people, aim for net weaving rather than networking. Net weaving involves approaching others with the mindset of, "How can I help you?" instead of, "How can you help me?" When you net weave, you engage in conversations focusing on how you can best assist the other person, rather than thinking, "I'm looking for a job, so let's determine if this person has contacts that could be useful for me." If you adopt this mindset, do you need to worry about how the other party perceives you, what impression you make, or how you will be remembered? Probably not. Just imagine a doctor rushing to a patient who has just fainted, helping them regain composure, and conducting an interview to figure out what just occurred. Do such doctors care about how their hairstyle looks, whether their acceptance sounds appealing, or whether the patient has a favorable opinion of their way of communicating? They wouldn't care less. Why not network actively? The most surprising piece of job search advice I often give to people, which tends to catch them off guard, is, do you want to get a good job? Organize a conference, or at least a meetup. Step into the role of an expert, a linchpin. Act as a host. Don't just claim to be one. Show, don't tell. The usual response is, "What? Me? An unemployed person?" Yes, you are not unemployed. You are a leader on standby. The truth is, people gravitate toward hubs. It's a primal instinct. So create a forum and opportunities for others to connect. You'll be amazed at how many opportunities come your way. And it's easier than ever. There's no need for a landing page. Just use Luma or Eventbrite to quickly set up a registration page, and you're all set. No budget? No problem. Invite people to an informal meetup at a cozy bar, and they will buy drinks for themselves. No marketing channels? Just share the info on social media and in online communities. Reach out to the authors of local industry event newsletters. If you explain why it's worth attending, people will be interested. Polish your skills in networking through LinkedIn. LinkedIn remains the primary online platform where recruiters connect with job seekers, offering numerous options. For example, you can browse professionals working in companies that interest you and politely request informational interviews. You might briefly introduce yourself, share your interest in applying, ask how it feels to work there, and inquire about any upcoming vacancies. You can expect a percentage of positive responses, although it's hard to pinpoint exact figures, allowing you to gather valuable first-hand information about the company and gain an edge over other candidates. LinkedIn is also an excellent platform for reaching out to recruiters. First, it's essential to understand that there are different types of recruiters. Some work within companies, while others are independent. The difference can easily be identified by reviewing their LinkedIn profiles or noting whether they work for agencies that specialize in certain sectors. As a general guideline, company recruiters are particularly valuable for potential job seekers, since they have the most insight into the company's objectives and the employer's specific needs. Of course, independent recruiters can be helpful as well. You can filter recruiters who are of interest to you by typing appropriate search phrases in the LinkedIn browser. For example, type hiring manager, then insert the name of the company. Or type hiring manager, insert the name of the industry, insert the geographical area. If you have a free LinkedIn subscription, you can only contact users who are your second-degree connections. For most users, it still offers plenty of opportunities. During your job search, consider trying the premium subscription to expand your possibilities. When reaching out to recruiters, ensure that the title of your message is informative. For example, inquiry from a data scientist searching for new career opportunities, and tailored for each company, Sending mass emails and generic messages to companies won't be effective, as industry recruiters are inundated with private messages daily. Therefore, be brief and to the point. As a rule of thumb, an effective in-mail message consists of 3 components. Part number 1. Greetings at the beginning of the message. It's good to greet the recruiter by name, and a blitz pitch explaining who you are as a professional in 1 sentence. Part number 2. Reference to the company. In a positive context, for example, I learned about, then insert the name of the company from ... I admire the, then insert the name of the company, brand for ... I have been tracking the development of, then insert the name of the company, in the market ... Part number 3. Expressing a wish to introduce yourself further, for example, by saying something along the lines, I'd be delighted at the chance to present myself to you and talk further about how I can contribute to your team. Greetings at the end of the message, for example, thank you for your time and consideration. Yours sincerely, then insert your name and your academic title. The hardest part of writing in-mail messages to recruiters is finding a way to customize them and express your interest in the company so that it sounds genuine. To do this effectively, you'll need to familiarize yourself with some basic facts about the company and its website, and think of any memories, facts, or people you might mention that connect you to the company. Let me list some examples. My name is Anna Brown, and I'm looking for new career opportunities as a software developer in the video gaming industry. I've been using your game apps for years. I've had a great user experience with your products, and I enjoy the exceptional design of your games. Thus, I cannot imagine a better team to join this market. I would be grateful to know whether you plan to grow your team soon. Congratulations on the recent The Coolest Product of the Year award. I've been following the development of your company, and I'm impressed with how much growth you've achieved within the last 3 years. I'm currently looking for opportunities in this field and would be delighted to present myself to you in person. My name is Anna Brown. I'm a young professional with a master's in computational neuroscience and passionate about new developments in brain-computer interface technology. I have been reading your company blog for the past few months and have always felt inspired by how your team leads innovation in your field. Thus, I would love to contribute to this project. I would be grateful if I could receive any information about upcoming vacancies in your team. I recently attended the annual Innovation for Health conference, and I had the great pleasure of listening to the talk of the CEO of your company, John Smith. His vision for innovation in the field was truly inspiring, and I would love to be a part of this venture. I would be grateful if you could share information about the upcoming vacancies in your team with me. But this is not all. Let us discuss some tips for how to make your networking via LinkedIn efficient and fruitful for your career. Tip number 1. Connect with people whom you know. A significant part of networking on LinkedIn involves being visible and active. Therefore, you will want to connect and follow individuals to achieve this. Actively connecting is LinkedIn's equivalent of inviting friends on Facebook. If you're new to LinkedIn, consider adding people you know in real life, such as current and former colleagues, as well as family and friends. LinkedIn also features a section called People You May Know, which is beneficial for networking because it suggests people with whom you share the most connections. Keep in mind that the more people you have in your LinkedIn network, the more individuals you can connect with. Being an active networker pays off, so you should invite anyone you know to connect with you on LinkedIn. While networking can start slowly, you will see growth as you progress exponentially. Tip number 2, connect with people in your industry and in the industry that you aspire to join. After adding everyone you know, move on to individuals within your market sector or the industry you aim to join next. For instance, if you want to become an entrepreneur, consider following Richard Branson. Following reputable companies and organizations on LinkedIn is even more essential than following individuals. It's a great idea to track people and companies from your industry to forge better connections and stay updated with new developments. How can you find people and organizations to connect with? You can discover active profiles, groups, companies, and people on LinkedIn using the search bar. Of course, LinkedIn is not just about networking. it is also about learning new aspects of your field that you may not have known before and broadening your horizons. Influential figures in your business will be active and share content on their pages. You can engage in discussions in the comments section and potentially gain even more contacts there. However, be mindful of the number of comments you leave, as you don't want to come across as spam. As a general rule, try to limit yourself to fewer than 10 comments per thread daily and avoid messaging people every hour of every day. That behavior can be off-putting and may drive them away. Always remember common etiquette sense. Tip number 3, create a well-thought-out and complete profile. Success on LinkedIn requires more than just creating an outstanding profile. However, as mentioned in the previous chapter, your profile is crucial. When you're not present, you want visitors to see a page that represents you, intrigues them, and invites interaction. That's where your profile plays a vital role. It informs people about your business, your recent activities, and, more importantly, your skills, style, personality, motivations, and anything else a fellow professional might consider when choosing a freelance expert, business partner, or employee. Another way to maintain an appealing profile is by providing regular updates. You should frequently post about what's new for you, such as company events, insights on business topics, professional reflections, and more. Keep it professional and appropriate controversial. Tip number 4, indicate your primary intentions. People visiting your profile should clearly understand your primary intentions. Are you looking for a job? Are you seeking freelance gigs? Or are you currently looking for employees? This should be evident after just a brief glance at your profile. Therefore, consider using the green Open to Work or purple Open to Business badge. A few years ago, LinkedIn users were reluctant to use badges because they believed they appeared needy and desperate. Now, it has become so common that there's no shame in displaying them. Using badges can be particularly beneficial once you participate in LinkedIn discussions. When people resonate with your views and find your insights on a given subject valuable, seeing your Open to Work status may encourage them to think about vacancies at their workplace and feel motivated to assist you. They might even have an open position for you. Lastly, ensure that you encourage people to reach out to you on your profile. You can say, "I can help you with ... or please contact me if you have any issues or questions related to ... and I will be happy to assist." Most people have reservations about contacting strangers and need some encouragement. Tip number 5, engage with your network often. Staying up to date is essential in any endeavor, ensuring you grasp all the latest developments in your industry. To be honest, networking on LinkedIn can feel overwhelming with all the connections, activities, events, groups, and so on. Remember, LinkedIn is a social network after all. LinkedIn doesn't encourage ghost memberships in their groups. Thus, if you become inactive, they may remove you from any group over time. So, log in frequently. Keep your posts fresh and relevant. Respond to messages and comments, and create thoughtful comments for others. It ultimately comes down to focusing on your audience and connecting with them as much as possible. Everyone is primarily interested in themselves. Therefore, being friendly and providing useful information is the key to attracting people. LinkedIn is no exception, so engage frequently and meaningfully. Communication is like a muscle, and you'll want to exercise it regularly to strengthen your network. Additionally, contribute actively by creating your content. You can write brief LinkedIn posts with a maximum of 700 characters or full-length articles of any size. Don't forget to pin some of your notable creations in your LinkedIn profile's featured section. Posting on LinkedIn will significantly enhance your visibility in your professional community. It will also help you grow your online following more quickly if you include a footer at the bottom of your text, explaining what kinds of problems you can solve for readers and why it's beneficial to follow you. For instance, you might add the following text under your post: "My name is Natalia, and I help individuals and teams self-navigate in the market, build value, and subvert all expectations in the times of AI." I also track innovation and help innovators innovate from behind the scenes. Regardless of working with employers or employees, investors or founders, I always aim to stay independent, facts and science-oriented, objective, impartial, and kind. Whether in academia or tech industry, follow me for general career development guidance and some useful life hacks. Natalia Bielczyk, PhD. Lastly, stay positive. If you appreciate another user's post or insight, give it a like. Alternatively, write a supportive comment below. You could brighten someone's day this way. If you have critical feedback, share it privately instead of posting it publicly. Also, remember to avoid saying anything negative about your current or past workplace. Rest assured, your management will hear about it, and they won't be pleased. You can find more information on maintaining high standards in your behavior in a professional environment, especially when changing jobs, in Chapter 9, Savoir, vivre in the job application process. Tip number 6. Personalize your interactions. Now that we have numerous surface-level, superficial connections, we should focus on deepening them. Your connections won't mean much if you don't engage with people. Therefore, after adding someone, especially someone you might potentially work with, take a moment to view their profile and assess their personality. If they use a friendly and casual tone, it's best to use the same tone when reaching out to them. So, personalize your interactions by matching their tone and way of speaking, and be willing to be the first to reach out and say hello. It may feel uncomfortable at first, but this too is a skill you can develop, and soon you'll find it easier to talk to people. How do you reach out to new potential contacts on LinkedIn? What should you write for this occasion? Messaging often flows easily, especially when you have mutual contacts with the person you're reaching out to. In that case, you can address them, for instance, in the following way. Dear A, I was advised to connect with you by my mentor and friend B, who speaks very highly of you. My name is C, and I help D with E. Could we possibly connect? With kind wishes, C. If you don't have a personal connection, just come up with any positive statement that you might give about the other person and use it as an argument to connect. Compliments always work for people. Tip number 7. Watch your spelling. Additionally, demonstrate your diligence and attention to detail by reviewing and editing your LinkedIn messages, particularly when they are crucial for your professional development, such as when contacting a recruiter directly. Remember, you only have 60 minutes to make edits before your message is locked. After that, you won't be able to change your content. For this reason, it's important to avoid expressing negative emotions or ranting in private messages on LinkedIn. Such behavior can reflect poorly on your professional attitude, which is certainly undesirable. Tip number 8. Choose LinkedIn over email if you can. When using LinkedIn, you convey your messages and present yourself as a person. Additionally, we live in a peculiar world where people often spend more time on social media than on their email accounts. Therefore, if you have a choice, reach out to people via LinkedIn instead of email. Many LinkedIn users believe the only option they can rely on is the in-mail feature with a LinkedIn Pro account. However, that is not true. You can send personal messages of up to 300 characters whenever you invite a new person to connect with you on LinkedIn. Another great aspect of sending personal messages alongside invitations on LinkedIn is that you don't need permission to reach out to anyone this way. These days, using someone's email address might violate strict GDPR rules, especially if you obtain that address from a third party. However, you can go to LinkedIn and message any user freely and without restrictions. Invitations sent via LinkedIn may be even more effective than traditional emails, as your potential contact can review your entire professional background before accepting your invitation. Tip number 9. If you need professional advice, ask openly on your wall. It is not a disgrace to ask for help or information on your LinkedIn wall. You may be surprised by how many people will start assisting and sharing their solutions on your profile. A cognitive bias that can help you is that we tend to like individuals we have helped more, as we subconsciously expect a return favor. Tip number 10. LinkedIn is a good means of communication with people who have following. LinkedIn often represents a nice blind spot when reaching out to respected individuals or celebrities. An authority in your field who is popular on Twitter or Instagram might notice and accept your connection request if you find them on LinkedIn, simply because it is not their primary platform for networking and they receive few messages there. Of course, before contacting any authority, ensure that your LinkedIn profile is complete. Write an engaging, personalized message to accompany your invitation, and mentally prepare for rejection, as authorities tend to be selective about connections all. Tip number 11. Be bold at networking. Invite interesting and inspiring people, as well as those you admire, to connect with you on social media, especially LinkedIn. In your invitation note, mention what you admire about them. Why not give it a try? You have nothing to lose. The joke is that following has a snowball effect. Your connections automatically become your followers, and the more followers you have, the more likely it is that other inspiring people will accept your invitation invite. Tip number 12. If you still need more networking options, subscribe for LinkedIn Premium. Many professionals wonder, if I pay for a LinkedIn subscription, will I get more benefits? Will it help me with networking? The answer is both yes and no. Yes, LinkedIn Pro provides several advantages. However, you will still need to put in the effort yourself as you actively network to elevate your career. So, what does LinkedIn Pro offer? There are 4 different benefits options. Number 1. Premium career for individuals. The most frequently selected option, identifiable by the golden LinkedIn symbol on a user's profile, offers 5 in-mail credits and allows you to browse other users' profiles incognito. It provides insights on applicants while posting jobs, enables messaging any other user directly, and gives complete information about who viewed your profile. Additionally, it grants unlimited access to LinkedIn Learning, an e-learning platform created by LinkedIn that helps you acquire the necessary skills to land jobs, develop expertise, and earn professional certifications like Lean Six Sigma, Scrum Master, and such. Number 2. Premium Business. This option is available for businesses. It provides everything that Premium Career offers, along with business insights and unlimited browsing for users. It assists companies in obtaining detailed business insights and further expanding their operations. Number 3. Recruiter Lite. This solution for recruiters provides everything that Premium Business offers, plus advanced search options, automatic candidate tracking, recruiting-specific design, integrated hiring, and intelligent suggestions. It assists recruiters in finding and hiring talent. Number 4. Sales Navigator. This solution assists businesses in generating leads and establishing a client base. Among all the paid plans, this one provides the most options. It includes all premium business offerings, a standalone sales interface, custom leads, account lists, lead recommendations, saved leads, and real-time updates alerts. Don't let your memory fade away while networking. While building a career, you will naturally develop a network. It's not just the contacts you meet at work that matter for your job. Sometimes people met while traveling or at casual events can also help us professionally and enhance our career opportunities. However, it's easy to lose track of whom you've met, in what circumstances, and how to get in touch, especially when meeting new people while traveling. Of course, some professionals have excellent memories and can recall every person they've ever encountered in great detail, but for most of us, remembering casual professional contacts can be tough. Therefore, it's wise to create a repository of all your contacts, including the context of your first meeting and a list of keywords associated with their expertise. You might establish this resource in the form of a table. As someone who consciously builds a network of professional contacts, don't just restrict yourself to noting and classifying your connections. You should also actively maintain them. Generally, long-term contacts foster a sense of connection, even if sporadic. For instance, imagine you call someone with holiday greetings once a year. If you consistently do this every year for the past 15 years, That person will appreciate it and may assist you in your career whenever possible. Seek out such opportunities where others overlook them. When most people send standardized holiday greetings to one another, call your contacts and say something from the heart. When most believe that likes on Facebook signify sufficient interest and support, send a private message instead. When most wait for invitations to parties from others, take the initiative and organize gatherings yourself. You will quickly realize that the effort to stay connected benefits your well-being and pays off in your career. How to search for jobs like a pro? Active versus passive job search. Now that we are master networkers, let's discuss how to search for great job offers. Going through a list of jobs that the LinkedIn algorithm provides and clicking the Apply button has nothing to do with being active. It's a passive acceptance of options served to you on a plate. It's a passive approach of sit quietly and follow the demand. Passive and ineffective. Even if you win the lottery and land a job this way, it's unlikely to be your dream job because it will likely be left over after active job seekers. So, take a proactive approach to your job search, not a reactive one where you just click Easy Apply. A proactive job hunter undergoes an in-depth self-discovery process and precisely identifies the types of organizations and positions that best suit them. A proactive job hunter creates a hit list, which is a list of organizations and teams they really want to work for. A proactive job hunter connects with these organizations through their channels of communication, newsletters, social media, and public events. A proactive job hunter actively seeks ways to get behind the scenes, invites company employees for informational interviews, cold emails the HR team, attends conferences to meet the team, and openly admits they are looking for job opportunities within the organization. How to approach job search in different working environments. Besides networking, several other channels can help you find your dream job. The best channel depends on the type of work environment you're interested in joining. Finding job offers online. Searching on Google is the most natural and intuitive way to find almost anything. This is largely true for job searches as well. You can discover jobs in most industries online. There are a few major categories of online services where you can search for jobs. Category number 1. Job boards, where you can post your resume or browse through posted job offers using search keywords. Some job boards utilize machine learning algorithms to extract information from your resume and present it to the right employers. While job boards were once the most efficient means of recruitment, accounting for 31.7% of all hires, they have recently started losing ground to professional social networks and business platforms. However, using job boards can still be beneficial, as it requires relatively little effort. You only need to fill out a questionnaire or upload a resume in a single file. After that, you just have to wait. On the other hand, public institutions do not frequently post their jobs on job boards. In particular, academic employers usually do not list their openings on job boards unless they focus on the academic job market, such as academic transfer or nature jobs. The most popular job boards include Indeed, Monster, CareerBuilder, ZipRecruiter, Expertier, and The Ladders, which specializes in executive positions, as well as Dice, which focuses on tech jobs, and No Fluff Jobs, which specializes in IT. Utilizing job boards works best if you are aiming for a corporate job or seeking employment as a consultant. It can also be effective when looking for academic positions, with or without an academic career track, but you need to access dedicated job boards for that purpose. Category number 2, online social networks for professionals and businesses. Social networks combine the elements of expanding your network with advancing your professional career. By utilizing these platforms, you can stay connected with professionals in your circles while simultaneously making yourself visible to employers worldwide and informing them about your availability in the job market. Employers can not only view your resume uploaded to your profile, but also monitor your activity within the community. If you post engaging content and articles or share material from other users, it indicates that you are passionate and knowledgeable about your professional endeavors, helping you create a positive first impression. You can also actively search through job listings and utilize various filters based on salary, location, etc. The most popular social networks today are LinkedIn, Viadeo, and Ching. These platforms are particularly effective if you are aiming for a position in the public sector, are seeking an academic role, or are considering a career path in corporate or consultancy fields. Job. Category number 3. Dedicated services such as Honeypot, specialized in software dev and data science. If you sign up for such a service, someone will reach out to you directly and guide you through an online interview to help you effectively complete your online profile. After that, your resume will be posted online so employers can connect with you. How to quickly leverage your job search with AI. Did you know you lose up to 90% of job opportunities due to translation breakdowns? I'm not referring to language-to-language translation, but rather market-to-market translation or vocabulary. Essentially, the same roles and competencies are often named differently across various market sectors. For example, if you closely examine the competencies and responsibilities of a typical software tester and compare them to those of a quality assurance automation engineer in a tech company, you'll find that they overlap by over 90%. However, many software testers often overlook attractive QA engineering positions, and the same applies in reverse. Here is where generative AI comes in handy. While exploring your options in the job market, it's worth asking a befriended large language model a simple question: what are the popular synonyms for my position title? You will be surprised with how wide your scope of professional opportunities suddenly becomes. Tracking the leaders in the field. To become a successful job applicant, first think about what you want. You can start by creating a list of companies that interest you, for example, those that are market leaders in your targeted sector or have a good reputation as employers. Once you have that list, it's beneficial to track these companies, follow them on LinkedIn, and regularly visit their websites and company blogs, if they have any. Checking the job openings on these companies' websites will allow you to skip one step of the recruitment process. This is because the positions posted on job boards and LinkedIn are often listed by external recruiters. If you apply through an external recruiter, you will need to navigate 2 recruitment steps. First, you must be qualified by the external recruiter before being passed to the company's internal recruiter. And second, the internal recruiter must also accept you. However, if you apply directly through the company's website, the internal recruiter will receive and review your application without intermediary, giving you a significantly better chance of success. Also, keep in mind that many countries lack quality standards for external recruitment agencies, and many of these private recruiters have only a superficial knowledge of the market sector, affecting their decision-making random. External agencies specialized in assigning professionals to midterm projects. Consider professional recruitment agencies if you are uncertain about your direction. The modus operandi of these agencies is that they often offer you a contract for a fixed period, such as 3 years, making you effectively their employee. The agency then assigns you to projects in private companies. They generate income from the difference between what the company pays the agency for your work and the salary they pay you. The benefit for companies working with such agencies is that it allows for a disposable workforce. Specifically, they can let you go at any time without severance pay, and the agency is then required to find you another project at a different company. In countries that protect their employees, such as most Western European nations, it is difficult for an employer to lay off staff. If they decide to terminate a contract, they usually need to provide several months' notice and incur significant financial costs, even if the employee is performing poorly. For this reason, many employers prefer this umbrella hiring model. They agree to pay a higher monthly rate than they would for the employee's salary, as the agency needs to profit on top of the wage. Conversely, they can shift employees around and terminate their services at any time. If you choose to work with such an agency, you must accept that you might lack a sense of belonging. You will work at various companies, but you will be employed by the agency, meaning your working conditions will depend on another employer. However, you will have guaranteed employment, at least for a few years, and if one project or company is not a good fit for you, your agency can relocate you elsewhere. One thing to note is that you are seen as a product by these agencies. Working with professional recruiters is somewhat similar to dealing with real estate agents. They aim to sell as much as possible in a short time, rather than seeking hidden gems in the market and spending extensive periods finding the most suitable client and negotiating the highest price. For this reason, they typically prefer straightforward cases, individuals with a clear career path, and a well-defined set of competencies that are currently valued in the job market. If you possess a unique skill set, such as having graduated in nanomaterials physics while actively blogging and frequently organizing hackathons and conferences, and are enthusiastic about managing people and projects, it may be confusing for recruiters. Most hiring managers come from a human resources background rather than your specific area of expertise. Consequently, they may struggle to understand where to place you due to your diverse background. They may also have difficulty if you are a jack of all trades without distinct talents or expertise in any single field. Thus, external agencies serve as a good solution if you are a highly qualified specialist, rather than a natural leader, community builder, or free spirit. They are particularly effective if you are seeking jobs in the public sector, corporations, startups, or consultancy companies. Hackathons, conferences, seminars, and meetups. In some environments, such as startups, freelancing, and academia, making personal contact and building relationships is even more essential than in other settings. As we discussed, these are the places where the ability to reorganize labor is the least flexible. Many startups recruit new employees at hackathons where they can observe candidates' skills in action. Therefore, meetups, such as events listed on the Meetup platform and small evening conferences, are excellent opportunities to make personal connections and introduce yourself to the right people. The dynamics at such events are generally more energetic than at scientific meetings. Conversations tend to be brief and direct. If the other party determines that you have no relevant business connections, they may quickly shift their focus to someone else. For this reason, it's beneficial to introduce yourself succinctly and have a 90-second elevator pitch prepared. This pitch shouldn't delve too deeply into the intricate details of your work, but should instead provide a brief summary of the topic you are involved in, your role in your projects, and some of your key competencies. A good phrase to start such a pitch is, "I help insert a group of people," with "insert the purpose of your work." Rather than naming a list of things you are good at, a neat way to end such a pitch is just saying, "If you need any help with, insert a skill, just let me know." It is a good ending because it offers the other person a choice of whether to ask more questions now or end the conversation on a positive note by saying, "Thank you, we are in touch." Additionally, it positions you as an expert. Furthermore, even though we live in the age of smartphones and LinkedIn, it's still wise to carry traditional paperback business cards. You'd be surprised at how many people in business still collect them. Plus, concluding your pitch, as we discussed, by handing out your business card leaves a lasting impression. New freelancers must also refine their networking skills, as this can greatly impact their business. The typical way to start a freelancing career is to develop a product or skill set, and then leverage your network to gather recommendations and find your first clients. Personal networks can also be built through meetups, small conferences, and hackathons. Moreover, in most large cities, there are bars or open workspaces where freelancers can regularly meet, either formally or informally, to work or relax together. Lastly, attending meetings is essential if you are considering starting a startup. You'll need to build your core team, and the more trusted individuals you can find, the better. Some are fortunate enough to fill critical roles such as CEO, CTO, CFO, and CMO during the project's conceptual phase, right at the start of their journey. However, for most budding entrepreneurs, building a team is a lengthy process that typically begins at meetups, hackathons, conferences, and after parties in bars. In summary, attending meetings is effective if you are contemplating a startup, freelancing, an academic job, or launching your own startup. Piggybacking new jobs. Have you heard of the job search technique called piggybacking? If your personal network is robust enough, it can be your superpower while searching for jobs. Did you notice on social media that someone in your network has just secured a new position? Send them a private message, congratulate them, and ask for a direct connection to their recruiter. Why? Well, most of the time, companies don't hire just one person at a time. Rather, they recruit in batches. For example, when a startup receives a new round of funding, it typically invests the money by adding multiple new team members. When an established company decides to launch a new line of products, it usually needs to hire an entirely new team to manage it. When an international corporation builds a new plant or opens a new office in a different city, it needs to fill it with 20, 200, or even 2,000 new employees at once. Therefore, there are more openings in the department where your friend has just secured a job. Some positions might not yet be announced, so you are getting in early. It's the opposite of a mass layoff. While during a mass layoff, you might lose your job despite being the best employee. In mass hiring, you can land a job even if you are an average expert in your field. Plus, you have direct contact with a newly employed person who can vouch for you and recommend you to the recruiter. Why not make good use of that? Self-promotion. Lastly, in many areas, some self-promotion is essential for building a brand in the future. Self-promotion is crucial if you're looking for your next employer, rather than seeking your next client when considering becoming a freelancer or entrepreneur. In both cases, creating a personal website or one for your project is highly recommended from the beginning. Set up an allow list where interested individuals can leave their contact emails concerning your current or future services or products. If you're a freelancer, think about creating a profile on platforms like Upwork. You can actively search for good projects and submit your offers. Alternatively, you can use these platforms passively by creating an account and waiting for incoming offers. However, the quality of the offers you receive will likely be lower than if you actively sought out preferred projects. On the other hand, it requires minimal effort. Furthermore, platforms like Fiverr are no longer limited to small, casual $5 jobs. Nowadays, many professionals showcase their services on Fiverr, with prices potentially reaching thousands of dollars. If you're a consulting freelancer, consider offering your services on platforms designed for professional online consultancy, such as Clarity. On Clarity, you can set a price for your consultancy services and establish your rate per minute, which are generally well compensated, starting at $1 per minute. Lastly, if you're starting your own business, think about using paid ads on social media platforms like Facebook, LinkedIn, or Instagram. Of course, the choice of medium will depend on your business scope. The ability to set up these ads properly and achieve the maximum ROI, return on investment, is streetwise rather than bookwise knowledge. Usually, you need to approach this like a research project. First, conduct trials using many versions of the ads. Then, compare the results. Lastly, choose the best strategy based on this comparison. In summary, self-promotion works best in entrepreneurship, freelancing, and academia. Be selective toward job offers on red flags in the online job postings. Recruitment is a two-sided process. The company recruits you as an employee, and you recruit them as your employer. The ability to read between the lines in job offers can save you from a lot of trouble when applying for jobs. What red flags should you look for in job offers? The seemingly unimportant, innocent statements or other little details can indicate significant issues with your potential future employer and workplace. It is important to be cautious once you notice one of the following. Number 1. The job was posted months ago or is constantly reposted. Attractive jobs usually attract hundreds or even thousands of applicants. Therefore, if you notice that the job posting has been available for many months, it may indicate that the employer has excessively high expectations and cannot find any suitable candidates. the working conditions are so poor that no one is willing to accept them, or the posting is a fraudulent advertisement. Thus, remember to select only relatively new job listings offers. Number 2, it's hard to verify the employer's information. It's a red flag if you begin researching the employer and discover that they only have a generic WordPress or GitHub page with minimal information about the company's objectives, or if their online presence is outdated. Additionally, be cautious if the job posting states "company confidential." In that case, it is very likely an illegal business. Just run. Number 3, the company values conflict or are unclear. If the employer has an unclear mission statement or no mission statement at all, and you cannot determine what problem they actually solve in the company, it is a red flag. Number 4, high turnover rate in the company. Scheduling informational interviews before applying is always a good idea. If you learn during these interviews that employees frequently quit or are laid off compared to others in the industry, it's a warning sign. Typically, there are clues that suggest there may be a lot of gaslighting behaviors in the company culture. Number 5, poor company reviews. If your informational interviews or growing reviews on Glassdoor give you an uneasy feeling that something is off with the company culture or that the employer is predatory, it may be wise to stay away. Number 6, unsettling news reports. Suppose you hear any concerning news in the media about the company, such as frequent management changes, a potential merger with another firm, troubling financial forecasts, or protests from a labor union. In that case, it may indicate that you won't feel secure in this workplace. In particular, if the position you are applying for became available due to a mass layoff in the company, this is a bad sign, as it may likely happen again. Number 7, potential for discrimination. If the job ad is unreasonably specific about the demographics of potential employees, it should raise a red flag. Phrases like, looking for a position title, male candidates only, ages 21 to 29, should persuade you to walk away. Number 8, statements suggesting burnout culture. A famous example is the fast-paced work environment. The pace of work is often breakneck, and it is almost impossible to maintain a work-life balance. This is usually the "we told you so" strategy, a way of avoiding responsibility for the employer. Other typical signs indicating a burnout culture include a lack of mention of paid time off, paid sick leave, or occasional weekend work. In practice, occasional typically means you are expected to work on weekends regularly. Number 9, experience requirement too high for the position or long list of job qualifications. If the employer is searching for the proverbial 20-year-old assistant with 30 years of experience, it is a bad sign, indicating that you will receive substantial responsibility at low pay. It may also imply that this work environment fosters a culture of exploitation, where you are left alone with incredibly complex tasks, and there is no one available to assist you, as the management is incompetent. That's precisely why they are seeking a single-person orchestra. Number 10, no specified salary range, low base salary, or the statement, pay commensurate with experience. This, again, is a sign that the employer will try to avoid paying you a decent salary, and it will end with empty promises. Number 11, symptoms of a scam. Lastly, some job offers contain information that might suggest they are just scams exist, and you should steer clear of them. Firstly, it should raise a red flag immediately if there is no verifiable information about the recruiter. For instance, if the company website states it is in stealth mode, you have no idea what they are doing. Similarly, it should alert you if the recruiter sends emails from a generic email account, or if those emails contain numerous grammatical mistakes. Secondly, it serves as a warning sign when the recruiter requests detailed personal information, such as your ID number and date of birth. This may indicate they want to extract your personal information to steal your identity. Such situations are real. Another red flag to watch out for is a request to pay for something, like admission to recruitment or courses, or qualifications necessary for getting hired. Remember that recruitment should never cost you money. Otherwise, it's merely a sales pitch. Desperate individuals without jobs will try anything to get hired, and scammers are aware of this and exploit it. Other tips for your job application process: don't sabotage your own job search. The common mistake that many people make when searching for jobs is spending only 5 to 10% of their time seeking job offers online, resulting in a collection of merely acceptable positions. Then they devote the rest of their time to writing cover letters and applying. There are better strategies than this. It's worth spending significantly more time looking for job offers that truly excite you, so much so that you can feel your heartbeat while reading them. Even if this results in having fewer options in the pipeline, there are two main reasons for this. The first reason is that if you respond to offers that you're only moderately interested in, there's a good chance the recruiter will have a similarly lackluster reaction to your application. Since the job doesn't completely align with your expectations and experience, your resume is unlikely to meet their expectations fully either. The second, and perhaps more crucial reason, is that applying for jobs that are far from your dream position can end up sabotaging your efforts. If you internally believe you don't want to end up in that role, you might subconsciously craft your application in a dull, uninspired manner, giving the recruiter no reason to see you as the right candidate for the position job. Track your job search and job applications process. It's beneficial to document all the vacancies you've applied to. When applying to a specific company, avoid sending letters for various positions that differ significantly from one another. It's perfectly acceptable to identify a few different types of positions that interest you. Many people achieve great success doing this. For instance, suppose you would enjoy working as a data scientist, but are also interested in science communication and science education roles. You should ensure that you don't apply to the same company for these different jobs, as this might diminish your credibility with the recruiter. You will need to customize your resume and rewrite your motivational letter for every application. If the same recruiter happens to review all these letters, they may become confused about who you are and to what extent any of these documents truly reflect your core expertise and job preferences. On the other hand, if you apply for 2 or more positions that are closely related in terms of responsibilities, such as a junior data scientist and a senior data scientist, the recruiter will accept this approach. It is also wise to be transparent and mention in your letter that you have already applied for another position within the company. Mastermind groups. Have you heard the phrase, "A lone wolf will die, but a pack will survive"? The Never Search Alone method by Fayil Terry is a technique for building and leading a mastermind group or peer support group known as a Job Search Council, JSC, which can assist you throughout the job search process. This method is free of charge and can effectively help you get started, especially when your contract ends, you lose touch with your colleagues, and you gradually slip into apathy, which is natural. This method enables you to join an existing job search council or start a new one. Job search strategies. Summary: when to stay on track and when to pivot. What would you choose? Change the goal or change the strategy? Pivoting is the hardest thing, both in business and professional development. When should you discipline yourself and try harder to get a position you dream of? And when should you call it quits and look for another career objective? Well, if you are stuck in your job application process, you have 2 choices. Choice number 1, change the goal. Consider a different type of position, upskill or pivot in your career. Choice number 2, change the strategy. Change the way you approach your job search. I would strongly suggest changing the strategy before you change the goal. So the question is, did you run out of options while looking for jobs? Or perhaps you stuck to one or a few low-effort, low-reward ways of looking for jobs. Let me give you several ideas. Below, I am listing 10 distinct strategies to look for jobs, divided into 3 categories. Category number 1, low-effort, low-reward job hunting strategies resulting in low success rate. Strategy number 1, classic job application. Clicking apply to whatever shows up online and falls into your expertise and interests, plus classic resumes and cover letters. Mind that whatever is visible to you online is visible to everyone worldwide. Strategy number 2, cold mailing potential employers. In general, the cold mailing is a very low success option. To increase your chances, you can follow which market sectors are gaining oxygen. In essence, cash. For instance, in tech, AI eliminates jobs in established corporations as they streamline their operations with AI and creates jobs in new startups. You should also create a list of your dream employers to cold email. If you are convinced you want to work there, your email will sound more genuine and persuasive. Strategy number 3, building a reputation on social media as an expert in your field. Publishing on social media and having online conversations with executives and hiring managers of interest might potentially lead to opportunities. However, this is more of a marketing strategy than a sales action. Don't rely on this technique if you badly need a job as soon as possible. Category number 2, middle effort, middle reward job hunting strategies resulting in middle success rate. Strategy number 1, attending professional meetups in your market sector. With a well-rehearsed elevator pitch and a resume ready to send off, don't expect miracles at the first event. But if you are persistent and communicate your expertise and value well, job opportunities may contact you. Strategy number 2, attending job fairs, online and offline. You must be precise about targeting the right events and do proper research before attending. Focusing and targeting the right people at the fair might lead to instant success, as you both know you share the same goal. Strategy number 3, piggybacking jobs. Asking people who just got jobs for contacts at their new employers often leads to placements, as companies frequently hire new employees in batches. Strategy number 4, joining communities. Joining WhatsApp, Slack, Telegram, and Discord groups in your field and introducing yourself at their careers, hiring channels, and browsing the job offers posted there might lead to interviews, as people in the group will treat you as an insider. Category number 3, high effort, high reward job hunting strategies resulting in high success rate. Strategy number 1, engaging your personal network, namely contacting friends, relatives, and ex-coworkers via LinkedIn and other private means of communication. One of the most effective moves you can make in your job search is to ask relatives and former colleagues for opportunities and introductions in their current workplaces. I categorized this option as high effort because maintaining relationships over the years requires a high level of effort. The rest is easy. Strategy number 2, organizing professional meetups in the industry. Taking action, organizing your own meetups, and putting yourself in the center of the community to get first-hand information on who's doing what is one of the best ways to snatch jobs under the table. Strategy number 3, internships. Offering a trial project to startups. Taking a leap of faith and agreeing to work on a project basis or as an intern so that the employer can test your skills in practice before hiring you is likely to open the door for you. The take-home message. Number 1, networking is crucial for career success, but many professionals approach it reactively and only when in need. Number 2, networking helps in various ways, such as providing opportunities, growing social capital, and reducing uncertainty in an unpredictable world. Networking also helps find unannounced job opportunities and build meaningful relationships. Number 3, effective networking involves various strategies, such as preparing for events, utilizing LinkedIn, and connecting with people in your industry. Number 4, successful networking requires creating a well-thought-out LinkedIn profile, clearly indicating your intentions, and engaging with industry professionals. Number 5, the effectiveness of various methods of job search depends on your industry. Point 1, finding job offers online. Point 2, tracking the leaders in the field. Point 3, external agencies specialized in assigning professionals to midterm projects. Point 4, hackathons, conferences, seminars, and meetups. Point 5, personal contact and networking are crucial in environments like startups, freelancing, and academia. Attend events to make connections and introduce yourself effectively with a brief elevator pitch. Point 6. Piggybacking new jobs. Point 7. Self-promotion. Part 2. Applying for jobs. Write a compelling application. Chapter 4. How to compose a compelling resume. How to compose your resume. Why ideal resume doesn't exist. Job hunters often ask, how can I craft my resume to maximize my chances of landing a job? Well, this question is misguided. The main challenge in the application process is not how to frame and present your resume. 80 to 90% of your effort should focus on understanding and articulating who you are, where you would fit, and how you wish to present yourself as a professional. Only the remaining 10 to 20% involves putting this information into a concise and visually appealing format. Recruiters are not searching for the most beautiful resume. They seek an adaptable person who fits the company culture and can perform the job. If you have ever applied for jobs in the past, you might have encountered feedback from recruiters such as, "Unfortunately, there were candidates who better fit the position," or, "Unfortunately, there were candidates who better fit the company profile." For many applicants, this phrasing sounds like a euphemism. In other words, the recruiter is trying not to directly admit that there were stronger candidates. So, when hearing this type of feedback, you might think to yourself, "Damn, I didn't even get the interview. There were so many applicants better than me." This feedback likely reflects the recruiter's viewpoint that someone else appeared more tailored for the position than you. Therefore, there is only one perfect resume. You might be the best or worst candidate for different positions with the same application materials. It ultimately depends on what the recruiters are looking for. The two types of a resume. In my practice as a career coach, I encounter two main types of resumes, or rather, two main types of people, those who oversell and those who undersell. Underselling job hunters is an easy case for me. It is much easier to assist a highly competent person with a poorly written resume than to support an incompetent person with a decent-looking resume. So, if your resume seems scrappy at the beginning of the process, don't worry, it's not a big problem. We can fix it quickly. How long should my CV be? The most straightforward answer is simple. Prove your professional excellence in no more than 2 pages of text, and reducing the font size to 6 points is not the solution here. In other words, you must demonstrate that you know your craft and stay updated with market demands. You achieve significant quantitative results in your projects. You stand out from the crowd, showcasing many personal achievements to support this claim. In as few words as possible, yes, this is a mastery of conciseness, but how do you distill your content into 1 to 2 pages when you have a long career with numerous positions and projects to highlight? How do you cut away the excess without discarding genuinely relevant information? In that case, you should embrace temporal discounting. Your future employer is primarily interested in the past 3 to 5 years of your professional activities, which represent your current passion and professional orientation. Some individuals are ambitious and driven when they're young, but then they gradually become cynical, lazy opportunists. Others embark on slow-burning careers, starting at modest local universities and gradually building their experience and reputation until they finally discover their niche. Once they find their market fit, they can have spectacular careers in their 40s and 50s. Some people continue learning throughout their lives, while others settle mentally when they turn 30 and actively avoid challenges in their professional lives. Thus, whatever happened over 5 years ago is now a distant past and has little impact on your current market value. So, ensure that you detail your roles and achievements in your 1 to 3 most recent jobs. Previous positions can be listed with only the job title and organization name, without additional details enough. Obligatory parts to a resume. Of course, the standards differ locally from country to country and from industry to industry. However, you can be fairly certain that several elements of a resume are considered essential. Every resume should be complete, well-structured, free from spelling and grammatical errors, and visually appealing. It should also be competitive, showcasing you in the best light as a professional. As a general rule, an industry resume should be no longer than 2 pages. It should encapsulate your achievements, highlighting the most impressive and relevant aspects of your career. If a recruiter is intrigued, they will likely check your social media profiles, Google your name for more information, or invite you for an interview immediately. Obligatory part number 1. Personal information. Every resume should contain a header where personal and contact information is listed. First, the title, the given name and last name. Secondly, the contact information, email address, phone number, other professional social media accounts such as LinkedIn or Twitter if you use it for professional purposes, and personal webpage if you have one. Thirdly, your physical location. Some jobs are remote, yet the employer still prefers to know your location for at least a few reasons to figure out whether they are formally allowed to employ you or what the local living and salary standards are. Then, your photograph. In some countries, such as the US, it is not recommended to include a headshot, as sharing any information revealing your ethnicity might cause formal problems in the recruitment process. Of course, it is only a formal requirement, as every recruiter can Google your name and quickly find out how you look. Finally, your date of birth. In some countries, such as the US, including any information revealing your age is not recommended. Of course, again, it is only a formal requirement, as every recruiter can look into your employment and education history and easily estimate how old you should be, judging from your university or high school graduation year. Obligatory part number 2, your professional pitch. A paragraph of text describes how you define yourself as a professional, your key skills, and your career mission. It can be written in either the first or third person. You will reintroduce yourself for each job application, depending on the position title and the employer mission. Obligatory part number 3, professional experience. It is nothing more than your professional history, detailing all the positions you have occupied thus far. It is best to include 1 to 3 sentence descriptions of your responsibilities for each position, or, if the role was strictly technical, an overview of the methods and tools you utilized. An important note: in your resume, avoid using weak verbs such as "I was responsible for" or "I helped." Instead, choose strong action verbs like "I streamlined," "I developed," "I built," or "I managed." Obligatory. Part number 4. Education history. There is no standard regarding how far back your educational history should go. Some professionals choose to include only their highest degree, while others list all their education back to high school. Remember, it's a matter of personal preference. A good compromise is likely to focus on higher education only, such as a bachelor's degree or higher, which frees you from unnecessary details. Keep in mind that the studies you completed most recently should be at the top of your list. They are the most current and relevant from an employer's perspective, reassuring them of the validity of your knowledge and skills. As a general rule, include a brief 1 to 2 sentence description of each program. It's also wise to include your thesis titles. Each thesis represents your creativity and accomplishments, and recruiters may find your areas of interest intriguing. In some rare instances, your thesis may even be relevant to the position you are applying for, helping you stand out among other candidates. Obligatory part number 5. List of your hard and soft skills. Yes, recruiters want an overview of your core competencies regarding hard and soft skills. Most professionals believe their hard skills are their top professional abilities. Consequently, they give little attention to including soft skills in their resumes and LinkedIn profiles. What a mistake! Why? They develop their soft skills and personality traits implicitly over a lifetime. For the most part, it is effortless. For instance, they naturally become team players by playing games with friends or cooking with siblings. Or, they may have received a few punches in childhood and learned for a lifetime that conflicts don't pay off, and it's better to stay on good terms with everyone. This is why they take these qualities for granted. While they learn their hard skills explicitly and invest effort through professional courses or grinding at work, they take pride in these skills, In reality, though, 93% of all high-tech projects fail, with 64% attributed to miscommunication between team members. Therefore, when introducing yourself, activate your entrepreneurial mindset. Think about the benefits for your future employers. They care about your hard skills, but even more so about who you are and how easy or difficult it will be to communicate with you. This is a fundamental question for them. If a more complex skill is needed, they can train you quickly. However, no one can deal with a lack of exemplary character, or if you are conflicted or lazy. Obligatory part number 6, languages. We live in a multicultural job market during a time when remote teams are the norm. Therefore, your ability to speak languages is more relevant than ever before. Obligatory part number 7, your personal achievements. Brag smartly. How can you demonstrate that you are an extraordinary professional if you only have 1 or 2 pages for that? To answer this question, let me first pose this. If you find yourself hungry and in a hurry and you pass by a bar featuring a poster showcasing an award-winning burger on the front door, wouldn't you be tempted to walk in and try it? Awards are beneficial for recruiters, as they provide external validation that you are an achiever. Glancing at the awards or personal achievements section of a resume is an easy way to pick strong candidates. Recruiters are often rushed and overwhelmed with numerous applications to review. Presenting them with a list of compelling reasons to consider you makes a significant impact. Thus, it's essential to highlight your personal achievements, such as awards, grants, travel stipends, and competitions won, even if they don't directly align with your current career path. For example, if you have achievements in sports, it reflects your determination and self-discipline. Consequently, mentioning your sports career will serve as an appealing bonus to your resume. Show, don't tell. Anyone can assert they are passionate and motivated, but not everyone can substantiate that by winning a medal. This is why your resume should convey to the recruiter that you are an undeniable overachiever and a gem. Therefore, include any quantitative information that shows the recruiter how good you compare to the general population, such as, first, personal awards, secondly, personal or travel grants. Include the numbers, even if these numbers seem modest to you. It will give the recruiter the feeling that other organizations before them had decided to bet their money on you. Thirdly, your average grades from studies, of course, only when your grades were higher than average. If your grades were in the top 20% of all students, including this percentile too, don't let the recruiter guess if your average grades were outstanding or not. Tell them openly. Then, key professional certifications such as the Six Sigma certificate or any other diplomas that are either expensive or competitive. Finally, other achievements. For instance, winning a medal in competitive sports will be a sign of your competitive nature and hard work to the recruiter, even if this sport technically has nothing to do with the job you are applying for. Obligatory part number 8, patents, and other protected intellectual property that you own. Patents greatly benefit the employer as they are a sign of your ability to protect and commercialize your intellectual work. Of course, not everyone has a patent, hence the asterisk. Facultative parts to a resume. You might be also inclined to include a few facultative parts to your resume. Facultative part number 1, publications. Many professionals, particularly those in academia, mistakenly believe that the number of their scientific publications impacts their job prospects. In fact, it can backfire, as it lengthens your resume and may make it less relevant to the specific position you're applying for. So, why not use a hyperlink to direct recruiters to your complete list of scientific publications instead, should they wish to explore further? Facultative part number 2, extracurricular online courses and workshops. Many professionals also extend the section Education by including every course or workshop they have attended. It is not necessary. We will discuss further about this. Facultative part number 3, other skills and licenses. You can also add information such as the driving license types you obtained. However, the employer will assume you have the driving licenses you need for the position. Hence, this information is unnecessary. Facultative part number 4. Hobbies. Many professionals enhance their image by including lists of hobbies and extracurricular activities that may not relate to the job. While it's beneficial to have hobbies, including them on your resume is unnecessary. It extends the text and only serves you if the recruiter appreciates your personal interests. Industry standard versus your local niche standard. The exemplary resume we mentioned is a classic one-page document that is useful in most corporate environments and for typical management and logistics positions. However, this doesn't mean that the specific employer you are applying to will necessarily expect this format. For example, this guidance may be too general if you are targeting a specialist position in tech, biotech, or engineering. In that case, you will need to include more specialized programming languages, statistical frameworks, models, architectures, lab methods, and details about your domain knowledge. Moreover, some work environments have their internal standards. For instance, in academia, instead of a resume, you are expected to submit a CV that can be arbitrarily lengthy, sometimes as thick as a book. Academics often highlight all their accomplishments from throughout their careers, even if it includes something like winning a scholarship in high school or receiving an award for the best poster at a graduate student conference. They also fill their CVs with publications, conference presentations, conference posters, extracurricular training programs, community building activities, and even personal hobbies. I've seen academic CVs exceeding 100 pages. You get the idea. To sum up, while searching for jobs in a specific sector, consult your contacts in that field about their recent successful job applications and adopt the formatting and style of their materials resumes. Tailor your resume to every position you are applying for. The standard we discussed will help you create a master file that contains your complete resume. However, sending this full resume when applying for jobs is not the best idea. The software will analyze your resume before a human reads it. If a significant portion of the text in your resume is not relevant to the position you are applying for, the software may reject it as irrelevant. That's why it is often wise to eliminate unnecessary details and shorten your resume before applying to better align it with the position's requirements. At the same time, you should maintain your complete resume listing all your achievements, from which you can remove the least relevant 25% to 75% of the content. Of course, it's never easy to let go of cherished elements. However, it is essential to enhance your chances of being hired. Pitfalls while tailoring your resume. One tricky situation arises when your resume suggests that you are a specialist on one hand and a type of leader on the other. Suppose you are applying for a specialist position. In that case, the recruiter might review your documents and think, will this person follow the instructions, or are they someone who will initiate their own projects and clash with their team leader daily? Conversely, if you apply for a strictly managerial position, the recruiter might think, this person has leadership skills, but I can also see they have a strong technical side and enjoy delving into one problem for an extended period. Can this individual release that technical aspect of their career and concentrate solely on managing people? It's important to ensure that if you're applying for a specialist position, at least 80% of your resume should highlight your technical skills, previous work, and accomplishments. In contrast, if you are applying for a managerial position, at least 80% of your resume should emphasize your management or logistical experience and soft skills. This will clarify for the recruiter what kind of professional you identify as. Format your resume. Lastly, should your resume be formatted in black and white or in color? Research on human perception of color has shown that colors evoke emotions in the reader. Today, businesses utilize this knowledge to enhance their websites and market their products. But you can leverage this insight as well. For example, you can add colored frames to your resume to highlight your personality and attitude. Examples of the popular color associations: blue stands for professionalism, trust, and strength. It's the safest color for resumes. Purple stands for creativity, imagination, and wisdom. Red stands for boldness, action, and youth. Orange stands for friendliness, confidence, and fun. Yellow stands for optimism and positivity. Green stands for health, growth, and balance. Gray stands for calmness and composure. Learn about the local standards for resumes. There are differences in resume standards across various countries. One example is the dilemma of whether to include a photograph on your resume. In North America, this is generally discouraged since the hiring process should be as unbiased as possible regarding demographics like age, gender, or ethnicity, as well as potentially distracting factors like facial features. In Europe, specifically in Germany, including a headshot on your resume is still expected. The quickest way to learn about local standards is to ask a few friends in your area to share their resumes. They have recently applied for publicly posted jobs and been successful. After reviewing 3 to 5 of them, you will gain a better understanding of the expectations picture. Make your resume transparent. As previously mentioned, the content of your resume is more important than the format. However, presenting your resume neatly will enhance your job applications. As demonstrated by the famous eye-tracking study conducted by the Ladders, the average time a recruiter spends evaluating one application can be as brief as 7.4 seconds. It's important to note that this study's methodology has faced some criticism. That is why making a good first impression is so crucial. If you are familiar with LaTeX syntax, you might also consider creating your resume in LaTeX using one of the attractive templates available on Overleaf. Opinions about the format in which to send resumes vary. Some sources suggest that sending a resume in a .doc format is essential, as recruiters may need to copy specific information to certain forms before passing your information to higher-ranking recruiters within the company. Large companies often perform pre-screening of applications since they receive hundreds of resumes for each position. Your resume in editable format can appear very different when opened on another system. Therefore, if possible, consider submitting both the editable version and the rendered document PDF. Shall I mention my Coursera courses in my resume? Many professionals take the initiative to acquire new skills by enrolling in online courses on platforms like Coursera, Udemy, Khan Academy, and others to better prepare for jobs in high-demand fields such as data science. This raises the question, should I include my online courses on my resume? Will they be viewed as legitimate achievements or perceived as a sign of desperation? There are varying degrees of prestige among courses. Some are more credible than others. A course offered by a reputable institution like Stanford University that concludes with an online exam may carry more weight than other, less recognizable courses where obtaining a certificate is relatively easy. However, you will achieve the best results if the courses include deliverables that you can link to your application, such as a GitHub repository containing your coursework. This allows recruiters to see your work and evaluate your practical skills. In summary, as a general guideline, it's advantageous to mention online courses relevant to the position you're applying for. This can only benefit you, and worst-case scenario, it won't affect your application negatively. If you have completed many courses, consider selecting the most prestigious ones. Don't forget to link the results of your online courses projects. Disclaimer in your resume. Before sending off your resume for evaluation, make sure that it is consistent with the local standards in terms of data sharing. For instance, within the member states of the European Union, you should include the following clause: I consent to the processing of my personal data for the purposes necessary to carry out the recruitment process in accordance with the Act of 10 May 2018 on the Protection of Personal Data Journal of Laws of 2018, Item 1000, and in accordance with Regulation EU Year 2016, Number 679 of the European Parliament and of the Council of 27th April 2016 on the protection of natural persons with regard to the processing of personal data, and on the free movement of such data, and repealing Directive 95. adopted in 1995, number 46, of the European Community, also known as GDPR, in your resume. Using AI to ace your resume. Collaborating with AI while creating a resume has become tricky, as many employers have introduced restrictions to using AI by job candidates. For instance, tech giant Anthropic prohibited using AI by job applicants, arguing that they prefer to evaluate candidates' natural communication skills. Still, most employers do not apply such restrictions. There is a growing space of platforms dedicated to streamlining your resume building process using AI, which can give you a competitive advantage. To mention just a few apps, Platform number 1, JobScan, helps you improve and tailor your resume. Uses AI to analyze and compare job postings, highlighting key experiences and skills recruiters seek. Platform number 2, MajorGen, helps you create resumes and cover letters. Just plug in your LinkedIn profile or provide an older resume, and MajorGen will prepare up to 5 different templates. Platform number 3, Resume Scanner by Cultivated Culture, scans your resume and compares it to the job description for your target role. Then, it suggests exactly what you should update to make a more significant impression and score those first interviews. Platform number 4, Teal HQ, your digital career coach. Tell Teal your job search goals, and it'll create a detailed job search plan for you. Plus, he provides various tools to make the entire process easier. Platform number 5, Jobalytics Chrome extension. To use Jobalytics, you need to pin the extension and load your CV in a docx or a PDF. Then, whenever you find an interesting job posting on any site like LinkedIn, Indeed, or Glassdoor, click the Jobalytics icon in your browser and choose the option Analyze Job Description. As an output, you will receive a basic comparison between your resume's keywords and the job offer's vocabulary. Platform number 6, Career Advancement Prompt Database. Database of prompts to help you across your job search, from searching for jobs through drafting your resume to interview preparation. Platform number 7, Kick Resume, helps job seekers create ATS-friendly resumes, cover letters, and personal websites with AI-powered tools and professionally designed templates. Platform number 8, Career Duck, helps job seekers optimize their resumes for specific job descriptions using AI. Lastly, how to push yourself to start writing your resume. Now, do you need help getting down to writing a CV? Do you need help figuring out where to start? Well, you have at least 3 good options to help yourself so that things will get in motion. Firstly, using free CV templates. Dozens of websites offer open access to free CV templates, including Canva, Resume.io, or Office templates. You can get virtually any design for free. Secondly, using AI. Free access bots such as ChatGPT by OpenAI can help you structure your CV. You can start using a simple prompt such as create a template for a CV or create a template for a CV in software engineering. Then, you can ask the bot follow-up questions to expand on any proposed sections, depending on your needs. Of course, you can also merge the 2 strategies. First, use one of the free designs available online. Add sections suggested by the bot. Then, fill out the final template with your personal information. Lastly, scraping your LinkedIn profile. Do you need more time? If your LinkedIn profile is up to date and complete, you can use it to create a fast draft of your resume by saving your LinkedIn profile to a PDF. The take-home message. Point number 1. The key to composing a strong resume is showcasing who you are and where you fit professionally. Point number 2. Tailoring your resume to each job application is crucial, as recruiters seek individuals who fit their company culture and can excel in the role. Point number 3. Regarding the length of your resume, it should be concise and focus on your most recent and relevant experiences. Point number 4. Emphasizing your hard and soft professional achievements and skills can set you apart from other candidates. Additionally, including personal accomplishments, such as awards and certifications, can demonstrate your expertise and dedication. Point number 5. Formatting your resume should be clean and professional. with attention to detail regarding grammar and spelling. Point number 6. Pay attention to the local standards for resume formatting specific to a given industry and geographical region. Point number 7. AI-powered platforms can assist you in optimizing your resume for specific job applications. Chapter 5. How to do your research. Why the right preparation is everything. The 2 stages of recruitment process. You have probably heard the term the company's DNA. People still exist in distinct cultural circles, and fitting into the company culture is key to getting hired. Therefore, as we discussed, recruiters seek candidates with the skills and expertise necessary for the position, as well as those who best fit their company's culture and the team, individuals who are likely to stay with the company for a long time. Competitive positions in demanding work environments attract hundreds of candidates. Thus, the recruitment process must become systematic and structured. Stage 1. First selection of candidates. In the first stage, the recruiters in initial contact try to determine if you fit the company and position profiles more or less. They typically don't know the specific team where you would be placed, but understanding the dynamics and requirements of that team is crucial for the later stages of the recruitment process. They receive a template from their managers outlining how a dream employee for this position should be skilled and educated. It's up to you to align your application with this template. They evaluate how much you deviate from this profile. Specifically, the more you stand out, the worse it could be. This is why showcasing extra achievements and embellishing your biography in this initial recruitment phase might hurt your application. To some, these early-stage recruiters are simply keyword matchmakers. Indeed, they usually do not specialize in your area of expertise. Therefore, they might not grasp synonyms, metaphors, or additional accomplishments in your application documents. The clearer and more straightforward your explanation of why you are a good fit for the position, the better your chances of being invited for an interviews. Stage 2. Picking the one for the job. After overcoming these hurdles and connecting with the hiring manager for the specific team to which you are applying, you can truly begin showcasing your qualifications. At this point, your suitability for the job and your ability to stand out among other candidates become crucial. However, before you enter the recruitment process, it's essential to learn as much as you can about the company and its organizational culture. Crucial. Interested in a particular employer or type of position? Perform informational interviews. In professional development, the term informational interviews has made a significant impact on careers. How do you obtain accurate information about positions of interest in an industry sector or a company where you've never worked? An informational interview is the answer. According to common consensus, conducting informational interviews is the best way to research your potential future employers. This research method not only provides a clearer picture of the workplace you are applying to, but it's also an effective way to learn about the employer's values and working style, which can help you gain a competitive edge and secure the job. Informational interviews offer insights into the workplace, giving you a significant advantage when speaking with hiring managers. If you impress your interviewee, they might even recommend you for the position. Many employers have referral programs that reward their employees with bonuses for recommending strong candidates. Additionally, informational interviews may help you avoid applying to toxic environments where practices like gaslighting and mobbing are prevalent. You are unlikely to find this kind of information through online searches. It usually comes from talking to others. So, how do you conduct an informational interview? Unfortunately, it's easier said than done. How do you reach out to someone you've never met and persuade them to provide valuable information? Especially if you're an introvert, how do you convince them to take the time to answer your questions? How can you ensure they are truthful rather than sugarcoating their boss? One common mistake that job seekers make is assuming they are bothering others by asking about their professional experiences. Nothing could be further from the truth. Most people enjoy discussing their careers and view it as quality time rather than a chore. They would happily spend hours sharing details about their professional journeys. Therefore, Don't hesitate to invite people to informational interviews. You might be doing them a favor. By asking the right questions, you can encourage them to reflect on their professional lives and potentially inspire positive changes too. How to find the right person for an interview. First of all, you should know that you can contact any employee of a company, from an intern to a CEO, to ask your questions. Whether or not they can provide answers is another matter, as some may have signed non-disclosure agreements, also known as NDAs. If you want to understand what working at a specific place is like, you should ask employees rather than recruiters, since recruiters tend to give you polished responses to your inquiries. After all, they are professional diplomats. Asking former employees is even more effective than approaching current employees. Former employees no longer feel the pressure to maintain good relationships with their employers and will happily share their honest opinions about the workplace. Their reasons for leaving can also provide valuable insights into the nature of that workplace. How do you find the right people to interview? There's a saying, "Need help? Look for a young woman with a dog." While it's a joke, some individuals are generally more generous and helpful than others. It's often easier to identify these people face-to-face, for instance, at a conference in your field, than online. In practice, you have a few choices. Choice number 1, meetups and conferences. Informational interviews are not formal. If you encounter someone in a profession or workplace you're interested in, smile, introduce yourself, and ask questions. You don't need any small talk. People naturally want to be helpful and love to discuss their experiences, including their daily professional lives. If you connect well with someone at a conference, but don't work for your dream employer, you can also ask them if they know someone at that company. Chances are, they might, and they would likely be happy to connect you with the right person. Choice number 2, online. Today, LinkedIn is the go-to platform for professional development. As a LinkedIn user, you can browse all users on the platform and invite them to connect by writing personalized invitations that are up to 300 characters long. This feature allows you to view the professional histories of other users, select the right candidates, and invite them for interviews. While you can expect a lower response rate compared to inviting individuals, you will have a much larger pool of people to choose from. How to invite to an informational interview? First, you should introduce yourself briefly and explain the reason for reaching out to your interviewee. After all, they have no idea who you are. You could be, for instance, a curious representative of a competing company or a salesperson trying to sell them something. You don't need to be elaborate. 2 to 3 sentences about your background, goals, and current professional situation should suffice. What's essential is being kind and explaining that you are exploring career options as a potential job candidate interested in this specific employer. If you cold message someone to request an interview via email or LinkedIn, maintain a semi-formal tone. However, if you approach the person at a meeting, you can adopt a more casual, friendly tone right away. Invitations to informational interviews are similar to job interviews. Compliment your potential future employer, and you'll likely receive a warmer welcome. It's beneficial to mention at least one positive statement about why you're interested in this particular workplace. Of course, your interviewee may later verify if your perceptions of the employer align with theirs, but starting on a positive note is crucial. Should you propose anything in exchange for an interview? Generally speaking, it's not advisable. It's all about human psychology. When you offer any form of compensation, people begin to associate their assistance with a job of some sort. If they receive no material reward, but instead hear a genuine "thank you for your invaluable help," they tend to view the interview as a charitable exchange and often feel more satisfied with it. Therefore, as a rule of thumb, you shouldn't offer any material benefits in exchange for an interview, except perhaps a Starbucks coffee or some other small gesture treat. How many interviewees to recruit for the informational interview? There is no rule here, but the more the better. It is beneficial to obtain at least 2 independent opinions since there is a human factor involved, and one isolated opinion might be highly biased. As statisticians often say, n equals 1 is not the best source of information. How to properly ask for information without breaking NDA agreements or other intellectual property? As a rule of thumb, keeping the company's intellectual property confidential is your interviewee's problem, not yours. They signed agreements with their employer and are bound by these agreements. Of course, it will be welcome if you mention during the interview that you don't intend to dig into confidential information and are only interested in answers to a few general questions about the workplace and the working conditions. You might say, for instance, "I will only ask you general questions about the workplace and the working conditions, as I don't want to cause you any trouble." This will build trust between you and your interviewee. What to actually ask about? Now, what should you ask about? If you're targeting a specific company and your interviewee currently works or has worked there, it's best to concentrate on questions that reveal whether this is your dream workplace and help prepare you for the job interviews. Namely, ask questions about the culture. Exemplary questions that you might ask are as follows. What is a typical day or week like for you? How do you enjoy your working benefits? Do you have much room for personal development at this position? What kinds of decisions do you make? How does your team make the decisions? How do you feel about the work pace in your team? What is the structure of management over you? What is the management style in this workplace? How does your job affect your general lifestyle? Do you spend some of your free time with coworkers? What steps would you recommend I take to prepare for a position like this? Is it appropriate to ask, do you enjoy your job? Of course! You might also indirectly ask this question by asking, what is your favorite and least favorite thing about your job? The answer to this question reveals a great deal about your interviewee's overall job satisfaction. Taking notes during the informational interview is ideal. Recording a video without permission is not allowed, but you can always jot down notes with pen and paper. These notes will be beneficial, particularly if you interview several people on the same topic matter. How to find out if your interviewee enjoys their job or just says so. Of course, it's easier to connect with someone in person, like at a conference. People tend to open up more during social interactions than when answering questions on paper. They also feel safer knowing that their words won't leave a record. For this reason, once you meet people online, it's better to invite them to an online meeting instead of asking them questions in writing. While talking to you on screen, they will feel confidentiality. Also, you might get more truthful answers to your questions if you allow people to be optimistic about their workplace. The classic question to achieve this goal is, can you tell me 3 positive and 1 less positive thing about your employer? This question gives the interviewee the feeling that they can share 1 negative opinion, as they immediately compensate for this opinion with 3 positive statements, so they will be more inclined to tell you the truth. Research the employer before applying. The recruiter will examine whether you fit their working culture. Today, employers no longer expect you to remain with a company for a lifetime. However, they still prefer to invest in long-term employment contracts that last for several years or more. Fitting into the company culture is unrelated to your gender, ethnicity, or religious beliefs. Diverse teams tend to be more productive than uniform teams. Therefore, none of these aspects should negatively affect your chances of getting the job. In practice, the recruitment process is often biased against minorities, but that is a separate issue. The term cultural fit refers to the alignment in working style and overall attitude toward work. For instance, if the team you are supposed to work with practices Scrum and meets for daily briefings at 8 a.m. every morning, while you are a night owl and cannot imagine waking up at 6 a.m., fitting into this work schedule would be challenging. Suppose the company operates in a manner that necessitates scheduling last-minute business trips due to a sudden issue in another plant that only you can resolve, and you are reluctant to take a midnight call to catch a flight a few hours later. In that case, the company could face difficulties. If you prefer close instructions for your projects, while your boss adopts a laissez-faire management style, where the team must self-manage, you're likely to feel confused and dissatisfied. If your last salary was double what the company offers you, you will probably feel undervalued and seek other opportunities. You could struggle if you are allergic to ferns and the office is filled with them. If you prefer to work from home 50% of the time, while the company insists that clients can walk into the office and always find you there during working hours, that will cause a problem. You get the idea. This possible cultural clash is why the employer must check how much your working style and expectations fit what the company can offer in this position. For this reason, it's good to research the company before going to the interview. In particular, you should check the following. Number 1, the company website. Number 2, the general information about the company via Googling or other means. Number 3, Crunchbase profile to see essential numbers such as the year of incorporation or the head count. Number 4, check to research the salary range they can offer and the experiences of former employees for your information. Browse platforms such as comparably.com, salary.com, glassdoor.com, payscale.com, teamblind.com, salary.com, angel.so, ziprecruiter.com, levels, FYI, simplyhired.com, hired.com, indeed.com, talent.com, industry or demographic-specific platforms, Alpha, which is for women, while RepView and Fishbowl for tech, and Levels for STEM. Number 5, your LinkedIn contacts to check if you know anyone who works or works for them. Of course, you should schedule an informational interview in that case. If the company is large enough, you can find videos with instructions on approaching the qualification procedure or the job interview at that place. As preparation, you can ask yourself the following questions. What is the motto of the company? When was this company created and by whom? How many employees do they have? Do they have international offices? Who is the current CEO? What is the main product or service? What is the main revenue stream? Is this a business-to-customer, B2C, a business-to-business, B2B, a business-to-government, B2G, a nonprofit, or a government-funded agency? Try to understand what their business model is. How do you imagine a working day at this company or institution? During the interview, you can ask the recruiter how the reality differs from your preconceived views. It will be seen positively as a sign of involvement and genuine care about meeting each other's expectations. Regarding the last point, it's also beneficial to verify your beliefs before applying. What are your thoughts on the employer you're applying to? Do you have a positive perception of this company? What intrigues you and motivated you to pursue this opportunity? It will be challenging to convince the recruiter to give you a chance if you don't have a strong conviction about wanting to work there in the first place. Remember that recruiters are professionals, and they can sense desperation. They can tell if you're applying for the job merely because you need any job. Now, imagine you've just discovered your ideal job offer. How do you prepare a winning resume and cover letter? Use AI for your research. You can also use Owler to research your employer of interest, discover their competitive landscape in the market, and learn more about the key players in their industry. Lastly, you can use AI to help you prepare to talk about the company. This simple prompt can give many interesting insights. I am preparing for a job interview for the position of X at company Y. Landing page, y.com. Summarize information about this company that can be useful for me during the interview. In the application process, shall I stand out from the crowd? Yes and no. Your application should present well-rounded arguments in the letter, ensuring the information is current and precise, while utilizing a simple and attractive layout with clearly defined sections in your resume. Things become complicated when it comes to using humor in your resume. In certain industries, such as marketing, humor is welcomed in the job application process. In these sectors, adding a humorous touch to your application is often well received. For example, you could print your resume on the cover of a chocolate bar and send it to the company. Or you might send them one shoe with a note saying that since you've already gotten in the door with one foot, you would like to step in with the other and present yourself for an interview. This can be interpreted as a sign of creativity and thinking outside the box. In many other industries, however, such creativity may not be understood. It all depends on who is reviewing your application. One recruiter might find it amusing and invite you for an interview, while another might think, "We don't need such a quirky person here," or, "Wow, this shoe is unpleasant." Therefore, as a general guideline, this approach can be risky. If the recruiter appreciates your humor, your chances of landing the job may slightly improve, but not by much. Conversely, if the recruiter does not share your sense of humor, your chances could drop to zero. The gamble may not be worth it, but if you enjoy taking risks, proceed with caution ahead. A personal video pitch. On the other hand, you might consider ways to modernize your job application to appeal more to recruiters, such as by creating and linking to your video resume. Although video resumes are not yet standard in the recruitment industry, the good news is that a professionally prepared video can help you stand out. The trend of pitching yourself as a job candidate through a video call has transitioned from modeling. Rather than showing up directly to castings, models now need to create short videos, lasting 1 to 2 minutes, to present themselves to agencies. Based on these videos, they might receive invitations for in-person castings. Such a video can convey essential information about the candidate to the agency. It provides an opportunity to see how they appear on screen and gives a first impression of the candidate's personality and demeanor. Moreover, we live in an era where remote work has often become the default. Therefore, it's also beneficial to give employers a sense of what it's like to work remotely with you. For all these reasons, more headhunters are seeking potential candidates they can see on screen before scheduling a formal interview. Consequently, creating a 1 to 2 minute pitch can enhance your chances of being scouted for jobs by recruitment agents searching for candidates online. This brief statement should summarize who you are as a professional, your strengths and values, and the types of opportunities you are open to pursuing. Ensure that your video is accessible to recruiters. You can, for example, embed the video on your homepage. Then, place the video on LinkedIn. Also, link the video to your resume. There are a few rules to follow, though. Rule number 1, the video should highlight who you are as a professional. The simple formula for it is as follows: I work as a X, where I help Y in or with Z. Of course, you can also mention that you are looking for new career opportunities. However, it shouldn't be the central theme of the video. Ideally, the viewer of your video should react by thinking, "What a great person to have on our team. Shall we check if perhaps they might be interested in applying?" Rather than, "Oh, this person is determined to find a job right now." It's good to include some of your achievements in the video. After all, your achievements make you different and will allow you to stand out. It makes an excellent impression on the viewer if you take a humble approach, such as, "I was fortunate to." Rule number 2, smile in the video. The fact that you are talking about your professional experience doesn't mean that you need to keep a poker face. Instead, the opposite. Remember to create a friendly vibe by speaking with a polite smile on your face. Over 80% of job candidates don't smile during job interviews. Therefore, a smile on your face will immediately make you stand out in all the positive ways. Rule number 3, talk about your passion. Motivational letters notoriously mention being passionate, but you can reach a whole new level once the recruiters see the passion in your eyes. You can also briefly mention some of your core personal values in the video, as it will help the recruiter understand your working style and motivation better. You might say, for instance, "I have high professional ethical standards and especially value that in people I work with. I find sustainability essential in today's world. Thus, I'm highly motivated to work on projects that involve building sustainable solutions. I believe that adaptability and finding a good balance between individuality and teamwork are the keys to success in the corporate world." Rule number 4, you can invest in professional edits for your video. You can find many freelancers online who specialize in editing YouTube movies and other audiovisual forms, and who will help your video look professional with highly reasonable remuneration. It's a worthy investment. The take-home message. Point 1. The recruitment process involves 2 main stages. pre-selecting candidates for interviews by recruiters, and picking the right candidate for the job by the hiring manager. Point 2. Recruiters look for candidates with the necessary skills and expertise for the position and who fit well with the company culture and team dynamics. Therefore, researching the company and its organizational culture before applying is important. Point 3. Informational interviews can provide valuable insights. Asking the right questions during informational interviews can help assess if the company fits you. Point 4. Researching the employer before applying and using AI tools can also help you stand out in the application process. Chapter 6. How to write a winning motivational letter. How to compose your motivational letter. Once you are ready to apply for a specific position mentioned in the previous chapter and gather insights about the employer, you can write your motivational letter. Motivational letters are a crucial part of the job application process. Many professionals dedicate significant time to refining their resumes, only to be eliminated based on their motivational letters. Therefore, it's important to focus on your letter and ensure it presents a compelling image of you as the top candidate for the position. The 3 parts to a good motivational letter. The header of your motivational letter should be a classic letter header. This header should contain the date and city in the upper right corner, and the greeting should be directed personally to the recruiter or the general greeting to whom it might concern, in case you don't know the recruiter's name. The body of your motivational letter should consist of 3 acts. Act 1, friendly, warm, attention grabber. Act 1, tone. I chose to apply to this team for a reason. It's crucial to grab the recruiter's attention in the opening section of your letter. Yes, you should start with why, but the interpretation of starting with why may differ from what you expect. Many job seekers begin their letters by expressing their passion for their professional endeavors, aiming to convince potential employers of their enthusiasm for the job. However, remember that the recruiter is interested in your why only within the job context. There are 2 types of passion, one for the discipline itself and another for the specific position and team. Keep this in mind while crafting your letter, as it will help you remain focused and purposeful. Recruiters want to hear why you want to contribute to their team. In other words, they're more interested in hearing about themselves rather than about your love for your profession. The opening paragraph of your letter should convey excitement about the opportunity within the specific team. Clearly explain why you are applying for this particular position on this specific team. Of course, it can be challenging to provide logical arguments, especially if you learned about the role online and know little about the company. When in doubt, do your research. Browse their website, blog, LinkedIn profile, Glassdoor reviews, or Medium articles. This will help you feel prepared and informed, allowing you to present at least one solid reason for applying to them. Remember, praising the employer is an excellent way to start and customize your letter. Find at least one compelling reason why this position is attractive. This customization will make you feel unique and valued, demonstrating to the employer that you have put thought into your application. However, be cautious. Good benefits are not the strongest argument. Employers seek candidates who are genuinely interested in the company's mission and wish to join its journey, not individuals primarily focused on personal gain. Emphasizing benefits might give the impression that you're more concerned about what the company can provide for you rather than what you can contribute to the team company. Act 2, factual. Act 2, tone, why me? Let me show you that I am the right person. I often encounter letters written as casual tales such as, I did this project once upon a time. Recently, I worked at that company in that position. Remember, the motivational letter is an application document, not an essay. You must justify why you meet all the hiring criteria for the position based on evidence, specifically your projects and achievements. Facts, facts, facts. The second part of the motivational letter should directly respond to the requirements listed in the job offer. You need to address the points raised in the offer one by one, preferably in the same order they were mentioned. After writing a few letters, you can create this section for future letters by rewriting your previous text. Of course, you should explain why you believe you embody the qualities mentioned in the job offer. Prove your qualifications by discussing your past work, the projects you have completed, the conflicts and complex situations you have resolved, and your successful ideas initiatives. Build your case. Build your story. You should build your case to convince the recruiter that you are the top candidate with the strongest and most genuine motivation for the position. Specifically, frame your career story to suggest that it was meant to be that you found yourself in this place. It should feel as if everything you have ever done has led you to this moment. Focusing on your knowledge, experience, and achievements will be beneficial when writing a letter. However, during your face-to-face conversation with the recruiter, you can add a more personal touch and mention your career-defining moments to create a complete narrative of the path of a hero. Act 3. Friendly and emotional. Act 3. Tone. I am your guy or gal. Just give me a chance and you won't regret your decision. In the final section of your letter, you should once again customize your wording to align with the employer's expectations. It's important to leave the recruiter with the impression that you genuinely want to work for this specific team. Therefore, it's advantageous to provide one more concrete reason why this team is your top choice and how they will significantly benefit from your contributions. What should you include at the end of the letter? Many professionals make awkward attempts to close with the recruiter in a neutral manner. There is a psychological trick you can use to enhance your chances of securing an invitation to an interview. It is as simple as it gets. The magic phrase is, I hope I can get a chance to present myself in person and talk about how I can contribute to your team. This sentence plays two roles at a time. Firstly, it lets the recruiter imagine you walking through the door. Secondly, it shows the recruiter that you have the team on your mind. And as such, it prompts the recruiter to give you a chance to present yourself in person. Furthermore, don't forget to sign under the letter. It is good to put your written signature next to your printed name. It is classy and looks much more personal than the printout. Make your letter easy to read. According to today's standards, your letter will be processed first by a machine and then by a human once it passes the initial filtering procedure. Therefore, it should be easy to read for both a human and a machine. There is no need to mention that humans and machines think quite differently. Make your letter easy for a machine to read. Firstly, today, motivational letters are often pre-screened by specialized software that compares the text of the job offer with that of the motivational letter. The philosophy is that bots and software as a service, SaaS, are cheaper than human labor. Therefore, it is primarily an economic decision to filter out random, off-topic, or low-quality motivational letters before a human employee can read them. But you should know that artificial intelligence isn't all that intelligent today. To make it easier for applicant tracking software, ATS, to understand the subject of your letter, you should use vocabulary with overlapping points or synonyms of the language used in the job offer. It's that simple. So, before sending out your letter, it's wise to highlight a few essential keywords found in the job offer and ensure they also appear in your letter. Make your letter easy for a human to read. Secondly, ensure your text is easy for a human to understand. Did you know that recruiters are among the most overwhelmed, stressed, and frustrated professionals? Surprising but true. Especially since the pandemic began and the Great Resignation loomed, the pressure on recruiters has skyrocketed. Human factors ultimately determine market success or failure, and recruiters play a crucial role in selecting the right candidates for company positions. It's no wonder they feel stressed. However, this also presents an opportunity for you. If you make your letter easy for the recruiter to read, you'll stand out and increase your chances of getting hired. The bottom line is to make your letter user-friendly for the recruiter, and you will take 2 steps forward in your journey to landing the job. Number 1. Start with a compliment. Share your excitement about applying for this position. Bring a smile to the recruiter's face and make them think fondly of you even before they begin reading. Number 2. Shrink the main text to 1 page. This volume is an industry standard, and disregarding it will indicate to the recruiter that you need to learn about the unwritten rules. Additionally, avoid cheating and do not shrink the font size to under 10 points. Number 3. Chop massive blocks of text into 2 to 3 sentences long paragraphs. Your letter should read well, like it was a blog post. Number 4. Don't write sentences longer than 20 to 25 words each. This is a letter, not an encyclopedia. Number 5. Don't write in code or jargon. You can't know who will read your letter or what their background is. Most recruiters lack a technical background, which may hinder their ability to interpret some of your achievements. For instance, if you say, "I organized a hackathon," it might not tell the recruiter too much about your logistics skills. In this case, it would work better to say, "I organized a hackathon, a 3-day event hosting 120 participants, where 12 teams competed in a race to design a solution for the air pollution problem in our city. I came up with the event concept, and I was responsible for registering participants and building the infrastructure on the site, including the equipment and setup for broadcasting the event online." Then it's all clear. Number 6. Hyperlinks in the text. Industry standards for resumes can be harsh. The text must shrink to 1 page, with a maximum of 2. For example, how do you cite your achievements if you have academic accomplishments, such as scholarly publications? In these instances, many job seekers resort to hyperlinks. But is this a good practice? Opinions are mixed on this matter. One perspective suggests that it's better to avoid using hyperlinks in your resume, as they may become broken, making your resume appear odd and unprofessional. Additionally, some applicant tracking systems, also known as ATS, have trouble with links, which could lead to your resume being discarded or having a string of characters replace the link, thus corrupting your document. Furthermore, many company systems have security firewalls that might prevent your resume from reaching the ATS if a link is detected. As a rule of thumb, your resume and cover letter should be self-sufficient and not depend on external links. Conversely, another perspective argues that a resume should be evidence-based. Therefore, linking to your projects and publications can be beneficial, as it allows recruiters to easily verify the information provided. This viewpoint maintains that including links in your application documents is acceptable as long as you do not overwhelm your text with them yours. Number 7. Keep the right order of information. Address the points raised in the job offer in the order they appear in the text. Additionally, it is much more convenient for recruiters to review your letter if the information aligns with the requirements stated in the job offer. Recruiters typically read your letter with a checklist in hand and must rush, as they have dozens or even hundreds of letters to process. You will make their job much easier when they don't have to go back and forth through the text to find information. By addressing the list of requirements point by point, you demonstrate that you crafted the letter specifically for the position, which will likely make the recruiter smile face. Number 8. Inject some real human emotion into the letter. The opening and closing paragraphs show genuine interest and excitement about the job offer and the team. No one wants to work with a person without human reactions and desires. So, don't be afraid of showing human emotions, as long as you don't overact and introduce them in a friendly, professional way. Number 9. Use Grammarly or other apps to polish your letter before sending it. You might not be a native speaker, but the unwillingness to use publicly available tools to improve is a sign of laziness and lack of respect for the reader. Number 10. Give your letter to your grandma to read. Ask her what she could say about the person who wrote this letter. She should respond something along the lines of smart, talented, professional, determined, mission-driven, young and energetic, friendly, and eager to learn. If that's not the case, rewrite the letter. Forbidden lines in your motivational letter. Some well-educated and experienced professionals write hundreds of job applications and have difficulty landing jobs. Why? Well, sometimes even one stinky statement can ground your whole application. Certain declarations work for recruiters, like anti-repellent works for gnats. These are the lines you should avoid in your application at any cost. Some examples of the forbidden ones are as follows. Example 1. I would try to adhere to these standards. Do or do not. There is no try. Even if you feel insecure about your ability to fulfill all the expectations for the given position, this feeling cannot transpire in your letter. If you miss a particular skill, you might say, I must admit that, as of today, I do not code in Swift as is required for this position. However, I can code in 3 other languages and confidently declare that I would gain fluency in Swift within 3 months of professional training. In general, any subjunctive statements look bad in the letter, including might, could, or perhaps. Example 2. This role is a perfect step in my career. The employer is interested in something other than writing your career story and becoming the next point in your shiny resume. You must always give the recruiter the feeling that this is your destination, not just the next step. Example 3. I chose to apply for this role as you offer the best working conditions and competitive benefits. No one likes gold diggers, including recruiters. They know that employees motivated solely by material aspects of the job are typically poor performers and flee on the first occasion. Therefore, recruiters seek genuine interest in the position and the team. The details of your job application matter. When putting together your resume and cover letter, pay special attention to typos, especially regarding the spelling of the company or recruiter's name. Nothing leaves a worse impression than sending out a letter filled with errors while trying to present yourself as diligent. As a rule of thumb, let your application documents sit overnight and review them again when you're refreshed and your mind is clear. Additionally, you might want to use apps or browser extensions like Grammarly or Hemingway. Of course, not every recruiter is equally strict about typos. Some may give good candidates a chance, even with less than perfect writing, while others may not. According to Live Career, 59% of recruiters reject candidates due to grammatical errors or typos. Therefore, since you can't predict who will read your letter, it's always safer to assume that this person is meticulous and attentive forgiving. One quite controversial subject when discussing job applications is keywords. Big companies, in particular well-known brands, often receive hundreds of applications for each position. To reduce the cost of the recruitment process, they need to prescreen the applications before allowing recruiters to read the content. According to Live Career, 64% of recruitment companies screen incoming resumes. It is difficult to determine the best approach to this issue. There are multiple methods to prescreen applicants' documents, along with various software packages that have different standards, and you cannot predict which one the recruiter will use. Therefore, as a rule of thumb, it is advisable to review the job posting again and identify expressions that describe the job and the desired qualifications. Then, use the same or similar phrases to describe yourself in your letter as long as this remains true. For instance, if you see that the ideal candidate should have a continuous drive to keep learning, reflect this in your letter by describing yourself as someone with a drive who never stops learning or enjoys learning new skills. If they expect you to be analytical, it is beneficial to mention that you have an analytic mind, rather than searching for synonyms like systematic approach to solving problems. You need to determine how sophisticated the screening algorithm will be and whether it will recognize that you are referring to the same quality. As previously noted, trimming unnecessary content from your resume to better align it with the position is also wise. The software identifies keywords and calculates the density of these keywords throughout the text. Thus, the more off-topic text you include, the lower your chances of getting it noticed through. Can you help yourself by using AI while writing a motivational letter? Now, let's address the elephant in the room. Can you use AI to write a motivational letter? Is it worthwhile to utilize popular chatbots, such as ChatGPT, to assist you in crafting a motivational letter? Or will this make your letter feel more robotic? Using AI in job applications has become quite common these days. Many professional recruiters argue that the launch of GPT was when motivational letters entirely lost their significance, as now, anyone can have a letter prepared and ready to send out in just a few clicks. But is it a smart move? To some extent, yes. Using AI is a double-edged sword. If you let AI write your entire letter and don't even recall what you shared about yourself in the interview, it might become evident and work against you. Furthermore, AI still lacks insight into your personal motivations and desires. However, it can effectively showcase your past projects and achievements that are most relevant to the position you're applying for, forming the central part of the letter. Still, you won't be able to express your true reasons for wanting to join this particular team. When applying for jobs, it's crucial to demonstrate genuine motivation and authenticity. An experienced recruiter can detect every sign of hesitation. So, identify why you find the position worthy of a significant part of your life instead of waiting for your favorite chatbot to dictate what you should think and feel. Moreover, no chatbot can accurately define and describe your actual contributions to the projects listed in your resume or assess your skills to determine which should be highlighted in a CV, which is the core of your application letter. However, with the help of an intelligent chatbot, you can effectively plan the structure of a motivational letter. In practice, it is straightforward. You can use a simple prompt, such as "Write a plan for a competitive motivational letter," or "Write a plan for a competitive motivational letter in software engineering," to receive a complete template for a motivational letter. Effectively, research the employer. Using chatbots, you can conveniently research the company you are applying to and learn about its highlights, history, and current business model. Effectively handle cumbersome elements of the letter. Some elements of the letter, like the final greetings, could be more user-friendly, especially for new job seekers. Chatbots can assist you in crafting those parts of the letter with finesse. Just use a simple prompt, such as "Please write the final greetings for a motivational letter," and you're all set. The take-home message. Point 1. When preparing to apply for a job, crafting a compelling motivational letter alongside your resume is essential. Point 2. The letter should contain 3 parts: an attention-grabbing introduction expressing your interest in the position and the company, a factual section highlighting your qualifications and achievements, and a closing that reinforces your enthusiasm for the position. Point 3. Tailoring your letter to the specific job and company is crucial, as well as focusing on how you can contribute to their team rather than just what you can gain from the position. Point 4. Additionally, your letter should be easy to read for both machines and humans by using simple language, breaking up text into paragraphs, and avoiding jargon. Point 5. While AI can assist in planning the structure of your letter and conducting research, it is essential to maintain authenticity and genuine motivation in your writing. Chapter 7. How to shine at job interviews. Why is passing the job interview with flying colors crucial for leading the job? In the pursuit of securing a white-collar job, mastering the job interview is non-negotiable. This is because job interviews are not merely a formality. They are a crucial diagnostic tool. Many professionals can craft compelling application letters, but true success lies in understanding what employers are genuinely seeking and articulating your authentic beliefs and skills. The difference between submitting motivational letters and succeeding in job interviews is akin to the contrast between turning in homework assignments and passing exams at university. The latter requires a deeper understanding and preparation, especially when you're on your own, without the comfort of a friendly teacher or supportive friends. But the moment of truth arrives. You are left alone with your test, so show what you've got. This test is your job interview. And just like a university exam, it's a chance to demonstrate your knowledge and skills. Using this analogy, the recruiter is a seasoned examiner who has gone through the process thousands of times, evaluated countless candidates like you, and won't accept any nonsense. For this reason, it's imperative to prepare diligently for every interview. Regardless of the position or market sector, certain questions are bound to resurface in job interviews, which is the focus of this chapter. Job interviews are sales pitches. When you sign a job contract, you engage in a transaction, exchanging your time and energy for financial and professional benefits. Effectively, at the job interview, you present yourself as a service. Therefore, the principles of sales and marketing apply. While your social media serves as your marketing strategy, your job interview acts as your sales pitch. But how do you learn sales if you don't have a natural talent for it? Let me tell you, selling is not easy at all. However, you can learn a few principles in just a few evenings. I highly recommend the book Right to Sell by Andy Maslin. This book explains how sales taps into human emotions and introduces a variety of desires we can satisfy while selling our services. Is the recruitment process always the same? No. The following section primarily focuses on corporate interviews. By familiarizing yourself with the provided rules, you will be well equipped for encounters with corporate recruiters. However, keep in mind that the reality varies from one environment to another. For example, in startups, you might find yourself landing a job over a beer simply by running into the company's co-founder, especially if you possess the skills they are currently seeking. In large consulting firms, recruitment procedures are typically lengthy and rigorous, adhering to the company's internal standards. If you plan to apply to major consulting firms like McKinsey or Boston Consulting Group, you should take a specialized course tailored specifically for applicants to these companies. In academia, recruitment procedures can often feel like pulp fiction, as job offers are frequently crafted with a specific candidate in mind. Therefore, even if you are a self-promoting ninja, you may not secure a job unless you know the employer personally. In NGOs and some public institutions, the atmosphere differs from that of a corporation. You might be surprised by a picnic-like vibe during the interview. Instead of being asked, "Where do you see yourself in 5 years?" you are more likely to encounter questions that explore whether your mission aligns with that of the organization. Additionally, your potential future teammates will take note of whether you would be enjoyable to work with daily. The biggest mistake made at interviews. Universally across the globe, the biggest mistake made by job hunters is playing hard to get during the interview. Namely, many professionals operate under the false assumption that they should act tough and behave as if they have numerous options. Otherwise, they risk appearing desperate. They believe that if they reveal their genuine interest and enthusiasm for the job, they may receive a less attractive salary offer later. Nothing could be further from the truth. In the interview, you need to convince the employer of two things. First, that you are the top candidate for the job, and secondly, that you genuinely want this job more than anyone else. During the Great Resignation, motivation and determination are as crucial for the position as skills themselves. Rule number 1, you need to take the employer's point of view. Related to the previous point, it's always beneficial to consider the employer's perspective during the recruitment process. This is a crucial aspect that is often overlooked when searching for jobs. Employers are human too, individuals who dedicated their youth working tirelessly for a vision they believed in. Most of them faced years of insecurity and failed many times before reaching the level of comfort you enjoy as an employee from day one. Leading a company is never easy. There is always new market competition, changing demands, and various taxes and obstacles to navigate. Thus, employers seek to hire individuals who excel in their roles, are easygoing, team-oriented, genuinely interested in contributing to projects, and demonstrate loyalty. Let's engage in a little mental exercise. Imagine you are the person who spent the last 10 years working 70 to 100 hours a week to build your business. You still recall those sleepless nights, an empty fridge, the debt piling up, and your family and friends urging you to get a real job. Yet, you persevered and succeeded. Now you are the leader of a successful company that employs over 100 people and has received awards for the innovative services your company provides. You meet a candidate who has just graduated and is eager to work for your company. What questions would you ask this individual interview? Develop empathy for recruiters. The recruiter serves as the employer's representative who will make the crucial decision: go or no go. Let's discuss human interaction during the negotiation of an employment contract. At job interviews, we often perceive the recruiter as the opposing side in negotiations, possessing unlimited resources and holding a position of power. Many career experts suggest that the recruiter is your opponent engaged in a zero-sum game with you. However, I will argue that the recruiter is actually your partner in negotiations, rather than your adversary. You should aim for common goals, finding a suitable match in skills, work culture, and expectations, while ensuring that the compensation is substantial enough to motivate you to excel and grow. The main challenge lies in the differing constraints on both sides. Your acceptable compensation is limited at the bottom, while the approved salary range is capped at the top, and you need to discover an equilibrium point that is satisfactory for both parties. In this discussion, we will explore how to cultivate the right mindset before job interviews and how to engage with the recruiter in a way that showcases your maturity and empathy, elevating your candidacy in their eyes. Leaderboard. What is the reality of working as a recruiter? Before negotiating your salary, consider the reality of working as a recruiter. It can lead to a much better job interview experience. Recruiters are among the most stressed professional groups. Why? Well, for many reasons. Reason number 1, it's an extremely hectic and stressful job with high odds of depression. Especially after the pandemic broke out, 61% of recruiters declared increased stress levels at work. Reason number 2, recruiters are constantly under high pressure, as finding and hiring the best talent is one of the significant factors for success in the market. High stakes and much responsibility are rarely rewarded with high compensation, though. Reason number 3, you can help yourself to be more efficient at work using AI tools, but there is a high risk of an AI-induced bias in the selection process, so you need to be extremely careful with that. Reason number 4, the golden rule of crisis management in industry: recruiters go first in case of recession and layoffs. Recruiters know that they will be sacrificed without pardon if anything goes wrong with the economy. Reason number 5, there are low barriers to entry. This type of job doesn't require a PhD, highly specialist skills, or deep domain knowledge. If you work as a recruiter, it is relatively easy to replace you, especially with younger and more energetic employees who can read more resumes per hour and type quickly. Reason number 6, as a recruiter, you must be extremely cautious about anything you say and write, as one misplaced word might result in suing the company. Reason number 7, despite your engagement and impact on the company's success, it does not earn you your colleagues' respect. You are treated as a gatekeeper, while R&D employees are seen as innovators, the organization's drivers, or the show's stars. Reason number 8, in a recruiter's position, your job boils down to saying no to 99.9% of applicants, regardless of how much you admire their life experience and talent, or how much you sympathize with their life situation. Empathy is your biggest asset. Overall, being a recruiter is a formidable challenge and comes with high levels of work-related stress. Therefore, small human gestures can work wonders in negotiating your contract. Try to smile at the recruiter and let them speak. Be brief and don't interrupt. During the conversation, demonstrate team thinking. Use expressions like we, our, and for us as often as possible to make them feel included in your vision for the company. Always thank them for their time, their invitation, their questions, and their advice. Ask them personal questions during the interview, such as, "What is your favorite aspect of working here?" Also, inquire about their perspective with, "What do you believe is the leading factor for success in this company?" Make sure to tell the recruiter that you are enjoying the conversation. Finally, send them a message after the interview, preferably within 24 hours, thanking them for their time and expressing your delight at the possibility of working together. Remember, people want to work with those who respect them, sometimes even more than with those who are objectively the smartest or best prepared. Empathy is key first. Prepare for the interview. Regardless of where you apply, it would help if you additionally prepared for the interview. Now you are one of the top candidates. You must win a competition with other competent and motivated people. Before going to the interview, research the company once more. The delay between early applications and interviews can range from a few days to several months, depending on your location and industry. You may forget what you learn in by the time you approach the employer. Refresh your knowledge and stay updated. Review recent news on the company website and social media, and Google the company again to see if there are any press releases. Research the interviewers. If you know the names of the people on the interviewing team, check their LinkedIn profiles to learn how they introduce themselves as professionals and what their backgrounds are. This will help you determine whether the interview is likely to be technical in nature to evaluate your hard skills or a management interview to assess your fit with the team, or perhaps both. How do you find out who will be on the committee? It is common practice to invite a candidate to an interview via Google Calendar. In that case, you can usually see all the invitees, making it easy to identify the committee members. Otherwise, reach out to the recruiter who is directly in contact with you. Prepare for online interviews. If your interview is going to take place online, prepare a checklist in advance and adhere to it, so there's no last-minute panic before going on air. Check your internet connection, the lighting, the visibility of your face on the screen, and the background in your room. Many job candidates lose interviews for top management positions because they forget about the unmade beds in the corners of their rooms. Lastly, don't forget to smile during the interview. Especially when being interviewed remotely, it's essential to build a connection with the hiring manager. Therefore, a smile is invaluable. Practice speaking in front of a mirror. Some people have a face that appears polite and positive, even without any expression, while others have what is commonly known as a resting bitch face. When they don't smile, they can inadvertently look angry or unhappy. Be aware of your facial expression dynamics. If you notice yourself experiencing the resting bitch face syndrome, it's a signal to practice smiling on demand and to activate your smiling mode every time you attend an interview. Reschedule if necessary. If you feel unwell before the interview, reschedule. There's a common misconception that rescheduling interviews is unprofessional. It would be much worse if you showed up feeling poorly and behaved dully during the interview. Rescheduling won't hurt your chances of getting the job unless you do it without a valid reason, at the very last minute, like 5 minutes before the interview, or if you do it multiple times. Choose the clothing according to the local standards. Job interviews vary significantly across environments. Corporate interviews are generally more formal than those in startups, though this ultimately depends on local standards. Therefore, if you're uncertain, consult friends who are interviewing in a similar field. Dressing too extravagantly won't ruin your application, but it may cause discomfort, which could indirectly affect your performance during the interview. And, of course, wear comfortable shoes that you are accustomed to. If you're a woman who prefers comfy clothes in your daily life, arriving at the interview in heels you haven't worn in the past year is not a wise choice. You might end up with blisters before you even step into the hiring manager's office. Why are job interviews so complicated? A job interview is a necessary step in the recruitment process for any knowledge-based position. Regardless of the job you are applying for or the industry, certain questions recur in job interviews. Before discussing the specific questions you might expect from recruiters, it's beneficial to consider the 4 aspects of today's job market that influence recruiters' thinking and reasoning in interviews. Aspect number 1: competition on the market. Globalization and rapid technological progress have led to volatility in the job market. 100 or 50 years ago, a company that led the market remained at the top for decades, unless it made significant business mistakes. Now in the 21st century, nothing can be taken for granted. Sometimes a single unfortunate public statement can damage an entire company's reputation. Other times, a competitor patents a new solution or designs a product that undercuts your prices and forces you out of the market within months. For this reason, every company, large or small, must pivot and adapt to changing circumstances. Intense competition pressures many companies to operate on low margins, making it difficult to cover the extra costs associated with frequent employee turnover. Every employee who chooses to leave creates a gap that the HR team must fill by finding and training a new hire, presenting a significant expense to the company. Aspect number 2. The standard of living went up. 100 years ago, most workers were grateful for their paychecks and happy to have a roof over their heads. A job was almost synonymous with a source of money. Today, along with the increased standard of living, workers' expectations for their jobs have also risen. Most professionals seek much more than just a paycheck, including personal satisfaction, opportunities for growth, and the feeling of being respected and influential in their communities. These factors make it significantly harder to keep employees happy than it used to be. In the past, employees depended on their employers, whereas now the relationship is more symbiotic. Aspect number 3. Easy access to jobs. Accessing information has always presented challenges. Before the internet, job openings were typically found through word of mouth or local newspapers. Now, you can effortlessly explore job advertisements from around the globe. You can compare opportunities and pursue whichever you find most appealing and exciting. For this reason, good employees have all the choices. For the first time in history, employers must compete for good employees. First, nurture them. Then, make them feel at home. Also, give them responsibility. Finally, offer internal career development options. Aspect number 4. The loyalty crisis. We live in a social media culture which significantly affects the job market. LinkedIn currently has over 500 million users. Searching for new professional contacts in employers or employees has become the default platform in many countries. The dark side of LinkedIn is that it gives you the impression that everyone around you progresses in their professional life while you are in limbo. LinkedIn users only talk about their promotions and successes. It creates a false picture of the job market as a pot of gold with endless possibilities, misleading employees to forsake job stability and, instead, acting on the urge to change jobs in pursuit of further promotion and search for professional fulfillment. Conclusions. What do recruiters look for? In these conditions, recruiters look for the following qualities in job candidates. Number 1, flexibility. Ability to adapt to the situation, comprehend, and solve new problems. The recruiter needs to ensure that the employee will help the company adapt to the changing conditions in the job market, rather than being the late adopter who is always last to learn new things and less able to modify their goals and working style for changing circumstances. Number 2, fit to the team. Compatible working style, values, and attitude towards the job. The recruiter must ensure the new employee will build synergistic relations with their team members, thus ensuring that their working style and general thinking about professional development fit the team is essential. For instance, if the recruiter is looking for a new journalist to join a team responsible for the daily news section at a popular blog, yet the applicant is a free spirit with an artistic soul who writes blog posts for their blog now and then, the recruiter will probably raise concerns about the applicant's ability to change their working style to fit the team. Number 3, integrity. Loyalty, team spirit, and motivation to build a career within the company. The recruiter needs to find a person whose personal ambitions in professional life can be fulfilled within the company. It's not a good deal to hire a tourist just passing by to entertain themselves, collect a few experiences, and then disappear. Now, to the point, how do you prepare for the job interviews? Some questions often reappear in the recruitment process. These are hard to answer without preparation. Let me list these questions, together with the tips on how to best approach them. The 2 types of interview questions. Beware that interviewers ask 2 main types of questions, especially in the first phase of the interview process. Interview questions of Type 1. Progressive questions aims to determine what you can bring to the table and how well you fit the team. This question is open-ended. It gives you a chance to excel and show how competent you are. Interview questions of Type 2. Elimination questions. They are used by recruiters in situations when they have dozens of suitable candidates for one position. It is hard to excel while answering such a question. It would help if you focused on not saying anything that could eliminate you from consideration. Elimination question example 1. How do you see yourself in a perspective of 5 to 10 years? Why does the recruiter ask this particular question? First, it's good news for you whenever you get this question. It means that the recruiting team seriously considers you for the job. The reason for asking this question is that they want to know whether the company can satisfy your long-term professional ambitions and whether you will likely stay in the company for longer. How to best prepare for this question? There is not one perfect line to answer this question. It is good to make your answer truthful, but rather general. You don't know the structure and policies within the company or organization in as much detail as the recruiter. Thus, if you are too specific, you might say something impossible to achieve, and the recruiter will know that. It's also great to reassure the recruiter about your interest in building your career with them at this stage. Of course, you cannot see the future, and many scenarios might play out, but the recruiter expects you to show your enthusiasm and a solid motivation to stay around. Elimination question, example 2. What types of stress can or can't you handle? Why does the recruiter ask this? The recruiter wants to know if you are as dynamic at work as necessary and whether your working style fits the working schedule of the team. The things that motivate some people, such as leadership responsibilities, are stressful to others. Especially if you're making a lateral move from another field or type of product or service, or are looking for your first job, this answer is essential to show that you can perform well in your new function. How to best prepare for this question? Ask yourself, number 1, how do you react to deadlines? Do deadlines stress you or motivate you? Number 2, how do you react to unexpected news, such as a last-minute business trip tomorrow? Does this stress you or excite you? Number 3, how do you react to sudden setbacks in your project? Does this stress you? Or do you step forward to fix the project and earn the respect of your peers, superiors, and subordinates? Number 4, do you prefer an employer to employee or provider to client type of relationship? Number 5, do public presentations motivate and excite you, or do they stress you? Number 6, how well do you function in a chaotic environment? Do you prefer following established procedures or an open field where you start without well-defined rules? Number 7, does leading other people motivate or stress you? Then, review these points with the recruiter, focusing on your strengths. Everyone is resilient to at least one type of stress, and you must identify and communicate your strengths. Progressive question, example 1. Why did you decide to look for a new job? Why does the recruiter ask this? You might get this question if you change your career path, that is, the discipline or market sector. Otherwise, changing jobs is a natural part of professional growth. For many professionals, changing the career track is a form of an escape from bad experiences and frustrations they had before. They don't have a clear vision of what they want and what job they are going for. The recruiter wants to know if you changed your career plans for the right reasons, and if it's a conscious decision. How to best prepare for this question? It is good to go for either neutral or positive answers. For instance, I was always interested in this market sector, and I see a long-term future in this area. Or, I would like to work for your company specifically, where I could use the theoretical knowledge I acquired to make significant contributions here. And what if you had negative experiences in your last job? Do not mention it. When you're acing that job interview, remember that any mention of a less than rosy experience from your previous workplace might not land you that dream job. If you start dissing your old boss, the recruiter might think, "Uh-oh, this person's bad-mouthing their past employers. No thanks, I don't want to be the next victim in their roast fest." So let's keep it positive and professional. It's also better to avoid discussing difficult work times, for example, a sick leave. Sick leave is a construct that exists in some of the developed countries. Going on sick leave means that your mental health does not allow you to continue working for some time. Usually, the employer is still obliged to pay the employee a salary during this period. Therefore, regardless of the reasons behind your past sick leaves, it will not look great to the employer. They will think, this person is weak in their mind and cannot handle stress. If I sign the contract, I might need to pay for yet another sick leave in the future, and God knows for how long. As a result, you will most likely get rejected and be given some arbitrary throwaway explanation for this decision. Progressive question example 2. Why did you apply for this particular position? Why does the recruiter ask this? Brace yourself, as this is one of the questions that best separates the candidates for the recruiters. Those who fail on this question are usually automatically rejected. So, by asking this question, the recruiter does not express their interest in who you are as a professional and your career story. The recruiter is curious whether you submit hundreds of applications trying to land any job, or rather, you made a conscious decision to apply for this position because you have a vision for how you fit into the company and this particular position. They want to know how well you will fit in with the team and your morale and motivation. How to best prepare for this question? Prepare to talk about them rather than about you. Avoid arguments such as, well, I always dreamt about living and working in the US. Therefore, I was excited to see this opening. Or, this position perfectly fits my interests. This question is not about you and what you want from your job or life. Prepare to talk strictly about the employer and what you know about their activities, products, services, infrastructure, etc., and how you would like to contribute to this venture. Nothing else. Progressive question, example 3. What is your strongest and weakest side as a professional? Why does the recruiter ask this? The recruiter wants to know how well you know yourself as a professional at this stage and how well you fit the team. They also want to learn more about you as a person. They will pay attention, especially to your declared weaknesses. Thus, it is good to double your efforts to prepare for this part of the question. How to best prepare for this question? While discussing your strengths, emphasize your core competencies. These qualities hold value for employers and include what you excel at, enjoy doing, and appreciate about yourself. They can encompass both hard and soft skills. As a general rule, it's wise to prepare 3 strengths you're ready to discuss, along with an additional 2 in case the recruiter shows enough interest to ask for more details. Being honest about your natural strengths boosts your chances of being entrusted with responsibilities, enabling you to thrive with this employer. Addressing the question about your weaknesses is trickier. Mentioning unwanted traits for the position you're applying for or within the company can raise significant red flags for the recruiter. Conversely, it can be challenging to discern what the company desires when you're viewing it from the outside. For example, Apple markets itself as a visionary company that unites disruptors, hipsters, and innovative thinkers. But does it expect every employee to be another innovation and disruption leader? Certainly not. Such an approach would result in total chaos within the company. The best strategy is to remain truthful. After all, the recruiter is a professional who will quickly see through any facade. Nonetheless, there are 2 prevailing schools of thought on how to tackle this question. School of thought. Number 1, talk about ambivalent qualities. Focus on your working style and personality aspects that are as ambivalent as possible. Namely, discuss qualities you can interpret as positive or negative, depending on the situation. The classic examples of ambivalent qualities are as follows. Example 1. Perfectionism. Spending much time mastering your project's fine details might delay the deliverables. On the other hand, it is also a trait of diligence, especially in complex projects of high difficulty. Example 2. You are being self-critical. Spending a lot of time analyzing your mistakes and improving your work accordingly can also slow down your results, but it also means that you have high personal standards and consistently learn from your mistakes. Example 3. Creative laziness. If you make a statement like, "I consider repetitive work tasks tedious, thus, I invest time in optimizing my workflow," it will meet with a positive response from the recruiter for obvious reasons. Example 4. Hyperactive mind. Suppose you have ADHD-like symptoms and you highly prefer multitasking over deep work. In that case, it might pose some difficulties, especially if you are applying for a specialized position that requires sharp mental focus. However, with modern-day rapid communication through multiple business-to-business channels, the ability to quickly pivot and change gears without advance notice is always a helpful talent. Example 5. Impatience. You can say, for example, "I'm so impatient to see the results of my projects that I rush to finish them as soon as possible." Preparing well for this question creates an opportunity to enhance your credibility and likability with the employer. For instance, you might share a brief anecdote that supports your statements with an authentic story from your previous job. For example, you could say, "I'm so stressed by public presentations that I used to grab a coffee and a few cookies before my talk to boost my spirits. At my last job, I gained a few pounds from this." School of thought. Number 2, talk about a weakness that you've successfully overcome. Of course, mention a personality trait or habit that could lead to problems at work and describe how you improve this situation. For example, you can say, "I know that handling multiple deadlines is not my strongest side. Therefore, I'm working with time management tools that help me improve. I'm afraid of public presentations, but I'm currently taking a course on this topic and making fast progress." Many recruiters prefer to hear such a pitch because it sounds genuine and deeply human. That builds trust. Progressive question. Example 4. Why should we hire you? Why does the recruiter ask this? This is a bold question that recruiters like to ask to assess a few combined characteristics. Firstly, how self-confident are you? Secondly, how well do you understand what they offer and what this job entails? Lastly, do you have a team-oriented mindset and consider your contributions rather than your benefits? However, the specific purpose of this question depends on where you are in the hiring process. At the beginning, when you are in contact with the recruiter for the first time, they primarily want to determine whether you meet the mandatory qualifications for the position. Conversely, in the final stages of the hiring process, when you communicate with the hiring manager who may become your boss in the future, they primarily want to know what additional qualities you bring to the table compared to the other candidates' applicants. How to best prepare for this question? The answer to this question depends on the position for which you have applied. Always imagine the situation from the employer's perspective and focus on the benefits they and their team will gain from hiring you. If you have the opportunity to meet other candidates during the recruitment process, do not compare. Instead, concentrate on what you can bring to the table. Highlight your core competencies and smile while you speak. When talking to the recruiter, be sure to reference the points in the job offer. This is important because the recruiter will directly compare your qualifications with the profile of the ideal candidate provided by their superiors. Any extra information may confuse the recruiter and work against you. However, when speaking with the hiring manager, it is advisable to mention the listed requirements along with your additional skills. Reaching this stage in the process sends a clear message that you have already been classified as a sufficient candidate. Now, you need to demonstrate that you are the best candidate, someone who will not only meet, but exceed expectations by contributing unique competencies that other candidates can only aspire to. The hiring manager is looking for the best quality for the price, so show them you are that top choice performer. Progressive question example 5. What was the best job you've had and why? Why does the recruiter ask this? The recruiter wants to find out what aspects of the job excite you the most. It will help them determine if they can bind you with the current company culture. How to best prepare for this question? It's beneficial to consider the positive aspects of your previous jobs and to mention only those that relate to the position. For example, if you say, "Once I had a summer job selling ice cream on the beach, and it was wonderful. I made so many friends that summer," it provides irrelevant information for the recruiter. However, if you say, "I had a job that involved coordinating several teams, and I loved it because I feel strong and enjoy coordinating logistics and collaborating with multiple teams simultaneously," it conveys a lot about the roles you prefer. Just as with the question, "How do you see yourself in 5 to 10 years?" You must be cautious here. Being too specific could backfire, as you might say something the company cannot accommodate. Elimination question example 3. What critical feedback do you most often hear? Why does the recruiter ask this? The recruiter wants to know your weaknesses when working in a team to help them determine if you fit the team and in what roles you perform best. How to best prepare for this question? As with answering the question about your weaknesses as a professional, you should approach this question carefully. Since this question relates to hard facts, being truthful is good. Mention critical feedback you've received, then explain how you've changed and grown since you got this feedback. For instance, if you had heard that you didn't focus on your project enough, you could say, "Occasionally, I got feedback that I needed to focus on my main task more and then address the less important tangents. Thus, in my next job, I took a role that gave me responsibility for playing multiple roles on various tasks, and I have excelled ever since." Or, if you had heard that you were not efficient enough, you might say, "Once I got a suggestion that I could improve my time management skills, so I installed a few apps to help me multitask and effectively finish my projects before deadlines." Progressive question, example 6. What motivates or inspires you? Why does the recruiter ask this? The recruiter wants to know your mentality and how much of your motivation is related to your individual goals instead of your team's. How to best prepare for this question? You can mention a philosopher, scientist, author, or other authority who is your role model and cite them. Consider thinking of a personal motto or slogan beforehand and introducing it to the recruiter. What works particularly well for recruiters is if you are motivated by the team's success and enjoy contributing to your company's financial health. Employers look for candidates with a natural drive to increase company revenue and find genuine joy in doing so. After all, the primary reason for a company to announce a new position is to boost profits, so they prefer to work with individuals for whom making money is a favorite game. Recruiters also seek professionals who feel motivated by being helpful to their team members. Those who enjoy assisting and advising others and sharing ideas rather than keeping their thoughts to themselves. Lastly, recruiters highly value self-motivated employees who don't need pressure to work hard, but instead manage their own pace and feel genuine satisfaction whenever they learn something new and improve themselves daily. You might also consider the question, what motivates you more, receiving praise or constructive criticism? For many people, positive reinforcement and constant compliments are most effective. However, some might become complacent when praised frequently. Facing real challenges and receiving regular feedback works better for them. It's beneficial to analyze yourself from this perspective. Understanding what drives your motivation will resonate well with the recruiter and serve as a strong indicator of your fit for the role maturity. Elimination question, example 4. Why are you changing your job? Why does the recruiter ask this? The recruiter wants to know what your motivation is. Is your decision proactive or reactive? In other words, do you wish to develop yourself further or leave your current team where you feel stuck? Also, is your decision motivated by internal or external factors? In other words, do you desire to work on something new, bigger, and more challenging, or is your family pressuring you to find a better paid job? Employers highly prefer hiring proactive and internally motivated applicants. How to best prepare for this question? Even ambitious people usually need a stimulus to change their jobs. It could be anything from getting laid off through a toxic workplace to a growing family with growing needs. Regardless of the scenario, treat your answer as an exercise in diplomacy. These are do's and don'ts to a few potentially problematic scenarios. Toxic atmosphere at work. Of course, personal issues with bosses are often the reason for a change. As mentioned, bringing negative experiences with a previous boss into the conversation will be taken negatively during the job interview. Moreover, managers often know each other in the industry. Therefore, you cannot be sure if speaking badly about your former boss wouldn't backfire on you at some point. Moreover, as we discussed in Progressive Question, Example 1, why did you decide to look for a new job? It's also better to avoid discussing difficult times that prevented you from going to work, a sick leave, family leave, or disability. Being on an extended leave can give the impression, rightly or wrongly, that you used the situations in your life as a reason or excuse not to go to work, whether you could have continued working during the situations you took time off for or not. The employer might also worry that if they hire you, they might need to pay for another sick leave. As a result, you will most likely get rejected. The desire to earn more. This is a common motivation for changing jobs, and it is natural with time. Your financial needs and market value might be growing, and you wish the paycheck to reflect that. However, if you openly say that you are interested in getting a raise, you might give the impression of being a money-driven person. It is much better to tell the employer that you are looking for a job with a broader scope of responsibilities, implying that you also want to be better paid. In this way, you show that you want to make your work worthy of a higher paycheck. Good labor first, good salary next. A good expression to use here is to say you're looking for advancement in your career. Getting laid off. Of course, getting laid off is also a common reason to change jobs. It happens to the best. First, it is not a shame to be laid off, mainly if it is associated with a massive reduction of positions. If you find yourself in such a situation, say it aloud and don't dwell on the details of the circumstances. You can also use this occasion to show yourself in a good light by praising your former boss and working environment. You can say, for example, "My previous working environment was wonderful, and I highly enjoyed working there. Unfortunately, we had reductions this year, and that's how I became available for hiring again." Summary. Overall, it's always a great idea to focus on the positives and the future. Envision what you want to achieve and how you see your future within the company. The ideal scenario is when you change jobs because you want to work on a specific project or product line at this particular company, especially if you receive a recommendation from current employees. Therefore, regardless of your reasons for changing jobs, it's beneficial to conclude your response by highlighting that you applied for this position because the subject is intriguing and you want to be part of this specific team. Imagine yourself as someone who is in charge of your career narrative, even if you've just been laid off. Elimination question. Example 5. Why do you have a gap in your resume? Why does the recruiter ask this? When the recruiter notices a period in your career when you were not employed, they want to know why. Namely, they want to see if you were doing anything constructive within that time. Many employees today, especially the younger and less experienced ones, have low resilience from stress-inducing situations, which can result in long-lasting burnouts and sick leaves. This is the scenario the employer would like to avoid at any cost. Furthermore, some people are naturally travelers. They are not all work-oriented, but take jobs primarily to raise funds for their next travels. And then, as soon as they raise enough, they quit. Therefore, the recruiter wants to examine what you were doing during your career gap to rule out the possibility that you will soon disappear because of sickness, travel, or some other reason they cannot control. How to best prepare for this question? Remind yourself of all the constructive activities you undertook in between jobs. You probably took courses or attended professional seminars and networking events, even if you were not working. You must pitch yourself as a person focused on self-development and in the future in any circumstances. You can say, for example, in 2013, I was looking for new career opportunities for a few months. I constructively spent this time. I polished my Portuguese or any other foreign language, expanded my professional network through meetups and events, and attended several online courses to improve my professional skills further. In 2015, I was still finishing my thesis after all my courses had ended. I also started my first business together with peers from my studies. We created our minimum viable product, MVP, and refined the business model. But after bootstrapping for a few months, we couldn't obtain sufficient funding, putting the project on hold. I still appreciate this experience and benefit from it at work, as this initiative taught me how to be more goal-oriented, choose the right people to work with, and take calculated risks. In 2014, I took a gap year to travel worldwide. I was a fresh graduate, and I felt that traveling and putting myself in multiple unforeseen circumstances was the best way to learn about myself and my potential. When I returned from travel, I felt more mature and understanding to people of all cultures and backgrounds. This experience has helped me immensely in my career to date. Elimination question, example 6. What animal would you compare yourself to? Why does the recruiter ask this particular question? This question concerns your personality and sense of humor more than your professional skills. It's an example of a question often used to put the candidates out of their comfort zone, surprise them, and see how they react under pressure. Suppose you lose it and stare at the recruiter in panic. In that case, it is a good reason to eliminate you from the hiring process for the lack of spontaneity, poor stress management, and amoeba's personality. How to best prepare for this question? The best choice would be one of the animals that are typically associated with some good personality traits, such as eagle, independent, ambitious, high flyer, dolphin, intelligent, friendly, family-oriented, team player, octopus, smart, innovative, multitasking, self-sufficient, beaver, builder with great teeth, salmon, nonconformist, swimming against the tide. Of course, no matter which animal you choose, you must explain why this is so, saying, "a lobster," and staring at the interviewer with satisfaction on your face is not the best idea. And now, what is the worst possible answer to this question, yet quite popular? A cat. Many job hunters and cat owners find cats cute, majestic, and overly gorgeous. No wonder a cat is what first comes to their minds. However, they forget that cats are also insubordinate and egoistic, and sleep most of the day. You won't score too high for this answer in the recruiter's books. Elimination question, example 7. What are your salary expectations? Why does the recruiter ask this particular question? Now, we arrive at the most challenging question in the job interview process. This question serves two main purposes. First, in the early stages of recruiting, when you speak with external or internal recruiters, this question aims to weed out candidates with unrealistic expectations. Conversely, in the later stages of the process, when you're discussing with the hiring manager, who may be your future boss, this question's primary role is to ensure that the compensation aligns with your experience and responsibilities, and that it motivates you enough to foster a strong connection with the company and fully commit to your job. Thus, you should tailor your approach based on the context. How to best prepare for this question? One valuable skill that we never acquire in school is negotiating. This drawback will undoubtedly manifest during interviews at some point. This lack of negotiation skills, along with a focus on project content rather than financial terms, not only hampers your chances of receiving reasonable compensation as an employee, but can also negatively affect your working conditions as an entrepreneur. Specifically, when a new startup grows, the initial division of shares among founders significantly influences your future motivation and personal benefits from the company. If you cannot negotiate a fair share of the equity, you'll always feel undervalued, and your motivation to work will soon diminish. First of all, why is this topic so difficult for job candidates? Well, it's hard for several independent reasons. Discussions about salary are simply negotiations, and in any negotiation, the side with more information inherently holds an advantage. The hiring manager knows precisely what they are prepared to offer to the employee in this position. Also, what the salary expectations of other top candidates for this position are, and how well you rank in their books compared to other candidates in the competition. You don't know any of this. Furthermore, you are generally in a weaker position than the hiring manager. You need specific skills that they are looking for, or otherwise, you may need them more than they need you. If you don't accept the contract, it's likely that another qualified candidate will, which means that, at worst, they might only lose 2 to 3 hours spent reviewing your documents and interviewing you, along with the personal hours of the recruitment team. Conversely, you could lose weeks or even months of job opportunities and a chance to advance your career in your desired direction. The side that has more to lose often starts in a weaker position. Lastly, the hiring manager is a professional who has recruited people hundreds, if not thousands of times. Consequently, they will likely know how to navigate salary negotiations better than you. If you feel anxious before negotiating your salary, you have good reasons for that. It's stressful for everyone involved. Feeling stressed in this situation is a positive sign. It means you are sane and possess a healthy self-preservation instinct. How should we best approach this question? Most textbooks and professional recruiters advise you to research on Glassdoor to find the salary range for this specific position within this company. However, it is not as straightforward as it seems. The reality is that the larger the company, the more information you can find online. However, at the same time, the larger the company, the less flexibility the recruiter has in setting a salary. A corporation operates like an army, with strict salary rules based on the candidate's job title and professional experience. Otherwise, a corporation would face integrity issues, as some employees might feel undervalued, mistreated. You might read on Glassdoor that the salary range for the senior data scientist position at the company you're interested in is $50,000 to $70,000. You might think, great, it seems I can earn up to $70,000, only to find out in the interview that this range is mostly theoretical. For someone with your level of experience in this field, the recruiter might only offer a salary between $52,000 and $56,000 and not a penny more. What about small companies? In startups and smaller firms, the individuals in charge of hiring are usually involved in the recruitment process from the beginning. They often have more authority to adjust the salary to match the candidate because they co-own the business and set the rules. These employers may better recognize your individuality and value your unique skills compared to corporate recruiters. However, small companies are much harder to research online. They typically have fewer employees, and the amount of available information reflects that. Additionally, employees at small companies may not eagerly share insights because they don't feel anonymous. Your research will provide a vague idea of what you can request. The first question to consider is whether this salary range is motivating for you. Do you feel grateful for this compensation for your hard work? If the answer is no, it might be wise to seek other options, as taking a job with the plan to search for something else immediately often backfires. If the answer is yes, think of 2 figures: the salary that would make you feel highly valued and could lead to an immediate handshake, versus your minimum, which is the lowest amount you would accept for the job. It's important to keep both of these numbers in mind before the interview. Now we come to the interview. First, there is no consensus in the recruitment industry about the best strategy for negotiating salaries. Let's explore some approaches to salary negotiations and the scenarios where these strategies might be applicable handy. Approach number 1, always give a salary range at the interview. It is a popular approach to provide a range of salaries to ensure that you align with what the hiring manager might have in mind. This strategy is effective in the initial stages of the hiring process, particularly during the early elimination round. However, it becomes a suboptimal approach in the later stages of the hiring process when it becomes clear that you are the top candidate for the position. Why? If you state, "I would expect between $100,000 and $120,000," the hiring manager hears $100,000. They aim to select the best candidate and then hire that person at the lowest rate that would motivate them. If you have already indicated that you would accept $100,000, would they willingly pay you more? It's unlikely. Additionally, if you provide a range in this situation, there are only 2 possible scenarios. First, Let's assume that your range and your employer's range overlap, meaning your minimum is lower than the maximum they are prepared to pay you. In that case, by explicitly revealing your range, you forfeit the chance to secure the maximum amount they are willing to offer. In other words, you lose the opportunity. The second scenario is even worse. What if your range exceeds the employer's range, meaning your minimum is higher than the maximum they are willing to pay you? In this situation, negotiations will cease as the recruiter receives a clear message that you will not accept the compensation they were authorized to offer. In either case, it is just a suboptimal strategy. Approach number 2. You should just browse through Glassdoor. Find the salary range for this position at this company and set the range that starts at half the range and ends at the top of the range. It is a suboptimal strategy. Firstly, it requires proposing a salary range, and it won't work in the late stages of the hiring process. Secondly, as mentioned before, Glassdoor information can be misleading and lead to unrealistic expectations. Falling out of the recruiter's range can cause instant elimination. Approach number 3. You should insist for the recruiters to give a number and negotiate up from this point. First, a professional recruiter is unlikely to disclose their desired salary range, and they will do everything possible to have you provide your numbers first. There are exceptions, of course. For instance, traineeship positions often come with fixed salaries that the recruiter is prepared to share. Additionally, jobs in public institutions and NGOs typically follow the Public Labor Agreement and, therefore, are openly advertised with set salaries. However, for most positions in the industry, salaries are flexible and negotiable. In these situations, it's in the recruiter's best interest to understand your expectations up front. They usually possess years or even decades of experience. You can still attempt to obtain this information by asking the recruiter, "Could you provide the approved salary range?" But they often redirect the question back to you. Another strategy is to postpone your response by stating, "I need more details about the responsibilities related to this position, the working culture, and the working conditions before I can provide you with my numbers." The longer you delay discussing salary, the better your chances of convincing the employer that you are the candidate they are looking for. However, be prepared for the recruiter to insist on an answer, especially if it is early in the hiring process. Refusing to answer this question is not advisable, as it may lead to an abrupt end to negotiations. The recruiter might perceive your lack of response as stubbornness and a lack of team spirit. You need to answer something. Approach number 4. Give your numbers in a way that opens negotiations. For instance, you might say, "If I receive an offer of $165K today, I would feel highly valued and would agree to the terms immediately. Is this possible?" If this figure exceeds what the recruiter is prepared to offer, they may respond, "Not really, but to start, we can offer you," and then proceed to make a counteroffer. As long as your proposal isn't unreasonable, they are likely to be open to negotiation. This strategy is particularly effective in the later stages of the interview process when you are in direct conversation with the hiring manager and sense that they are seriously considering you for the role. In this context, this approach is a smart choice, as it does not disclose your minimum salary expectations to the recruiter. Simultaneously, it requires them to reveal the amount they are willing to pay you in their counteroffer, providing you with valuable information about the salary range for further negotiations. Of course, even if it becomes evident that you are the top candidate for the position, your desired salary should still be reasonable. At this stage, the employer typically already has a ranking of preferred candidates, often graded. Even if you are viewed as the top candidate, demanding an unreasonably high salary could backfire and lead the employer to choose the runner-up instead. Therefore, if you present a figure that is far above their acceptable range, they may decide not to extend an offer to you contract. Let me now provide a few pieces of advice on salary negotiation strategies. Advice number 1. Think about the numbers. Regardless of your chosen strategy, you should come up with 2 numbers before the interview. That is, the minimum amount you require to accept the contract and the desired amount that will make you feel highly valued and shake hands immediately. Advice number 2. Wait to negotiate the salary. Wait for the moment when the recruiter asks about your salary expectations. Most employers won't bring this up early in the recruitment process. Instead, they will typically wait until your second or subsequent interview. Although there are exceptions, of course, it is not advisable to raise this topic during the interview. Waiting until the employer initiates the conversation is much more effective. It will work in your favor if you first have the opportunity to impress the employer with your skills and personality, creating a desire to work with you before discussing salary. Thus, patience is key here. If the recruiter happens to ask about salary very early in the conversation, try to postpone the discussions for as long as possible. You need to gather more information about the responsibilities, the team, and the working conditions before you can arrive at your final number. If you express this politely and with a smile, the recruiter will likely be understanding, as it comes across professionally, no. Advice number 3. Don't be afraid when it comes to that. On the other hand, don't hesitate to negotiate when you reach the final stages of the hiring process. The hiring manager wants to bring you into the company if you receive a contract draft. They will likely be open to negotiation. Discussing salary is a clear indication from the employer that you are a serious candidate for the job. Typically, hiring managers only schedule such discussions with the top 2 to 3 candidates for the position. Therefore, if you politely express your expectations, maintain a smile, and articulate your questions or requests, the worst outcome could be a courteous, "Unfortunately, this is beyond our current capabilities," along with the possibility of further negotiations. Advice number 4. Think long-term. As mentioned before, the hiring manager often needs to stick to a particular salary range, for instance, because it's a corporation with fixed salary levels within the company. Remember that it doesn't matter how much cash you get monthly, it matters how much stays in your wallet after you pay all your bills. In that case, you might try to negotiate other benefits that can reduce your fixed monthly costs: a company car, a reimbursement of the commuting costs, health insurance costs for your family members, kindergarten costs, relocation costs, etc. Sometimes it is enough to smile and ask. If, say, $100 or more stays in your wallet every month, then over the next 30 years, this difference will accumulate to over $30,000. If you invest this amount every month and gain 4 to 5% interest per year, this amount will grow to $100,000 and more. Therefore, celebrate any little success in negotiations, even if it seems to be peanuts at first glance. How to deal with a no in salary negotiations. What do you do during the salary negotiations when you hear a no? Well, good news. That means that actual talks have just started. After hearing an initial no to your proposed salary, the AAA technique is a good solution. The AAA technique stands for agree, ask, and attention. The first A, agreement. Understand why you hear no and empathize with the recruiter. Salary negotiations are like a dance. You need to also make a step toward your partner, acknowledge them, notice their human side, and show understanding. The second A, ask. Politely explain your conditions, citing your in-depth market research and performance to justify your ask. The third A, attention. Listen patiently to the respondents without interrupting. Also, give the recruiter time to digest this information and think. Sometimes, they initially say no, just to call you the next day and inform you that the management approved your proposal despite it falling beyond the salary range suggested for the position. Progressive question example 7. Do you have any questions for us? Why does the recruiter ask this particular question? This question may seem innocent at first. Therefore, many job candidates don't recognize its significance or prepare for it. Once they feel they've made a good impression during the job interview, they relax and respond, "No thank you." Now that everything has gone well, burdening the recruiter with more questions could spoil the positive impression they've created, right? Nothing could be further from the truth. The recruiter doesn't ask this question to placate you. They ask because they want to know how strongly you desire to work for them. Specifically, if you are as enthusiastic about this opportunity as you claim in your letter and introduction, you should seize every chance to learn more about the workplace of your dreams, right? Today's employers not only pay salaries, but also invest in their employees, like sending them on business trips and to professional workshops, taking care of their general development, taking care of their mental health with aim to build a relationship that lasts for years. They have the ambition to host their employees so well that they recommend their friends apply for jobs. It is why the recruiter will enjoy any signs of your engagement and genuine interest in the company and become an integral part of the team. As we mentioned, preparing some questions about the company and the team is good. How to best prepare for this question? Once you are aware of the importance of this question, preparing for it is not as much of a challenge. Think of 3 types of questions in particular. First, asking about the things which you would genuinely like to know about your next workplace. You could ask, for example, the following questions. How do Monday mornings work? Are there any social events I could participate in or co-organize? Do we share common lunch space with other teams? Will I meet people from other departments daily? Is there any facility for childcare in the company? I'm curious about what the daily workflow is within this particular team. Can you tell me how a typical Monday looks? How can I make sure that my work is synergistic with my colleagues' work? Currently, we have a deep crisis in the market. I'm curious about how the company is doing at the moment, what the plans for development are in these hard times, and how I can contribute. Can you tell me a little bit more about the working culture in the company? Do the teams meet with each other regularly? Do you cast some regular extracurricular activities together that I could help with? Is there a company blog or newsletter that I could contribute to? Ensure that the answers to these questions are not explicitly written in the job offer. This will be taken as a sign of ignorance. Please also avoid asking too many questions about vacation days, taking days off on short notice, flexible hours, or the possibility of reducing your time to, say, 4 days a week. These topics interest every candidate, and you can ask questions that interest you the most. However, if you fixate too much on this subject, it could indicate low motivation to work. Secondly, asking questions that suggest that you are ambitious and determined to perform well. You could ask, for example, the following questions. What are the traits of the most successful employees here? How can I prepare for this job? And what should I do to ensure that I will excel in the first 6 months of working here? How can I additionally prepare for this position before I start? Are there any books or documents I should read? What should I do to be your best employee? How should I excel in the first 3, 6, 12 months? It sounds edgy, but the recruiter will react positively to this question. Recruiters love to hear that, as after all, every business is about building the brand, hitting financial targets, and expanding products and services as far as possible. Ambition scores high in all recruiters' books. Lastly, asking more personal questions that will show that you respect the recruiter's personal opinions and you are interested in them as people. You could ask, for example, the following question. What do you enjoy the most about working here? After all, recruitment relies on a human factor. Therefore, there is no better way to conclude a job interview than by asking the recruiter about their opinion or experience. This will leave a stronger impression. Of course, once you ask the recruiter for their thoughts or preferences, switch to listening mode and give them time to respond. Asking the right question is only part of the success. Active listening will truly make the recruiter feel appreciated. Lastly, one important thing to remember is not to wait until the recruiter asks if you have questions. Sometimes we patiently wait until the end of the interview, but once it comes, there is no time left to ask questions. The next candidate is already in the corridor. Therefore, present your prepared questions as soon as you get the opportunity. Also, don't hesitate to praise the employer. If there's anything positive about the company, the team, or even the office, share your thoughts without waiting until the end of the conversation. You might forget your points in the meantime or run out of time. Importantly, experienced interviewers often make decisions early in the process. They form your first impression and make a preliminary decision within the first 10 to 15 minutes. So, if you plan to ask questions to positively impress your recruiter, don't wait until the end of the interview. Progressive question example 8. When can you start working? Why does the recruiter ask this particular question? This question is good news. It indicates that the hiring manager intends to offer you a contract, unless they cannot do that for independent reasons. For example, because they need to fill the position as soon as possible. At the same time, you are not available for another 6 months. Of course, this question is only problematic if you still have many months of contract ahead that you want to stay on, for example, to finish an important project. How to best prepare for this question? In this case, you need to turn your weaknesses into strengths. What employers are most looking for in candidates are loyalty and responsibility. If you say, "Sorry, I cannot start now as my contract still goes on for 6 months," it won't be met with enthusiasm. However, if you say, "My current contract still goes on for 6 months, and I would like to finish all the projects for my current employer that I committed to during this time, as I am not a quitter," that's quite a different story. The hiring manager would love to hear that, and if they can wait for the candidate to fill the position, they would likely do it for you. After all, no one likes to have an employee who leaves in the middle of a project just because they got a better offer elsewhere. Also, please remember that the base salary is only part of what you can negotiate. There are other benefits, such as a healthcare plan, a pension plan, the opportunity to trade your paid vacation days for cash, company bonuses, and additional perks. These benefits can account for 20 to 40% of your income. And now, how not to answer this question? If the job is a full-time position, yet you prefer to work part-time, it's best not to mention this during the interview. Some recruiters view this preference as a sign of low engagement. Specifically, they assume that you are interested in part-time employment because you may have other professional activities in your life, such as a side business or other commitments that are more important to you. Therefore, as a rule of thumb, it's better to commit to full-time work for the first few months in this situation. Within this period, you can demonstrate your expertise and engagement to your employer and then politely ask for reduced weekly hours, such as 32 or 24 hours a week. If the employer values your work, they are likely to agree to this arrangement as they prefer to retain a good employee. If they say no, you still have a job and time to consider alternatives. Of course, it is also essential to show your engagement by promptly answering any post-interview questions the recruiter might send you by email. This will demonstrate to the recruiter that this job application is your priority and that you take it seriously. Elimination question, example 8. Do you use AI at work? Or what is your attitude to AI at work? Why does the recruiter ask this? In 2024, encountering such an interview question is likely, and it's almost inevitable in certain market sectors, such as IT. To begin with, the employer's perspective on generative AI is changing. Now, utilizing AI tools for work is no longer seen as a sign of laziness, but rather as an indication of efficiency at work and staying in touch with market trends. In fact, several studies have shown that when used correctly, AI can significantly enhance job satisfaction and reduce cognitive load. Additionally, as he described by Ethan Mollick in his essay Centaurs and Cyborgs on the Jagged Frontier, a recent study by the Boston Consulting Group revealed that their consultants using ChatGPT-4 outperformed those who did not, in every measurable way, performance. How to best prepare for this question? It would help if you were thoughtful about applying AI in your daily practice, as many factors should be considered. Therefore, your response to the question should contain 5 key elements. Factor number 1. Self-diagnosis. Are you a centaur or a cyborg? We discussed earlier in this book how you can use AI in your daily professional practice in various ways. It is an excellent sign for an employer if you can conceptualize and verbalize your way of implementing AI into your work, as it means that you are a mature and self-conscious user. Factor number 2. Time management. Does AI make you more time efficient? How do you know? do not assume that generative AI will make you faster across all tasks. In practice, the only way to know for sure is systematic measurement. You can say, for example, before I decide to utilize AI for a specific type of task, I measure and compare the time necessary to complete a task with and without AI. For instance, I calculated that creating summaries using generative AI is about 3 times faster than writing summary documents from scratch, even if I need to edit the outcome text by hand. Therefore, I decided to use AI for all tasks, including compiling text. Factor number 3, quality assurance. Unfortunately, an increasing number of workers are replacing thinking by using AI and copy-paste AI-generated text without even reading it. Therefore, it's important to underscore that you don't put your signature under any form of content without reading and approving every detail. Factor number 4, lifelong learning. Most employers care more that you follow general trends and master the most popular tools than that you hack various niche tools. So, how do you update your knowledge of AI? What are your sources? It can be any source, from chatting with colleagues through Twitter to tech-oriented YouTube channels and specialized forums dedicated to AI. Factor number 5, IP protection. This is a tricky one. We are at the stage when it becomes evident that the protection of data and other intellectual property is becoming crucial and complex in the AI world. For instance, some openly available AI applications can use your prompts and the data from the prompting process to further train their models, while others do not. Therefore, before using any AI platform or application at work, you should first discuss it with your employer, especially when using sensitive data and other protected IPs that belong to your employer for prompting. Furthermore, some jurisdictions have introduced additional regulations for implementing AI systems in products and services. For instance, the European Union has enacted the AI Act, which has been in effect since August 2, 2024, regulating the areas in which AI can be used with or without additional supervision and external certification. Again, this is a compelling reason to emphasize during a job interview that you only use AI solutions for work with explicit approval from your employer manager. How to prepare for an online interview. Today, online job interviews are a standard. They are more time efficient for job candidates, and at the same time, they give employers a chance to invite top talent overseas. As such, online interviews are a win-win. However, does approaching online interviews follow the same principles as approaching interviews on site? Well, almost. While preparing for an online interview, you need to remember a little checklist. Number 1, check the time zone. Online interviews, especially international interviews, might happen in a different time zone. Remember to always check the details in your interview invitation twice. Number 2, check the platform or application necessary to connect to the interview panel. Not everyone uses Zoom or Google Meet, so don't take it for granted. Many companies subscribe to specialized tools that offer encrypted video calls. Number 3, read the whole invitation email in detail. Sometimes, recruiters put some preparatory questions in the invitation or ask you something, so don't skip a word from the invitation email. Number 4, prepare yourself a studio. Look around and test how your face and the background look in the camera. For example, using FaceTime. It would help if you properly light up your face, and the background should be clean and tidy. Remember that the recruiter will consider you a person based on your surroundings. As a rule of thumb, the best interview backgrounds are a blank wall, or a shelf filled with books, accompanied by some nice-looking table plant standing on your desk. Books make you look wise and noble. Of course, you can also blur the background, but this leaves a mark on the recruiter and makes them unconsciously trust you less. After all, it looks like you had something to hide. Number 5, make sure that you dress correctly for the interview. Check how your cleavage and the rest of your outfit look in the camera. Sometimes, our proportions look different in the camera than in front of the mirror. It's always better to check that on screen. Number 6, check your internet connection. As a rule of thumb, closing all unnecessary applications and tabs and restarting a computer to free as much working memory as possible is good. Nothing is more stressful during the interview than an unstable internet connection. Number 7. Use positive body language. Smile during the interview. Most people get an impulse to keep a poker face under stress, and they look dead serious during interviews. At the same time, research revealed that smiling increases your chances of getting hired by 40%. Also, ensure that your face and hands will be visible during the interview. Mild gesticulation not only looks professional, but also elicits trust in other people. This human reaction will make the recruiter more sympathetic toward you. Lastly, don't slouch or lean back in your chair during the conversation. Quite the opposite, lean slightly towards the screen, a sign of a keen interest in the conversation. Conclusions. What do recruiters seek at interviews? Your personality matters. Remember that how you answer the questions is as important as what you say. Recruiters want to see your personality rather than just hearing about it. Every team leader wants to have people on their team, people who are positive and communicative. Smiling, looking in the eyes, optimistic, wishing others well. Neurotic, grumpy, aloof professionals are rated low in recruitment, no matter how good specialists they are. People who are energetic answer questions with vigor, suggesting they have a lot of energy to take on new challenges. People who are determined make best efforts to answer the questions well, indicating they are just as determined to get the job as they claim they are. People who are well composed and able to keep nerves under control. Recruiters want to see that next to your vibrant personality, you are also sane and function well under stress. If you are so stressed at your interview that you walk into the glass door and harm yourself, you won't get the job, no matter what you say about your resilience to stress. People who are genuinely interested. It's good to turn salary negotiations into a conversation. Next to answering questions, ask your questions about the team, this position's responsibilities, and the company's culture. It's good to prepare a few questions beforehand and make sure that the answers to these questions are not written explicitly in the job offer. During the interview, show the recruiter your genuine interest by asking additional questions after they give you information, just as you would do if you want to get to know any new person or a group of people better. People who are concrete. The time reserved for the interview is minimal, for example, 1 hour, so the recruiters appreciate it if you give concise and well-rounded answers that are focused on your professional experience and don't last for more than 2 to 2.5 minutes. Remember that the interview is supposed to be a dialogue on an equal level. Interview is your partner in negotiations, not your opponent. The recruiter interviews you, but you also interview the recruiter. After all, you offer your time and expertise as a part of the deal. Therefore, you can have questions and expectations about your future workplace. It takes work to develop this proactive attitude as you want the job, and the recruiter has several candidates waiting in line. You need to treat this as a game and learn how to hide the signs of stress. If necessary, you can schedule a mock-up interview with a friend, preferably someone who is also looking for a job. Let them challenge you, ask you tricky questions, doubt your motivation for the job, and critically comment on your resume. Also, put yourself in the shoes of a candidate who needs to defend themselves during the interview. Prepare for all scenarios. Lastly, remember that the recruiter is a human as well. They want to have people who are proficient at what they do, have good karma, and can connect personally. Therefore, it is good to make little remarks that break the ice. For example, if you walk through a corridor together and there is an excellent design or artwork around, you could comment on it. Also, when asked whether you have any further questions, you might ask the recruiter, "What do you like the most about working here?" They will feel that you are genuinely interested in working for this employer. Plus, you are interested in their personal opinion. You can be sure that they'll take the opportunity to share their view, and they will remember you. The magic phrase to end the interview. Let me share some magic phrases that will increase your chances of getting in, whether technical or behavioral, in every job interview, and what organization or who the interviewer is. As you know, any job interview process, no matter how complex, is a game with a simple binary output. Eventually, It is always either yes or no. Your job at the interview is to give the interviewer as many reasons to say yes as possible. You operate in an uncertain environment as the interviewer keeps their cards close. Sometimes it takes effort to tell which buttons to press to achieve the desired effect. Do they have enough cash to pay you as well as you would like? Or perhaps they don't want to. Are they desperate to get you in, or do they have many other good candidates in hand? You can't know. You need to include all of the crucial pieces of information that are necessary to control the conversation. In this situation, your best bet is to look for Pascal's wager, statements that make you win regardless of what's in the interviewer's head. And now comes the magic statement. Here it is. At the end of the interview, say, "I had a great time. No matter what happens next, I will speak highly of your company." That's it. And now, why is this a powerful statement? First, it's a demonstration of not being desperate. It's a sign of a strong negotiation position. The statement implies that you won't be begging if the offer is not good enough. You will say no. Second, it's a sign of a strong personal network. And network is power. For businesses, PR is everything. Third, it's a sign of being kind and positive, and everyone wants to work with them. It's all in one sentence. Counterintuitively, this statement prompts the interviewer to say, yes. Conclusions. What are red flags in recruiters' eyes? The 3 types of red flags. Job interviews are challenging for one fundamental reason. Namely, you need to say everything right. You get a little lucky to get the job, and every minor misstep can be deadly and make you lose your job. Here, I will review 3 basic types of such red flags. In recruiters' eyes, the losing mistakes often committed at job interviews. Mistakes that usually cost the candidates the position. Red flags of type number 1, non-fluent nonverbal communication. The first group of red flags relates to the most human, mundane thing, namely the inability to stand stress. Recruiters prefer to look for candidates who can find themselves and behave in any situation. Thus, they highly prefer hiring those who can hide their stress. And even if you are confident about what you say, the way you say it matters for the reception of your words. If your body says something different from your voice intonation, it will confuse the recruiter and decrease their trust in your words. Therefore, just like your dress should be business casual, at the job interview, your face should also be business casual. So, what are these stress-related symptoms? Here are the usual suspects. Number 1, lack of eye contact, or quite the opposite, haunting eye contact. Avoiding the recruiter's eye contact, nervous blinking, or staring at the interviewer like a wolf are all alarming signs to the recruiter, as these are clear signs that the interview mortifies you. Number 2, too little emotion, also known as poker face. A complete lack of facial expression and gestures combined with a somber, dry tone while speaking makes up for a perfect robot but not an ideal coworker. Recruiters prefer hiring those who behave human-like even under stress. Number 3, too much emotion. Yet another losing behavior is the opposite of a poker face, namely too much emotion and expression. Behaviors such as laughing loudly, theatrically modulating your voice, joking around, and gesticulating way too hard can signal to a recruiter that you might be an emotionally unstable person, an attention seeker, or a drama queen. Number 4, physical signs of stress. Other typical signs of stress, such as wriggling on your chair, rounded arms, biting your nails, or stuttering, can also light up the red bulb in the recruiter's mind. Some people can handle their face and their voice well under stress, but the rest of their body screams, "Please take me away from here!" So it would help if you made sure that all your posture gives an impression that you are comfortable in the situation you found yourself in. Red flags of type number 2, suspicious professional history. Of course, resilience to stress isn't the only requirement for getting hired. Your professional narrative needs to sound impeccable. Before attending interviews, you should learn some storytelling techniques. Your career history should form a cohesive narrative, and like every good story, the tale of your professional development should be logical, with every move you made having a purpose. Of course, sometimes things don't go according to plan. In life, you might embark on a distant journey, gain sudden insight while sitting under an olive tree, and then completely change your career trajectory. Or, you may get laid off and suddenly need to veer off the beaten path and start something new. Yes, that happens, but such unexpected events shouldn't occur every time you make a career move. Your career story should resemble that of a ship's captain who actively adjusts to changing weather with the steering wheel rather than a passive passenger waiting to see what happens next. In particular, elements of your career story that will sound suspicious to the recruiter and make you lose their trust are the following. Number 1. Long periods of absence, sudden career turns, or promotions that are hard to explain. Career gaps are becoming the new norm. Therefore, career gaps or changes are no longer significant obstacles that would prevent recruiters from hiring you. However, it is essential to explain each career gap or sudden career change you experienced. So, why and how did it happen? What occurred? The recruiter will want to know all the details. The most important aspect is to provide proactive rather than reactive reasons for your career decisions, including career gaps. After all, even a career gap can be a valuable learning experience and a time for self-development and professional growth development. Number 2. Changing professions and positions like gloves. The second standard red flag to recruiters is a long list of professions and positions. It suggests no loyalty towards your employers. The recruiter wants to hire someone other than another tourist who will get trained and evaporate before even trying to contribute to the company. Number 3. Inability to give logic reasons for changing or quitting jobs or leaving jobs due to disagreements. It is essential to know how often you change jobs and why. Suppose you cannot explain why you changed your previous jobs or career tracks. In that case, you might be a tourist who travels from one workplace to another without feeling responsible for any project or team. Number 4. Unfinished projects or inability to summarize what you learned in your projects. Recruiters prioritize your projects over previous job titles. They aim to find and hire someone who produces results. Thus, your history of completed projects serves as your true resume. If you have several unfinished projects in your work history or frequently change jobs before completing any task, this will raise a red flag for the recruiter. Additionally, if you are unable to discuss what you learned from specific projects, it's a concerning indicator. This may suggest that you did not invest enough effort to gain insights from the project, that you prefer easier tasks where you don't have to learn anything new, or that you lack a mindset focused on lifelong learning. Number 5. Inability to give examples of projects or experiences to support your declared hard and soft skills. Every job candidate lists several personal qualities in the resume and the motivational letter. But then, once confronted with the recruiter, they need help arguing why they believe they represent these qualities. Therefore, prepare for the interview. Don't get caught stuttering when the recruiter asks, "Why do you believe you are an independent thinker?" The STAR approach usually works well here. Red flags of type number 3. Other suspicious behaviors that might suggest difficult personality. Lastly, recruiters seek candidates who represent top-notch professional skills and are also easygoing at work, likable, and pleasant to work with. Therefore, they look for diligent people with kind personalities, and they will not welcome the following behaviors. Number 1. Coming late or missing an interview. Punctuality is one of the most undesirable qualities, especially in fast-paced working environments where professionals must coordinate and synchronize their actions. Time is money. Therefore, if you are running late due to unexpected circumstances, contact the recruiter as soon as possible to give them a heads up or reschedule the meeting. Number 2. Coming to the interview with illness. Secondly, if you arrive at the interview unwell, for example, with the flu, it will not be seen as a sign of dedication, but rather as a lack of integrity. After all, you could spread illness to those around you, including the recruiter. If you are feeling sick, excuse yourself, reschedule the interview, and rest home. Number 3. Inappropriate outfit or language. Other obvious red flags for recruiters include inappropriate language and overly casual attire. Arriving at the interview in an outfit showing too much skin or resembling something you'd wear to a football match will come off as a faux pas. Likewise, speaking in an excessively informal way and dropping casual words like won't sound professional and can lead to a relatively poor impression. Number 4. Being overly confident. Feeling too much like home, for instance, stretching on your chair as if it were your living room, might suggest to the recruiter that they deal with an overly tricky personality, someone who claims their space, quickly dominates others, and feels entitled. Number 5. Being unprepared for the interview. The next red flag in the recruiter's eyes is the lack of proper preparation for the interview. What are you doing here if you do not know the company's mission or flagship products and services? Coming to the interview without required documentation is also a typical red flag. If you miss any important document, you should have an excellent explanation of why. Number 6. Lying or cheating. The following no-go situation is when you appear lying or unreliable. For instance, not being able to repeat good scores in aptitude tests taken at home during the interview process might be a sign of cheating on the recruiter's part. It is also why you should not ask your friends for help with online aptitude tests during recruitment. Number 7. Upfront requests and demands. If a candidate asks for conditions too much before getting familiar with the job details and the company culture, it is a red flag to the recruiter. This behavior strongly suggests that the candidate is an entitled type, only interested in material benefits from the job. This is different from the motivation that recruiters look for. Number 8. Gossiping about your former boss. In job interviews, you should tell the truth, but sometimes it shouldn't be the whole truth. Even if your former boss was a monster to you, it won't do you any good mentioning it in the job interview. You need to be as diplomatic as possible and find a neutral euphemism to describe your relationship with your ex-boss, such as, "We had different working styles." Otherwise, you will harm your job opportunities. Number 9. Lack of ownership over past mistakes or experiences. Similarly, if you blame other people and external circumstances for all the hiccups in your career, it is a red flag for the recruiter. They would rather hear, "You know, when I was in my early 20s, I could not properly prioritize my actions, so I studied 1 year longer than I should have. But I learned my lessons from this experience," rather than, "I got ill, my partner left me, I was depressed, my parents were just divorcing." Number 10. Inability to listen. A job interview should be a two-sided conversation, not just a monologue. Interrupting the recruiter or inability to finish your responses to questions in a reasonable time won't look good at the interview. Again, this might be a sign that it's a pain working with you, as you always need to have the last word and be correct. Number 11. Not asking questions. Similarly, not asking questions is an alarming sign to the recruiter. It might mean that you are looking for any job rather than this particular job. And you don't even care who you work for, as an employer is just a cash machine for you. Therefore, not asking any questions is a sign of a wrong motivation. Number 12. Errors in resumes and email communication. Sloppiness in your application documents and email correspondence will also be interpreted as a warning signal. Even if you have dyslexia, there are free apps such as Grammarly that you can use. Therefore, nothing can excuse many typos and grammatical mistakes in your correspondence with the recruiter other than sloppiness and lack of care. Lastly, let go of your ego. In general, employers don't want to hire people with high ego for the same reasons as investors who don't want to work with founders with high ego. The difference between people with egos and strong people is that people with egos are arrogant and put a mask on. According to Amy Morin, the author of the best-selling book, 13 Things Strong People Don't Do, you can recognize a person with high ego when, number 1, they refuse to ask for help. Number 2, they refuse to be vulnerable. Number 3, they believe that they cannot fail or are not allowed to fail no matter what. Number 4, they are ashamed of their mistakes and would do anything to hide them. Number 5. They don't want to give up at any cost, even if the project becomes pointless. Number 6. They care about what others think of them and would do anything to be admired, even if it means going against their values. Number 7. They claim that nothing can touch them and that they are never sad, anxious, or hurt. Is it difficult to avoid red flags in recruiters' eyes? As you may have noticed, the list of high ego is quite extensive. A job interview is a race filled with numerous hurdles that can feel almost insurmountable. However, it's all about practice. Your first meeting with a recruiter might be awkward, but you will develop a thick skin after 2 or 3. Additionally, it's better to focus on quality rather than quantity. When you apply only for positions you genuinely desire, instead of those you feel indifferent about, you'll be more motivated to prepare thoroughly for the interview. What not to say during a job interview: the 11 job killer statements. To a seasoned recruiter, certain words and phrases are instant red flags. These seemingly innocent statements can dramatically decrease your chances of getting the job. Here, let me list the top 11 statements that could instantly kill your job interview. Number 1. Critics of your previous boss. I cannot emphasize this enough. One type of employee that hiring managers want to avoid at all costs is the toxic type, an inconsistent, demanding individual seeking comfort in the workplace, or a complainer who blames others for their failures and drifts through the job market like a toxic tourist, learning nothing from their own mistakes. Dissatisfaction is contagious in the workplace, hence the term toxic. Any signs that you might be a potential toxic employee will be viewed as immediate red flags. Therefore, do not let a recruiter provoke you into saying anything negative about your past employer, even if they were far from perfect. Clever recruiters will use tactics to encourage you to share something negative. For example, they might ask you to mention 3 great things and 1 not-so-great thing about your previous employer. At first glance, this seems like a reasonable request, since you still primarily focus on the positives, right? Don't fall into this trap. Any negative detail shared with the recruiter could jeopardize your chances of landing the job. Your goal is to maintain a poker face and stick to the positives, no matter what. It's an ACT challenge. Number 2. I hate my last or current job. In most behavioral interviews, you will be asked some variation of the question, "Why are you looking for a new job?" The recruiter will expect you to demonstrate a progressive attitude, striving for excellence, and seeking new opportunities to further develop your expertise and career. Naturally, you are missing something in your current position. Otherwise, you wouldn't be sitting in a job interview. Many job hunters assume this is an excellent opportunity to share their feelings about their current job or career experience. However, expressing negative emotions is a bad idea. Returning to the previous point, it raises a red flag for the recruiter, suggesting that you might be a difficult employee who is hard to please and spreads negativity around. Just don't do it. Additionally, avoid using negative words like hate or disgusting in any context during your interview. Number 3. I could take on any job. Many job seekers believe this statement reflects courage or boldness, or a willingness to work hard. However, to most recruiters, it comes across as desperate. Recruiters prefer candidates who demonstrate maturity and self-awareness. They are conscious and articulate about their competitive strengths and core competencies, and they understand the types of projects and tasks where they can add the most value in the workplace. Number 4. I don't know, or I have no idea. This is another instance where brutal, blunt honesty isn't the best approach. Indeed, during your job hunt, you will inevitably face an obstacle, a technical question that exceeds your expertise. When dealing with complex questions, I don't know should not be in your vocabulary. So, what should you do in such a situation? Well, you have 2 options. The first option is to mention a similar skill or area of knowledge with which you have experience. For instance, you could say, I haven't encountered a problem formulated in this specific way yet. However, I took part in a project where we were approaching a similar problem. Let me explain. The second option is to explain why you will learn the missing skill or swiftly supplement your knowledge. For instance, you could say, "I haven't worked with this piece of software just yet, but I understand the underlying theoretical model, and I will learn how to use this software in no time." Or, "I don't know the programming language X, but I know the language Y, which has similar mechanics and is at a similar level of complexity. I'm confident I can upskill to meet the company standards regarding the command of X in just a few weeks." Number 5. What is the project about? Or, what does this team do? Understandably, job offers are often written vaguely. Not only salary and benefits, but also specific goals and deliverables of the team are usually hidden from a public job offer. However, it is not a good idea to draw attention to the fact that you don't know this team and its goals. You might ask instead, what would be my specific role in this team, and whom would I closely collaborate with? In response to such a question, the hiring manager would tell you precisely what the team does and what the upcoming projects are without the awkward atmosphere in the room. Number 6. No, I don't have any questions. Ah, that's a bummer. At some point during the interview, you will likely be asked to ask questions. This is not just a throwaway question from the recruiter, but a viable part of the recruitment process. You should be prepared for this and have a few questions at hand, such as, for instance, what is your favorite aspect of working here? Or, how shall I do to become your top employee? What are the first steps to take? Such questions indicate your desire to work in this specific team and readiness to kick off your first project as soon as possible. On the contrary, answering "No, I don't have any questions" would signify disengagement and passiveness, or even a sign of desperation and willingness to take any job. Number 7. I have no weaknesses. Let's be real, we all have weaknesses. It makes no sense to present yourself as a superhero in an interview. Recruiters seek authentic candidates, not avatars. There are better and worse ways to approach the well-known "what is your biggest weakness" question, which we have already discussed in this book. Anyway, don't pose in front of the recruiter. Number 8. Too much unsolicited personal information. When asked, "Tell me about yourself," you should primarily discuss your career story, avoiding too much detail about personal relationships or health history unless it's crucial to your professional path. Brevity and straightforwardness are encouraged here. Sharing too many unrelated personal anecdotes and digressions can work against you, as it may suggest that you could be unfocused and potentially chaotic in your narrative monger. Number 9. Focusing too much on your wants and needs. When the recruiter asks, "Why do you want to work here?" they're not asking about you. They're inquiring about their own interests. In response, they expect to hear what you find appealing about the company, the project, and the team. From the recruiter's perspective, it can be off-putting to hear a long list of your personal goals, wants, and wishes, and how this position aligns with your life and aspirations. Of course, it's beneficial to acknowledge the personal advantages of working at a company. However, a self-centered view of work doesn't resonate well with recruiters and is often seen as a red flag. Number 10. Complaints about the recruitment process and job hunting in general. When prompted by the recruiter to discuss the job hunting process in general, for example, by saying, "We have a tough market at the moment, right?" Or, "This recruitment process takes forever, doesn't it?" Don't fall into the trap of complaining. Your goal is to leave the recruiter with the impression of a positive person who is patient, mentally tough, and can see the light at the end of the tunnel in every situation. Everyone wants to have such an employee on their team. Therefore, the best response you can provide is something neutral or mildly positive, such as, "Yes, we have a recession, but this is when character is forged." Number 11. Using too much jargon. It's a common problem for recent graduates and job seekers trying to earn promotions or apply for prestigious positions. In their efforts to make a good impression, inexperienced workers often resort to complex vocabulary. The result can be quite awkward. As a general guideline, it is better to tailor your vocabulary and the type of jargon, as well as your overall behavior, to match that of the recruiter. Simply observe and adapt to their style of speaking and conversing. If they are formal, maintain a formal tone. If they use humor, feel free to incorporate humor as well. And so on. How to recognize red flags during the job interview? While recruiters assess you, you should determine them too. You can screen the recruiter in the interview and evaluate their intentions and competencies. Some of the red flags that should draw your attention are as follows. Number 1. Constant rescheduling and disorganization in the recruitment process. The recruitment process reveals a lot about a company's culture. If the interviews are frequently rescheduled, or you have no opportunity to contact the recruiter, it signals that the entire organization may be disorganized. Likewise, if the interviewer arrives late or is unprepared and unsure of where to begin, it serves as a concerning indication of the company's disorganization. If their onboarding process is chaotic and recruiters overlook whom they hire, consider the team you will be joining. It's bound to be a real pain. Number 2, too hard or too easy to get a job. If you have to navigate through numerous hurdles before signing your new contract, it raises a clear red flag, especially when you agree to take on a small project for free as a trial run. Many employers exploit job candidates in this manner and never intend to hire them initially. Conversely, if getting a job is too easy, that is also a concerning sign. Should you receive an offer on the spot, it should be viewed as a red flag. Serious recruiters quantitatively assess candidates using a sophisticated evaluation system, then compare the options and discuss them with a recruitment team before finalizing decisions. Number 3, lack of clarity or consistency in answers to your questions. If the recruiter avoids basic questions about the company and its work culture, or if their explanation of the company's mission differs from what you see on the company website, you should be wary. The recruiter should be the most informed person, closely connected to the employees. How can they make sound decisions if they aren't familiar with the company's operations? Number 4, the interviewer focuses too much on the fun work environment. The famous phrase, "we work hard and we play hard," raises a clear red flag. It likely indicates that you will need to socialize with your coworkers after hours, and you may be labeled a maverick if you don't conform, making you appear not a team player. Similarly, the expression, "we are like a family in this team," often suggests that the employer will disrespect your personal boundaries and interfere with your family life without remorse. Number 5, the job for which you are interviewing starts to sound very different from the initial job description that convinced you to apply. Sometimes online job offers are just generic and imprecise, often on purpose, as the employer wants to avoid explaining to the competition how they work. The actual role is much better defined, and you will get that information during the interview. However, when the job starts sounding utterly different during the interview, it is a red flag. They tried to lure you in while keeping their agenda. If the employer is not honest with you now, why would they be honest with you later? Number 6, inappropriate tone or vocabulary by the recruiter. If the recruiter uses an inappropriate tone, for instance, behaves in a highly informal way, talking to you like a bro, it is an alarming sign. You don't want to be a part of a bro working culture. Such environments are usually unprofessional, chaotic, and subject to all kinds of discrimination. Number 7, inappropriate questions or comments. If you get questions about personal details that are legally not allowed at interviews, such as questions about your age, ethnicity, medical history, or marital plans, just run. Number 8, giving you a word instead of putting things on paper. If the recruiter makes empty promises, such as a substantial salary increase during the first year of work or a promotion right away, it is an alarming signal. Hiring managers are not responsible for making such decisions. Team leaders and human resources are. So, it is probably just a bunch of empty statements to prompt you to sign the contract at any cost. Number 9, no clear career path. If the recruiter knows what the career path in this role looks like within the company, it is a good sign. Recruiters should be well informed on how the company is structured and what their options are for you. The inability to answer such a question should put a lot of doubt in your head. Number 10. Not meeting the team before getting the offer. If you will be a part of a team, not introducing you to the team before signing the contract is also questionable. Good employers want to ensure the candidates fit the team culture. Introduce them to the team members and ask the team for opinions. If the hiring manager keeps you away from the team, it might mean they are trying to hide something important from you. Number 11. Exploding job offer. Exploding job offers come with a very short deadline beyond which the offer expires. For instance, if you get just one weekend to decide upon the job acceptance, the recruiter is trying to force the fear of missing out upon you, and something is wrong. Number 12. Some important elements discussed at the interview is missing in the contract. For instance, if the recruiter promised you a medical care package or retirement plan without mention of it in the contract, it is a red flag. Number 13. You can't see the employee handbook. An employee handbook is a document that helps you understand your rights and responsibilities with the company. The company should allow you to read it and ask questions before you accept an offer. Most job candidates never ask for it and don't even know its existence, but technically, it should be there. Number 14. The offer is too good to be true. Let's be honest, if something is too good to be true, it is too good to be true. If the employer doesn't expect too much work experience for the position, offers you pay way above the industry standards, has lots of flexibility and benefits, and gives you the job right away, it might be too good. That should prompt you to research this employer again and determine if they are legit. Number 15. It just doesn't feel right. Your intuition is usually a good advisor. If, despite the recruiter's efforts, the work environment or the job offer doesn't feel right, walk away. There will always be yet another, better option. If it's not a hell yes, it's a no. The golden rule developed after years of coaching talented individuals applying for top positions. The classic Burning Man rule applies. If it's not a hell yes, it's a no. Let me explain. You need to be confident when signing a job contract. It should feel like the right next step for you, like embarking on the right ship and heading in the right direction, starting the right project with the right people. There should be no red flags. People often complain about lengthy interview processes. They would prefer to get the job on day one, sign the deal, and feel secure. However, interviews are not solely a service for the employer. They also serve you. So, if you enter a company's job recruitment process and your enthusiasm grows after every interview, feeling like, hell yes to this, it's a great sign. But if your enthusiasm wanes after each interview and red flags start to appear, it's a sign that you should consider stepping away. Intuition seldom steers you wrong. So, if the first conversation goes well, but then red flags emerge, it's a prompt to go. Can I practice job interviews? Using AI? Yes, of course. You can find multiple online tutorials on utilizing the best prompting to create your job interview sparring partner. In the simplest version, you can feed in the context and ask the chatbot to develop a set of interview questions for you. Following the formula, type, "This is my resume," then copy and paste the content of your resume here. Upload your resume or link your LinkedIn profile. Continue typing. I am currently applying for the following position. Copy and paste the content of the job offer here. Continue typing. Create a list of interview questions for me. List 30 examples for behavioral questions and 30 for technical or domain questions. Indeed, AI will help you prepare at little to no cost. Using speech recognition AI, you can even have a full-length recruitment dialogue with your AI companion. However, remember to also practice with a human. Job interviews test your social and human communication skills as much as they test your ability to answer the interview questions. So it would help if you practice talking to someone face-to-face in an empty room, looking them straight in the eye and with no notes to look into. There are also AI-powered platforms focused on preparing users for job interviews. To name just a few. Number 1, Interview Buddy. Prepare for your interview. Sign up for a mock interview with experts in your industry. Number 2, Interview Bot. The tool's purpose is to help you prepare for interviews with recruiters. Choose a topic, recruiter type, and start a discussion with AI. Number 3, Algo Expert. A dedicated platform for people preparing for technical job interviews in the IT industry. Number 4, Interviews By. Paste the job description, and you'll get a pool of questions and a time limit to answer. Then, AI will analyze them and give them a rating. Number 4, Apply. Prepare for the interview. Apply generates CVs and cover letters and has a CV check option to match the job description to the candidate's CV. It also shows questions that may come up during the interview and how to prepare for them. After the interview, it's a good practice to send an email to the recruiter. There are cultural differences between countries regarding whether to send a Thanksgiving email to the recruiter after a job interview. For instance, this practice is common in North America, whereas in Europe it is relatively rare. However, remember that kindness always pays off in one way or another, and if you are the only candidate who emails the recruiter after the interview, that's even better for you. Therefore, it is a good practice to send a polite note. Within 24 hours of your interview, thanking the recruiter for their time and for considering you for the job. Also, keep in mind that recruiters are human, and their decisions can be influenced by emotions to a certain degree. Most recruiters use a point system to evaluate your competencies, but this doesn't mean they make a clear decision right after the interview. They often remain on the fence, struggling to choose the best candidate. One candidate might be more skilled but expect a much higher salary than other, less experienced candidates. Alternatively, a few candidates may possess similar appeal. Your kind email can be the cherry on top that convinces them you are the contender they should bank on. Of course, it's also essential to show your commitment after the interview by responding to the recruiter's emails quickly, courteously, and directly. This will demonstrate to the recruiter that this application is your priority and that you take it seriously. Don't expect the truth from the recruiter. Many professionals wonder why they rarely hear real reasons for being rejected in a job interview. Even when they do hear some reasons, these are usually vague, generic responses such as, "We believe that another candidate fits our team better." This behavior is entirely logical when you think about it. Most hiring managers are not permitted by their employers to answer this question. Legally, any indication of discrimination regarding gender, race, age, ethnicity, medical condition, or other factors unrelated to professional qualifications could lead to a lawsuit. Hiring managers gain nothing by telling you the truth. However, if they explain their decision in good faith and say too much, they might get into serious trouble. Hence, silence. That doesn't mean you shouldn't ask, though. It doesn't cost you anything, and if you're fortunate, you may receive feedback and helpful tips for the future while I do everything right, and yet I don't land any jobs on 3 cardinal sins. After 7+ years of working on career development with people representing multiple sectors, countries, and backgrounds, I can confidently say that the 3 cardinal sins that stop strong candidates from getting jobs are as follows. Number 1, talking about your job search with the wrong people. Namely, talking to coworkers or not talking with anyone at all. While looking for a new job, it is better to avoid telling your current coworkers, just for your safety, unless your boss knows and fully supports your efforts. But at the same time, seek help. Tell your friends and family. Form mastermind groups. Reach out to a professional for assistance. Don't be alone in the process. Number 2, playing hard to get at the job interviews. A job interview is not a date. Many professionals believe that if they show determination, they will sound desperate. Therefore, they often play undecided at job interviews. But determination and desperation are 2 different things. Employers give chances to those who consciously chose them among others and who know why they came to this interview in the first place. If they see your deep interest, They will also show you their interest. Number 3. Collecting position titles, not projects. For an employer, your CV is, in fact, a repository of your projects, not your titles. They couldn't care less about the name of your last position. The only thing that matters is, what did you accomplish? So, if you jump jobs before finishing essential projects, your career will only take off for a while, and for a good reason. Remember always to collect projects, not titles. Sometimes, it is worth staying at your current employer until the end of the project, even though another door is just opening for you elsewhere. Before signing a job contract, NDAs, non-compete agreements, and all the other details in small print. Okay, you've just landed your dream job, and the contract is now on your desk. But wait, several points remain to check throughout the contract before you sign. Please make sure you agree with the hiring manager on the deadline for the detailed review of the contract and take time to read through every detail, preferably with the help of a lawyer. Before, you can find the standard checklist listing pivotal parts of the agreement. Number 1. Non-disclosure agreement, NDA. A non-disclosure agreement, NDA, is a legal contract between your new employer and yourself that outlines the confidentiality of certain information shared during your employment. The primary purpose of an NDA is to protect sensitive, proprietary, or confidential information from being disclosed to unauthorized third parties. For example, the employer's market competition. Before signing, you should first check for the scope of confidentiality, ensure the NDA defines confidential information, and how long the confidentiality obligations last. Then scan through for exclusions. Check for any information excluded from confidentiality, such as information already in the public domain. Finally, know the duration. Determine how long the NDA will be in effect. Some NDAs last indefinitely, which might be restrictive and bind your hands in future jobs. We certainly don't want that. Number 2. Non-compete clause. A non-compete clause or non-compete agreement is a provision that restricts you as an employee from working for competitors or starting a competing business within a specific geographic area for a certain period after leaving your employer. The purpose of this clause is to protect the employer's business interests by preventing former employees from taking their knowledge, for example, skills and potentially confidential information to a competitor. Before signing, you should first know the geographic scope, verify the regions where the non-compete applies. A broad geographic scope could limit your future job opportunities. Then know the duration. Look at how long the non-compete clause is in effect after you leave the company. Long durations, for example, over a year can be problematic, mainly if you specialize in a narrow industry where everyone knows everyone. Finally, find out the industry scope. Ensure the clause doesn't prevent you from working in your field or industry altogether. The scope of the clause should be reasonable and specific. Number 3. Non-solicitation clause. A non-solicitation clause is a provision that restricts you as an employee from soliciting or attempting to solicit the company's clients, customers, or employees after leaving the company. This clause protects the employer's business by preventing former employees from taking valuable relationships or talent to a competing business or their new venture. Clients. This clause might prevent you from soliciting the company's clients for a certain period after you leave. Employees. You may be restricted from hiring or soliciting current employees to join you at a new company. In general, it's a fair ask from an employer to invite you to sign a non-solicitation clause. For most employees, it's not a problem. However, if you plan to build your startup in the future, you should be mindful here. In that case, a non-solicitation clause forbids you from starting your business with anyone you met at this employer's company. Number 4. Intellectual property, IP rights. Intellectual property, IP. Rights are the ownership and usage rights of creations, inventions, and innovations you will develop during employment. These rights are crucial to employment agreements, particularly in industries where creativity, research, and development are integral to the business. Work ownership. Review who owns the IP you create during your employment. Conventionally, the company will claim ownership of all your work, but check for any exceptions. Prior inventions. If you have any prior inventions or intellectual property in the same field, ensure they are excluded from the company's IP claims. Post-employment. Check whether the company has any claims over IP you create after leaving. It shouldn't. Number 5. Termination clauses. A termination clause lists the conditions under which the employment relationship can be ended by either you or the employer. This clause is crucial because it specifies the rights and obligations of both parties when the employment ends. Termination clauses Type 1. Voluntary termination. This occurs when you decide to resign from your position. The clause may specify the notice period you must give your employer before leaving. Termination clauses Type 2. Involuntary termination. This includes termination by the employer, which can happen for various reasons. Involuntary termination. Reasons 1. For cause. Termination due to misconduct, poor performance, breach of contract, or other justifiable reasons. This type of termination often does not entitle you to severance pay. Involuntary termination. Reasons 2. Without cause. Termination that occurs for reasons not related to your performance or behavior, such as company restructuring or downsizing. If you are terminated without cause, you may be entitled to severance pay and other benefits. When reviewing your termination clause, make sure that you check through the following checkpoints. Checkpoint number 1. Notice period. Understand the notice period required from the side of you and the employer in case of resignation or termination. Checkpoint number 2. Cause versus no cause. Check the conditions under which you can be terminated for cause versus no cause, and what severance is available in each scenario. Checkpoint number 3. Severance pay, the eligibility criteria, and the amount. The severance amount is often calculated based on factors like length of service, position, and company policy. It may be paid as a lump sum or in installments. Checkpoint number 4. Garden leave. Some contracts may place you on garden leave, where you are paid but cannot work elsewhere during the notice period. Number 6. General compensation and benefits. Salary and bonuses. Ensure the salary, bonuses, and other compensation details are clearly outlined, including performance-based incentives. If the employer is a public institution, they might undergo the Local Collective Labor Agreement, also known as CAO. In that case, the salary and other compensation should follow the official salary scale regulated by the government. In other cases, for example, when your employer is a private company, there is no official regulation for how much you can be paid. The sky is the limit. The only rule is that your pay should not fall under the local minimal pay. Remember that you are not obliged to accept the first version of the job contract. If you conclude that the proposed salary is too low given your experience and agreed on responsibilities in the company, you can still call the hiring manager with a counterproposal. Benefits. Verify the benefits package, including health insurance, retirement plans, stock options, and other perks. Compare this with what you were promised during the interview. Sometimes the hiring manager and the lawyers preparing the contract must communicate more effectively. Whatever gets placed in the final agreement comes to power, so check all benefits point by point. Reimbursement conditions. Check for any clauses related to expense reimbursements, especially if your job involves travel or other out-of-pocket expenses, or if you plan to upskill by taking costly professional courses. Number 7. Work hours and flexibility. Work schedule. Ensure the expected work hours and overtime policies are clearly stated in the job contract. Understand any expectations for work outside regular hours. You should pay attention to this point, especially if you hear during the job interview, "We are like a family." Unfortunately, this statement is a red flag that often means that we will be the last people you hear from in the evening and the first to call you in the morning. Remote or hybrid work. If applicable, confirm the terms of remote work, including any requirements for being in the office or using specific tools and technologies. For instance, some companies use specialized software to track employees' working hours remotely, which can be stressful and feel like an invigilation. Number 8. Paid vacation days. Clarity and transparency. Stating the number of paid vacation days ensures that both the employer and the employee clearly understand the leave entitlements. This helps avoid potential misunderstandings or disputes about vacation time. Accrual basis. Check if vacation days accrue over time, for example, monthly or annually, or are granted in a lump sum at the beginning of each year. Unused vacation. Check whether you can carry over the unused vacation to the next year or if it expires at the end of the year. For example, unused vacation days may be carried over for up to 12 months. Use it or lose it. If applicable, clarify any use it or lose it policies where unused vacation days are forfeited if not used within a certain period. Request and approval. Process for paid vacation days. Check if the procedure for requesting vacation days, including notice requirements and approval processes, is included. For example, vacation requests must be submitted at least 4 weeks in advance and are subject to managerial approval. Overlap with public holidays. Clarify whether public holidays that fall during vacation time count as vacation days, or if they are in addition to the vacation entitlement. Pro rata vacation. If you are a part-time or temporary employee, check how vacation days are calculated for part-time or temporary employees, typically on a pro rata basis. Request and approval process for extra vacation days. Can you request additional unpaid vacation days? If so, check if the procedure for requesting extra vacation days, including notice requirements and approval processes, is included. Number 9. Dispute resolution. A dispute resolution clause outlines the methods and procedures that both you and the employer agree to follow if a dispute arises during or after the employment relationship. This clause is beneficial for you as it provides a structured approach to resolving conflicts, potentially avoiding stressful, costly, and time-consuming litigation. Arbitration clause. Some contracts require disputes to be settled through arbitration rather than in the courtroom. This could limit your legal options if things go south. Governing law. The contract will outline which state or country's laws apply, usually favoring the employer's convenience. This is especially important if you work remotely from a different jurisdiction. Number 10. Restrictive covenants. Restrictive covenants are clauses that limit your actions during and after your employment to protect the employer's business interests. These covenants are designed to prevent employees from engaging in activities that could harm the employer, such as competing with the company, sharing confidential information, or poaching clients and employees. Non-disparagement. This gagging clause might prohibit you from making negative statements about the company during and after employment. Exclusive employment. Check if the contract restricts you from taking on other employment or freelance work while working for the company. Most employers allow for additional jobs in freelancing as long as it doesn't. Firstly, limit your ability to deliver high-quality work for the agreed number of hours a week. Secondly, provide services competitive toward the employer's business. However, it is not a rule. Number 11. Liability and indemnity. Liability and indemnity clauses outline the responsibilities and protections for you and the employer regarding legal claims, damages, and losses that might arise during employment. These clauses are crucial as they define who bears the financial burden if legal issues or claims arise. Personal liability. Ensure you are not personally liable for actions taken on behalf of the company, except in cases of gross negligence or misconduct. Indemnification. Look for clauses where you might have to repay the company for certain actions and understand the scope of these obligations. Number 12. Probationary period. A probationary period is a designated time frame at the beginning of employment, during which the employer assesses your performance, suitability, and fit within the company. During this period, you and your employer can evaluate whether the employment arrangement is working well. Duration and terms. Some contracts include a probationary period with different terms for termination or benefits. Ensure you know what changes after this period ends. Milestones. If your contract includes a probationary period, ensure it is not associated with unreasonable milestones that will be hard to fulfill before the agreed deadline. Some predatory employers out there deliberately hire for short-term probation periods with a promise to extend the contract, only to dispose of employees after a few weeks or a few months without severance and notice period. So, beware. Number 13. Travel and relocation requirements. Frequency and conditions for job-related travels. If the job involves travel, make sure the expectations and conditions are clearly defined, including details like travel reimbursement and time off. Can you decline a business trip if necessary? Can the employer require you to go on a work-related trip lasting several weeks or more? What is the minimum notice you will receive before being sent on a business trip? Are you allowed to book accommodations that suit your personal needs, such as opting for a more expensive but quieter hotel room if you're a light sleeper? Terms and conditions for relocation. If the job may require relocation, ensure all the terms like relocation expenses, notice period are clear and acceptable. Number 14. Conflicts of interest clauses are designed to prevent your interests from interfering with your professional duties and responsibilities. These clauses ensure that you act in your employer's best interests and avoid scenarios where your personal, financial, or business interests might conflict with your work. Disclosure obligations. Ensure you understand your obligations to disclose potential conflicts of interest, such as side businesses or investments. Number 15. Exit obligations. Exit obligations refer to the responsibilities and requirements you must fulfill upon leaving your position. These obligations ensure a smooth transition for both you and the employer, protecting the company's interests and facilitating the departure process. Exit obligations can vary depending on the terms of the contract and the company's policies, but generally include several key elements: return of property, understand your obligations to return company material and intellectual property, and settle accounts. Before leaving, exit interviews. Check for any mandatory process you must follow when leaving the company. For instance, documenting and cataloging your work, backing up all your data, etc. Number 16. Miscellaneous clauses. Miscellaneous clauses refer to various provisions that don't fall under the main categories of employment terms, but are still crucial for defining the overall agreement between you and your employer. These clauses often address the employment relationship's administrative, legal, and procedural aspects. They can vary widely depending on the company, industry, and legal requirements, but generally serve to clarify additional terms and conditions that apply to the employment. Some examples. Entire agreement. This clause states that the contract represents the entire agreement between you and the company, superseding any prior discussions or agreements. Severability. This clause states that if one part of the contract is found to be unenforceable, the rest of the contract remains valid. Number 17. Amendment clause. An amendment clause specifies how changes or modifications to the contract can be made after it has been signed. This clause is crucial because it sets out the procedures and requirements for altering the terms of the agreement, which is a likely scenario if you plan to stay in the company for years to come. Modifications to the contract. Understand how the contract can be amended. Both parties should agree to any changes in writing. How to communicate proposed changes in the job contract to the hiring manager. Okay, now you have several points you want to clarify or change in your contract. What should you do next? First, prepare either an email or a written document. List and organize your comments section by section, highlight the relevant sections, and provide your suggested changes. Always come up with solutions and remember to justify your proposed changes. Next, structure your communication with the hiring manager. Begin with a polite introduction, thanking the hiring manager for the contract and expressing your enthusiasm for the role. Maintain a positive and professional tone throughout your communication, and frame your comments and proposed changes between a warm introduction and a courteous farewell. Furthermore, ensure your requests don't come across as my way or the highway. Indicate your willingness to discuss the changes further to reach a mutually acceptable agreement. It's a good idea to propose a call or video chat to discuss the proposed changes point by point with the hiring manager. Lastly, to uphold the atmosphere of mutual trust, refrain from mentioning the involvement of your lawyer unless the hiring manager brings up the company lawyers first. The take-home message. Point 1. Job interviews are like sales pitches, where candidates must sell themselves effectively to secure the position. Point 2. Recruitment processes vary depending on the company and sector. In startups, informal interviews over a beer may lead to job offers, while large consultancy companies have stringent procedures. Point 3. As a rule of thumb, recruiters look for qualities like flexibility, team fit, and integrity in job candidates. They also prefer candidates who are positive, energetic, determined, composed, genuinely interested, concrete, and able to ask relevant questions. Point 4. One common mistake job seekers make is playing hard to get during interviews. Employers want to see motivation and determination from candidates, not indifference. Point 5. Before the interview, research the company, interviewers, and the team you are applying for. Point 6. To prepare for interviews, you should be ready for progressive and elimination questions that may be asked during the interview process. Point 7. It is essential to avoid behaviors and statements such as nonverbal communication that is not fluent, suspicious professional history, and other behaviors that may suggest a problematic personality. Additionally, certain statements during the interview, such as criticisms of previous bosses, expressing a dislike for your current job, claiming you could take on any job, or not asking questions, can significantly impact your chances of landing the job. Point 8. Overall, it's essential also to pay attention to red flags during a job interview to ensure that you make a well-informed decision before accepting a job offer. Chapter 8. It is just a game. On using AI and other tricks. Keep your mindset and self-perception straight. If you are unemployed, you should know this. Your self-perception will ultimately determine whether the market crisis helps you bounce back with even more opportunities than before or causes you to lose steam for good. The job market flows like a river. There are periods of prosperity and periods of unrest, and that's normal. That's how things happen in nature. Your responsibility is to maintain your self-image as a professional and make the best use of your time, regardless of the market's conditions. Bears gain weight every autumn and go into hibernation for many months, since foraging in the winter makes little sense. Don't let a bear be more intelligent than you. So, are you unemployed? You are nothing short of a top-class professional on standby, much like the top bear in the forest during winter. Don't land in limbo outside the workforce, where you're unsure if you're in or out anymore. Identify yourself as actively searching, that is, in the workforce, or as taking a career break, that is, temporarily out of the workforce by choice. These are your only options. The moment you start thinking of yourself as unemployed, or euphemistically, a free spirit who works occasionally, your career is over. So, don't let that happen. Find support. Surround yourself with people who encourage your goals, such as therapists, personal trainers, and dietitians. Seek out other job seekers and join self-help groups like Never Search Alone. Get professional assistance from career advisors. Are you worried that your career gap will affect your chances of landing the next job interview? Here's a little secret. It's all about confidence. Discuss your career gap with a smile. Avoid showing any nonverbal signs of shame or guilt. Speak honestly and use humor when appropriate, such as, "And then the crisis hit and my department got de-emphasized." In a recession, recruiters are often the first to go. They understand best what getting de-emphasized means, so every recruiter will understand. The Holy Hustle: How to Play the Recruitment Game. Is this a no-go? On the game between job seekers and recruiters. Many professionals wonder, am I good enough for this job? Perhaps I'm just not competitive enough. I'm too young, too old, too inexperienced, too experienced. I have too few jobs on my resume. I have too many jobs on my resume. They blame themselves for every rejection they receive during the recruitment process. Indeed, It's easy to develop the feeling that if you get 10 or 20 rejections, you must be the bad apple in the basket, and there has to be a valid reason why all your applications are turned down. Certain shortcomings in your resume can lead every subsequent recruiter to reject you. Well, surprise, surprise, more often than not, this is not the case. The vast majority of such instances boil down to the wrong pitch. The recruitment process is a game. While playing this game, you need to showcase your best qualities and understand how to approach the recruiter in a way that highlights your value, leading them to propose the highest possible salary. On the other hand, the recruiter plays the game differently. They will praise you as much as possible and emphasize the non-material benefits of working for them, making you feel positive about the job and encouraging you to agree to work for as little as possible. It's just a game with relatively simple rules. Once you arrive at the recruiter's office, the game is on. Before discussing how to play it, you need to know 3 important facts. 3 simple truths. Fact number 1. No one has an ideal career story, and some people are just better at crafting their resumes than others. If you think critically about your resume, ask yourself this question. Is the document containing your resume the problem, or is it your entire career story? Do you have any complexes related to a lack of education or gaps in your professional life? No one has an ideal career narrative. Virtually everyone has encountered setbacks in their careers, such as illness, burnout, changing a major midway, leaving a frustrating job to pursue the unknown, unsuccessful projects, desired or undesired career gaps, unresolved conflicts at work, or learning skills that have since become obsolete. The point is that people consciously choose to focus on the positives in their resumes and sweep all the negatives under the rug. Their resumes are as prettified and misleading as their shiny, exciting social media profiles. This is the only reason their resumes appear competitive. Building a resume involves polishing your credentials and crafting a compelling career narrative, as if everything you have ever done has led you to where you are now. Fact number 2. A person who eventually lands the job rarely fulfills the full list of expectations. The lists of requirements in job offers are long and unrealistic. Yes, they are. They want a 20-year-old with 30 years of experience. Does this mean you must meet every point mentioned in the job offer? No. You need to understand that, more often than not, it is wishful thinking on the recruiter's part. They can request anything, so why not ask for everything? In the unlikely event that some Hercules fulfills all the stated requirements, including the non-essential ones, they might apply for the job. Why not give it a try? Remember that recruiters also play a game. They seek to find the best candidate possible at a low cost. Many job offers are automatically generated through LinkedIn and other professional networking sites and job boards. LinkedIn provides templates for employers, which makes the job formulation process much more accessible, though not necessarily more transparent. When you upload your job offer to LinkedIn, you will be prompted to specify the position title, and you will receive a suggested text for the job offer based on your input. For example, if you are looking for a senior data engineer, you'll get a list of proposed programming languages that the candidate should know, major data management frameworks, and soft skills that typically characterize a potentially great data engineer. What happens in such cases? Many recruiters become less active and use minimally edited templates for job offers. LinkedIn knows better, right? No wonder the lists of requirements are lengthy and unrealistic. So, what should you do when your resume doesn't meet some of the essential requirements mentioned in the job offer? In that case, you should still address all the points raised in your cover letter. If you lack certain skills or experience, express your willingness to learn. That's it. Fact number 3. Most people are not picky enough with choosing job offers. The problem lies in your resume and how you choose job offers. Many offers are crafted to sound like they were designed specifically for you, appealing to a broad range of professionals. This phenomenon is known as the Barnum effect. The Barnum effect refers to the tendency of individuals to assign high accuracy ratings to generic and vague descriptions of their personalities, especially when these descriptions are presented as personalized. This occurs because people are generally more similar than they believe. We all experience fears and doubts, and many of us suffer from imposter syndrome to some degree. Therefore, it's not hard to create text that sounds personal yet applies to most individuals. This is the same mechanism that makes horoscopes seem accurate. The Barnum effect can lead you to apply for jobs that are more random and less suited to you than you might prefer. Thus, it's important to become more selective when choosing which job offers to pursue. Without increasing the total time spent on job applications, you can dedicate more time to selecting job offers that are particularly enticing and well-matched to your profile. Although this may mean applying to fewer openings, your chances of receiving a job offer will significantly increase. How to play the game like a pro. Having these 3 points out of the way, how do you overcome your worries and complexes and make the best impression at job interviews? As mentioned before, it is all a matter of the correct pitch. This chapter will discuss several situations and propose how to turn lemons into lemonades for each. Situation number 1. You feel that you stayed with one employer for too long, that you know nothing and nobody else in your field. Yes, employers want to have experienced people on board. However, there are various ways to gain experience. While others were busy job hopping, you focused on completing projects for your employer. If you have only one job on your resume, highlight the most exciting, successful, or impactful projects you've accomplished, even if you completed them in just one role. Remember that employers care more about your completed projects than your job titles. There are senior professionals who haven't completed a single solid project throughout their careers. They jumped at every opportunity for promotion, moving from one position to another like tourists. By listing your key projects, your resume will become much more compelling. Additionally, staying true to your employer's values and maintaining integrity are highly valued by employers. According to the Cambridge English Dictionary, integrity has 2 main meanings. Firstly, on an individual level, it refers to the quality of being honest and adhering to strong moral principles. Secondly, on an organizational level, it means being whole and complete. For professionals in a work environment, integrity involves adhering to sound social standards of behavior and remaining committed to virtues like honesty, accountability, and loyalty. It doesn't necessarily mean adopting the same standards as your employers. Rather, it means developing your own principles based on the situation. You are not erratic. You possess a strong work ethic. In essence, integrity signifies reliability. It is not subjective. If you are a person of integrity, you have a moral framework that you adhere to wherever you go. Whether employed or unemployed, your level of integrity remains constant. Why is integrity so important to employers? Well, for 3 key reasons. Reason number 1. Business equals team. In today's economy, which is based on services and white-collar work, the true strength of a business lies in its team. Unlike blue-collar workers, where output can be summed up arithmetically, in the realm of intellectual work, a team's output is a far more complex function of the members' abilities, ideas, and the synergy among them. Thus, in the long term, the relationships and dynamics that build between team members take precedence over the work produced by each individual. Under such circumstances, fostering a sense of respect and honesty within the team is crucial for success. An individual with integrity possesses a moral code that allows them to acknowledge their mistakes and exercise sound judgment. Moreover, a person of integrity is also a team player. They encourage other members to voice their opinions and develop their talents, rather than seeking the spotlight for themselves. Overall, integrity fosters better team dynamics, greater job satisfaction, and higher productivity. Reason number 2. Integrity means quality. People with integrity do what they say they will do. When they sign a contract for 8 hours a day, they work 8 hours each day, regardless of supervision. This trust is especially important in hybrid and remote working arrangements, as employers can no longer closely monitor their employees. In other words, for the employer, Integrity signifies a high quality of work and a strong work ethic, along with a level of trust and responsibility that is invaluable in a professional setting relationship. Reason number 3. Integrity means safety. Today, in an economy based on services, most companies build their value through intellectual property, or IP. This encompasses not only patents and trademarks, but also innovative algorithms, product features, problem-solving procedures, specialized training programs, community-building techniques, company documentation, and correspondence. So, how do you convey to the recruiter that you have integrity? Well, explaining what integrity means to you is the most crucial aspect. Many professionals misunderstand the term and struggle to articulate why having integrity is important. Therefore, being aware of its significance places you in a strong position light. You could say, for instance, I believe I am a person of high integrity. I am respectful and honest towards all members of my team. I am a good listener and let other people shine, but I am also open and helpful when I see what could be improved. I can admit to my mistakes. I do what I promise. I can work on my own, and I stick to agreements. I always respect intellectual property and the confidentiality standards of my employers. Situation number 2. You feel that you are changing employers like gloves, and no one will trust your loyalty now. This is the opposite situation from the previous one. Let's assume you've changed jobs quite often in recent years, and now your resume looks like a restaurant menu. While having too many job shifts is not ideal, can you still present this period in a way that reflects positively on you? Absolutely. First of all, across all sectors, the average employee turnover rate is higher than it has been in the past. In our new post-pandemic economy, changing positions every year or two is more acceptable than ever. Therefore, you can frame your story as a sign of intensive self-development, focused on building your skill set. You might say something like, I was in search of my identity as a professional, and I concentrated on developing a strong, compelling skill set by completing several projects under the guidance of a few employers. Now that I can take on various challenges in my field, I'm seeking stability and a place to plan and grow my career. Employers also appreciate having someone who is well-informed and well-trained on their team. Therefore, you can confidently present this card. Situation number 3. You are very young and you feel that you don't have enough skills for literally any white-collar job. As mentioned, don't feel intimidated by the length of the requirements list. It is just an orientational list meant to give you a sense of the ideal candidate. It doesn't mean this candidate exists. Also, utilize your youth, enthusiasm, and eagerness to learn in such situations. You don't need to be the most experienced candidate just because you recently finished school. You can exchange your lack of experience for a willingness to learn and your capacity to learn quickly. Many employers will appreciate that, especially during the Great Resignation when employees leave so rapidly. Situation number 4. You are a middle-aged employee and worry about age discrimination. Age discrimination isn't just pulp fiction, it exists. For instance, the Mensa Association, which includes 2% of the people with the highest IQ in the world, adjusts raw IQ Raven's progressive matrices test results based on age. If you are older, you need fewer raw points to achieve the mark of 148 IQ and receive an invitation to the association. However, Google and other leading IT companies have not made this adjustment. They expect you to solve logical puzzles at 60 with the same proficiency as younger individuals, 20. Yes, there is some age discrimination going on. You may be slower at solving logic puzzles. However, as an older professional, you also have strengths that 20 and 30-year-olds can only dream about. In particular, you've got all the skills that can only be learned in battle but never at school. Things such as, first, predicting major fuck-ups before they ever appear. Secondly, selecting ideas with the highest ROI, design, and conflict management. Thirdly, finding talents. Lastly, public relations. Going for the interview, you need to be aware of your strengths and able to explain to the recruiter how they can benefit from these strengths. Always take their perspective and be self-confident. It matters not only what you say, but also how you say it. If you properly stretch your arms, smile at the recruiter, and give answers with passion and energy, for example, they won't pay as much attention to the fact that there are a few wrinkles on your forehead. Situation number 5. You had a long career break and worry that this is a no-go to employers. First, consciously planned career gaps are becoming increasingly popular among professionals today. According to a global survey of 22,995 workers and 4,017 hiring managers conducted by Census-wide on behalf of LinkedIn, most professionals currently active have taken a break at least once in their careers. Moreover, a recent report by Manpower Group reveals that 84% of millennials plan to take significant career breaks in the future. Therefore, employers are now prepared to encounter a career gap on your resume. They worry about employees who may seem lazy or feel entitled, for instance, those who go to a doctor to get a burnout diagnosis for any trivial reason and let their employer pay their salary. As someone with a career gap, you belong to the overwhelming majority, and recruiters should value your honesty in sharing your professional story. This is why it is best not to ignore the elephant in the room and to speak the truth. Explain to the recruiter the reasons behind your career gap, what you learned during that time, and how you have become a much better professional because of it. Turn your career gap into your strength. So, how do you explain a career gap in your resume? There are at least a few answers attractive to employers. Answer number 1. Professional development and building professional skills. Today, careers are no longer as linear as they once were. Increasingly, professionals are choosing to change their jobs and careers throughout their working lives. Often, as nicely explained in Emily Wapnick's best-selling book, How to Be Everything, changing career paths naturally leads to incubation time and delays between subsequent jobs, and employers understand that. Research by Resume Go revealed that applicants with gaps in their CVs are, on average, 45% less likely to be invited to an interview than their counterparts. The difference was particularly pronounced for professionals with gaps lasting more than 3 years. According to this study, employers were most welcoming to candidates who cited additional education as the primary reason for their CV gap. Therefore, the first thing you should consider is the courses you took during the gap, especially if you're seeking jobs in competitive sectors of the job market, such as AI or biotechnology, where innovation occurs daily and the landscape of cutting-edge technologies changes year by year. Recruiters will appreciate knowing that despite your career gap, you stayed engaged, and some courses you completed during this time might have been more relevant to your professional life than others. Coding courses, self-development courses, and foreign language courses are all significant for your long-term professional development. Thus, they are worth mentioning. Yes, Coursera courses count too. Of course, it is better to name courses that allow you to produce some viable output, such as a GitHub folder. However, in any case, courses are evidence that you are proactive and care about your personal and professional development. Answer number 2. Building a professional network. Have you attended conferences, meetups, hackathons, or other professional gatherings during your gap year? Well, in that case, you should mention it. Building a professional network is also clear evidence to the recruiter that you always go forward. And you understand that today, any business relies on trust, bonds, and relations. Answer number 3. Working on your productivity. Have you tried any methods for increasing your productivity, such as Pomodoro or other techniques? Well, it's also good to mention. Although increasing your productivity shouldn't be the main scope of your response to the question, it will be seen as a positive trait if you say your practices. It is better to talk about what you did, even if these are minor improvements to your professional qualifications, than focus on everything you didn't do. Answer number 4. Creating content. Were you creating any content during your gap year? Did you write a blog or produce video content like YouTube movies? Or were you focused on journaling? What recruiters really need right now are creativity, focus, and communication skills. In an era of short text messages and emoticons, many professionals struggle to create focused content and articulate their thoughts and emotions effectively. If you can write and speak in a structured and engaging manner, recruiters will view this as a professional strength. Additionally, taking the initiative to create content out of genuine interest demonstrates true enthusiasm for a subject matter proactivity. Answer number 5. Voluntary work. Did you volunteer to organize any events or participate in any nonprofit initiatives? Even weekly meetings of a local hackerspace, a business club, or any other local initiative are worth mentioning. After all, it shows that you have a genuine interest in the subject, are sociable, and are good at networking, and that you always keep yourself informed. Of course, online events count. Answer number 6. Running your own business. You may have tried to launch your own business or a freelance practice during your gap year. Many professionals omit mentioning their business if it doesn't work out. This is a mistake. The recruiter would prefer to hear that you attempted to become an independent professional and that, for some reason, you did not succeed, rather than that you simply traveled around the world and took beautiful photos of yourself in the capitals of 18 countries. In business, failure is not the end. Apathy is. Moreover, employers understand how challenging it can be to launch a business. They will appreciate a candidate who has the courage to try and will seek to harness your entrepreneurial spirit in their organization company. Answer number 7. Learning about the economy. According to a common stereotype, employers prefer to hire employees who are dependent, insecure, and in debt. In reality, they value employees who are relaxed, happy, driven by their mission rather than by the need to make quick money, knowledgeable about the economy, and generally enjoyable to converse with. Moreover, people tend to gravitate towards those who are financially aware. Therefore, you could mention your experiences if you spent time learning about the economy during your gap year, making investments, and building a financial cushion. Just frame your response to suggest to the recruiter that you seriously consider your professional development and future, showing that you've built financial stability to function better as a professional and make more responsible decisions. You'll likely find that the recruiter appreciates your response and feels encouraged to keep you in mind. In summary, regardless of your employment status, there are plenty of activities to mention when asked, "What did you do during your career gap?" Focus on all the investments you've made in yourself during this time and the new assets you've acquired, such as contacts and habits. Most job seekers tend to make excuses when faced with this question, so by taking this proactive approach, you will certainly stand out. Situation number 6. You suffer from mental health problems and worry that this is a no-go to employers. First, recruiters will not openly ask about your health, particularly your mental health. The reason is practical. If a candidate reveals mental health issues during the interview and then doesn't get the job, it could lead to a lawsuit for discrimination. This costs employers time and financial resources, as they must defend against the claim and prove that the selected candidate is objectively better suited for the position. The only exception when recruiters inquire about health is when the application process needs to be adjusted to the candidate's needs. For example, if a candidate is blind and requires assistance during the interview, you are also not legally obligated to disclose your health issues during the interview. Therefore, you don't need to discuss your health at this stage. If you mention anything in that regard, it is entirely at your discretion. Once you secure the position, you may need to disclose your medical information and specify any conditions that could impact your work and hinder your ability to fulfill your duties. Employers value honesty and integrity. Being open about your mental health will be appreciated. However, the interviewer does not know you personally. They may not understand whether you have legitimate reasons for mental health challenges or if you are generally unstable and prone to mental illness. Moreover, employers are aware that communication difficulties may arise between someone with mental health issues and the rest of the team. Consequently, team productivity could decline. This is why employers prefer to hire high-energy individuals. As Naval Ravikant, the founder of AngelList, puts it, the best strategy is to hire people with high integrity and intelligence. This reasoning is sound. Imagine you are an employer managing a team of 10. Who would you choose for a position? A high-energy person with average qualifications or someone brilliant who frequently has downtime due to mental health challenges? As a recruiter, you are a guardian of the group, ensuring that new members will integrate well with the existing team. Of course, how your mental state is regarded depends on the employer's policy and the hiring manager's personal preferences. 2 independent modes of failure. Most hiring managers will evaluate candidates based on their grading systems. They will assess your professional background, technical skills, personality, attitude, and energy level. Whether you are hired as someone with mental health issues depends on how much weight they assign to these various factors, weights that you cannot know in advance. As a general guideline, it is often not the best idea to discuss mental health issues in a job interview. If you bring up these topics, you will most likely receive understanding and support from the recruiter, but they will probably select another candidate for the job. During the interview, your goal is to present your most employable self. When meeting with the recruiter, do you go out in the morning as you woke up, with unkempt hair and in random clothes? No. To your friends and family, you are beautiful just as you are. However, you still wish to spend time in front of the mirror to look your best for the interview. It's the same with discussing your mental health. This doesn't mean being dishonest, just framing your experience in a way that maximizes your chances of success. Your loved ones appreciate you as you are, mental health issues and all, but that's not what you can expect from your employer. Nonetheless, in certain circumstances, it may be beneficial to mention recent challenges you face. Hiring managers can often read people. If your mental health challenges are severe, it will likely be apparent that you feel down. Therefore, if you believe your mental health is visible and hard to conceal, it may be wise to be candid about it. You can do so in a soft manner, emphasizing the positives. You might frame your response like this. As you may know, the job market has been turbulent lately, and I have also faced challenges during this time. However, in the past few months, I have achieved several developments in my professional life. I took courses, I learned XYZ. The hiring manager may not be thrilled about the fact that you are not currently the high-energy candidate. However, when faced with 2 candidates exhibiting signs of burnout or mental health issues, they will likely choose the one who focuses on positives and highlights all the progressive steps they have taken. In some situations, discussing past mental health issues during a job interview can be advantageous. While mentioning current mental health challenges may lower your chances of getting hired, many hiring managers appreciate honest accounts of past mental health struggles, particularly when considering candidates for leadership roles. For them, learning that you have overcome mental health issues and developed effective strategies to avoid similar challenges in the future signifies honesty, maturity, self-awareness, and personal growth. You might earn fewer points for resilience to stress, but you will gain more for integrity. Leaders should understand their employees and followers. Past challenges make them better managers, bring them closer to people, and enhance their effectiveness. Relatable. Situation number 7. You are an introvert. Let's be honest, these are not easy times for introverts. Most employers expect a full package, namely, an employee who excels in their work, is sociable, and is outspoken. Furthermore, building a career today is difficult without an online presence. You need to manage yourself and represent yourself publicly. Therefore, even as an introvert, you are expected to push yourself out of your comfort zone when necessary. In either case, as an introvert, you possess several positive traits that today's employers seek. You are independent at work, structured and focused. You can perform deep work, excel at planning, use your imagination daily, focus on meaningful meetings and conversations, and respect other people's personal space. When attending job interviews, you should emphasize these qualities instead of implying that you are an introvert. Conclusion: How to play the recruitment game like a pro? Well, we are all flawed as professionals. No one has an impeccable resume. What truly matters is not what happens to us, but how we respond to it. It's important to build confidence in your value as a professional before meeting the recruiter. The recruiter cares primarily about whether you can perform your job effectively and whether you are easy to work with. Your age, employment history, or personality traits serve only as indicators for assessing these two qualities. Certainly, recruitment is a probabilistic process, and you can never guarantee success with 100% certainty. However, by emphasizing your strong professional skills and your ability to collaborate in a team, you can be confident that the recruiter will recognize your potential value. How come that some people always pass the recruitment process on 7 magic spells? Some people seem to have developed a secret formula for getting hired. They always land jobs incredibly quickly. Is there any shared secret to this phenomenon? Well, these people know the sentiment and understand what employers' needs are and what they want to hear. Several secret phrases can single-handedly convince the hiring manager that you are the person they seek. They all might sound innocent at first, but are powerful when you give them a thought. Here they are. Secret phrase number 1. I prefer to develop my career in a stable environment and challenge myself in these safe conditions. This statement is akin to saying, I love to live and work in a safe place. At the same time, I prefer to explore and choose a different route every day while biking to and from work. Hiring managers in corporations, large consulting firms, and public institutions appreciate hearing this statement. It strongly implies that you are committed to developing your career with one employer. At the same time, you are not a sloth waiting until retirement. You are ambitious and willing to challenge yourself with new tasks, build your skills, and climb the corporate ladder. That's precisely the motivation profile they seek in their organizations. Hiring managers are not looking for job hoppers who jump from company to company, collecting positions like souvenirs. Once they invest in you, they would prefer to have you stay for the long haul. Employers also value hearing that you possess a growth mindset and are eager to tackle challenging projects. Growth inherently involves challenge, so being a lifelong learner and seeker of novelty is always appreciated. Secret phrase number 2. I took additional professional courses in my free time, as I have the ambition to become a full-stack employee. The term full-stack originates from software development. A full-stack developer refers to someone who understands all stages of the development process. Full-stack developers can write code for both client and server software. They are highly valued and sought after in the IT field, as they can coordinate and effectively manage the entire development process. Likewise, you can use full stack as a synonym to describe any professional who can develop a project from start to finish. Full stack is a techie equivalent of full package. Today, employers look for complete packages. They prefer individuals who are not simply followers and do not wait for instructions, but can manage a project independently. This need is especially pronounced as work increasingly shifts to remote teams. Employers highly value those who can think and work autonomously. This trend is evident in the IT industry and other sectors such as pharmaceuticals and biotechnology. Knowledge of programming languages and methods used in data science is like any other foreign language. They are always an asset on a resume, no matter the market sector. Nowadays, many ambitious students in the humanities, biology, or chemistry are taking online courses and enrolling in programming and IT schools to become more competitive in the job market. Furthermore, the R&D industry is evolving so rapidly that employers can rarely predict their needs in a year or two. Generally, being open to new knowledge and taking steps to enhance your professional skills is always seen as a plus. If you're interested in starting your journey into machine learning and data science from scratch, a great starting point is the iconic book Pattern Recognition and Machine Learning by Christopher Bishop. Secret phrase number 3. I am a person of high integrity, or I highly value integrity. Integrity is a term frequently used by leaders, employers, and recruiters. For a professional in the workplace, integrity involves adhering to established social standards of behavior while remaining committed to virtues such as honesty, accountability, and loyalty. It doesn't necessarily require you to adopt the same standards as your employer. Rather, it implies that you create your own guidelines for interacting with others based on the circumstances. You are not a loose cannon, but instead possess a strong work ethic. In other words, integrity signifies reliability. Saying, "I have integrity," means I am a person who has rules. Employers appreciate that. Secret phrase number 4. I am an independent thinker and problem solver who always works with a team on their mind. Employers love ambiverts. They aren't looking for nerdy individuals who may be geniuses but never emerge from their cubicles or engage with their teammates. They also aren't seeking talkative heads and attention seekers who constantly need others around them and cannot work independently. They seek someone who falls right in between these two extremes. Someone who can focus deeply on work for a few hours in complete silence and then participate in a team meeting as the most active contributor conference. Secret phrase number 5. I am motivated by other people waiting for my results. The question about personal motivation often arises in job interviews. Even if not directly asked, it's wise to weave this point into the conversation at some stage during the interview. For the hiring manager, this statement shows that you are a genuine team player who receives an extra boost of energy whenever a group challenge arises or a teammate needs assistance. In other words, this reflects a collective instinct that hiring managers seek. Secret phrase number 6. I am finishing all my commitments at my current position because I have a rule to always finish my projects before going on. This statement excites hiring managers more than anything else. They constantly endure backlash from employees who leave projects before they reach a successful conclusion. This leads to significant losses and, at times, even the company's ultimate failure in the market. Today, employers are pragmatic. They understand that many of their best team members will eventually seek other opportunities, prioritizing their self-development over the company's interests. However, this doesn't mean they take leaving a project lightly. So, if you are someone who always strives to thoroughly clear your commitments before moving on, all signs point to you. Secret phrase number 7. I am educated in data safety and intellectual property. Today, most companies build their value on intellectual property, IP, in an economy that is service-based. This includes not only patents and trademarks, but also innovative algorithms, product features, problem-solving procedures, insider training programs, community-building techniques, company documentation, and correspondence. For any business, it is crucial to hire trustworthy employees. Specifically, employers need to be confident that you won't compromise the company's IP, as this can lead to significant losses or even ultimate market failure. That's why terms like integrity and respect for intellectual property are music to employers' ears. Therefore, if you understand terms such as GDPR, copyrights, Creative Commons, patents, trademarks, firewall, digital certificate, or any other form of data and IP protection, be sure to voice it. If you have any relevant credentials, include them prominently in your resume and LinkedIn profile spot. Is the recruitment process always fair? What about the underrepresented groups, women, ethnic minorities, and people who visually stand out? It is a controversial subject, rightly so. But unfortunately, that is still not always the case. In some work environments, this is not true at all. In large government-funded institutions, it is generally illegal to offer different salaries to employees in the same positions, regardless of their gender or any other factors, because the National Labor Agreement protects employees from unfair salary practices. So, if you seek jobs in public institutions or an academic career, you can be confident that your salary will not depend on your demographics. There is pressure to ensure equal pay for employees' work in corporate environments and international consulting firms. Unfortunately, this fairness is much less evident in small companies and freelance work. Budding entrepreneurs are typically in survival mode and attempt to cut costs in every possible way. Generally, startups do not offer a fixed salary associated with a specific position. Instead, they will pay you whatever you can negotiate. Since women tend to negotiate salaries less aggressively than men and generally are more accommodating, they often receive lower offers than their male counterparts. As freelancers, they also tend to experience biases and receive inferior bids from potential clients compared to their male peers. In some countries, such as Iceland, there are initiatives to address this situation by regulating salaries and eliminating wage differences based on gender in any professional setting. However, achieving complete fairness will take time. What about my language? What happens when you're an expat without fluency in the local language? The question then arises, what about my language skills? How does this influence my career opportunities? Where can I fit into the job market? It would be negligent to claim that with limited ability to speak the local language, you'll have the same career opportunities as native speakers. You won't. Having a strong command of the local language is necessary, especially for roles requiring close interaction with clients, such as a medical science liaison. However, in many company roles, particularly in departments like R&D, English is often the working language. It's also true that even when proficiency in the local language is expected, employers might accept a communicative level when accompanied by strong motivation to improve. Locals are generally patient with foreigners trying to speak their language, even if they make some mistakes. For instance, many American companies are filled with expats hired for their skills and experience rather than their English proficiency. How do American companies perform in the market? Quite well. American employers recognize the need to make their teams more multilingual, as the shortage of foreign language skills can negatively affect their revenue. So, don't be afraid to apply for local jobs. If your language skills aren't proficient, it's wise to mention this in your cover letter, specify your language level, such as intermediate, and show your strong desire to settle in and enhance your language abilities. Additionally, it's beneficial to take some courses while job hunting. This will not only improve your language skills, but also allow you to demonstrate to recruiters that you are making your best efforts to improve your proficiency adapt. Take aptitude tests seriously. Many companies conduct tests before admitting you to the final round of job interviews. Some companies do this at the very early stage, even before the first interview. While other companies do this at the late stage, there is no rule here. Although many commercial aptitude tests and personality tests out there rely on a weak methodology, companies still rely on them as some proxy for the quality and fit of the candidates. It usually happens when the employer gets so many candidates per position that they need to make a strict selection of candidates. Therefore, the results might influence your chances of getting invited to the interview. Generally, 3 main types of tests used in recruitment. Number 1. Classic IQ tests. The Raven's Progressive Matrices test is the most classic IQ test to date. The test focuses on fluid intelligence related to pure processing speed, as opposed to crystallized intelligence that relies on semantic knowledge gained over a lifetime. The concept behind the test is that fluid intelligence is innate, and it should not be influenced by language or culture. For this reason, the test does not include tasks that require linguistic skills or semantic knowledge. Instead, all tasks involve identifying patterns in pictograms. This test is widely utilized in admissions to the Mensa Association and various other applications. Due to its popularity, the test has become less common in recruitment, as it's too easy to find examples online and prepare for it. However, companies often seek similar, culturally neutral IQ tests based on the concept of fluid intelligence, procuring these assessments from firms specializing in cognitive skills testing. Even though there is a low likelihood that you will need to take the Raven test, it is still advisable to practice solving this type of problem online, as you may encounter something similar in the future. Additionally, be aware that many companies may require you to complete the full version of the tests online, but subsequently administer a shortened version during the interview at their headquarters to verify your honesty. Therefore, if you choose to cheat by collaborating with friends, this could backfire later. It is highly recommended to approach this honestly and complete the test yourself. Number 2. Motivational questionnaires or tests. Although the recruiter will assess your motivation during the interview, some companies also attempt to quantify your motivation level. In the associated tests and questionnaires, you will encounter multiple questions about situations that make you feel either demotivated or motivated. For example, if you are taking on a project as a leader and are held accountable, does this increase or decrease your motivation to pursue the project? Most questions in these tests carry an element of social approval. Social approval implies that you are aware of the expected answer, which may lead you to skew your response to align with those expectations. It's unfortunate, but many individuals tend to adjust their responses to project an image of being highly motivated. Therefore, it may not be wise to be completely honest in these tests and reveal your moments of weakness, which we all experience. Doing so might land you in the lower end of the distribution. In such cases, it would be more strategic to choose the answer that sounds more favorable to the employer whenever you find yourself torn between two options. While this may seem unfair, it can enhance your chances of achieving a better score. If you are an employer reading this book, consider stopping the use of this type of test, as they are highly biased design. Number 3. Personality tests. It is also common practice to conduct personality tests, such as the Big Five, also known as Ocean or Canoe, which is based on a 5-dimensional personality model, or DISC, which is based on a 4-dimensional personality model. There is no preferred profile to aim for here. The ideal personality for a candidate depends significantly on the position, the team, and the company's vision. As a rule of thumb, all companies seek team players who are punctual, reliable, and exhibit minimal neurotic traits. Beyond that, preferences can vary. Thus, the best advice is to take the test seriously. Be honest, allow yourself sufficient time, do not rush your answers, and ensure you approach the test in a relaxed state of mind, avoiding any stimulants, such as strong coffee, as they can lead to impulsiveness and significantly affect your results. Additionally, be mindful of questions related to your neuroticism level and avoid presenting yourself as a complainer, as no one wants to see a complainer in their team office. Podcasts and jobs. Does my podcast decrease my chances of getting a job? What a great question. So, will your new employer mind that you have a passion project on the side and build influence via podcasting? Here's the thing, it depends on a few factors. Factor number 1, the type of employer you deal with. As a rule of thumb, large, established companies with strong brands are more afraid of potential failure modes, such as a strongly opinionated employee with a following, than startups. Let's be clear, they are often paranoid. Furthermore, startups seek any attention and marketing channels they can get. Therefore, a startup might interpret your ability to handle and develop social media as an opportunity to strengthen the company's PR, and consider it an excellent reason to hire you. Factor number 2, your transparency. It is a common belief that while applying for jobs, you should prune all items in your CV that don't directly relate to the job offer you are applying for. It is not entirely true. You can prune elements of your career story that happened in the past, but not those that are happening now. So, suppose you don't mention your podcast in the application, and the recruiter discovers your initiative from their end. In that case, it won't give you the best look and will immediately lower mutual trust. So, don't try to hide the elephant in the room. If you are an active podcast host, don't try to hide this in the recruitment process. Mention the fact openly in your resume and argue why your podcast makes you an even stronger job candidate. For instance, you can pitch for solid communication skills and the ability to take other perspectives. Factor number 3, how well you separate your professional life from your podcast. Many employers don't mind the time and attention that you invest in your podcast, but rather are afraid of outspoken and emotionally unstable employees with an audience, as they are loose cannons. Therefore, you have to assure the recruiter that you are highly professional. Namely, you don't share confidential work-related information online, you never show your daily frustrations to the public, and you handle your emotions and keep your composure while on screen. Lastly, while signing a job contract, it is also a good practice to put the recruiter's words on paper, namely to cover a clause allowing you to carry on your initiative while working for the employer. Learn to get over rejections. Finding out why you got rejected is not easy. You'll often get throwaway feedback that other candidates better fit the position, even if the reality is different. You might get rejected if the recruiter discovers one concerning sentence in your motivational letter or during the job interview. For example, if you mention in your letter that you have a sole proprietorship as a side hustle, it may suggest to the recruiter that you're mainly seeking a stable paycheck from the job. During the interview, asking whether it's possible to work 3 days a week might imply to the recruiter that you wouldn't be able to commit fully. Alternatively, the management may have promised the position to someone else. The recruiter could also have an inexplicable instinct that they don't want to work with you. Consequently, you may never learn the true reason for your rejection unless you have insider knowledge. This also suggests that dwelling too much on rejections can waste your time. It's important to remember that recruiters need to be discreet about the employer's hiring policies, as this is often considered part of the company's intellectual property. They are somewhat like fashion designers who select models for their shows. They have their own preferences, and the show follows a specific style, requiring all models to fit a particular look and body type. Thus, it is not always the most attractive models that are chosen for the runway, but rather those who find themselves in the right place at the right time and meet the criteria for the show, even if their features are unconventional. Another reason to develop resilience against rejections in the recruitment process is the recruitment bias caused by artificial intelligence algorithms, wonderfully explained in the Netflix documentary Coded Bias. Today's complex reinforcement learning algorithms lead to neural networks that classify job candidates with latent features that even their developers may not comprehend. As a result, female candidates and candidates from minority groups are dismissed significantly more often than young Caucasian males. What can you do as a job candidate? Unfortunately, not much. In most cases, it's nearly impossible to prove discrimination to an employer, especially when a black box algorithm is responsible for the selection process. However, this is yet another reason why you shouldn't take rejections personally. If you take a major career turn, you need to accept that your earnings might drop for the time being. If you switch between two industries but hold a similar role, you may enjoy a comparable or even higher salary. However, if you make a significant career change and enter a new field where you'll need to learn the skills from scratch, you might have to accept that your position will be more junior or even classified as a traineeship. This may also mean a temporary decrease in your salary, which is the cost of changing professions and trying something new. Nonetheless, it is often the right decision to regard this financial setback as an investment in yourself that will ultimately enhance your long-term career opportunities. Additionally, the salary drop is only temporary. Keep in mind that your career spans 40 to 50 years, and taking a slight detour for long-term career growth is a wise choice in the bigger picture of your professional journey things. Remember that recruitment is about the odds. Once the human factor is in the game, there is always an element of a lottery. Even if you are the most appropriate candidate for the position, you are never guaranteed to get recruited. It is similar to taking an exam. Sometimes you study hard and feel confident that you learned everything, but the teacher will come up with surprising questions about details you overlooked. Ultimately, you will get a worse score than you should or feel you deserve. The whole recruitment process aims to spot the right person for the position, but is always based only on a certain probability. Therefore, you can use some of the techniques we discussed to increase your chances, but more is needed to guarantee success. If you get rejected, do not get discouraged. Don't let this event influence your self-perception. The elephant in the room: AI in the job market. Is it legal to use AI in recruitment? Recently, the European Union introduced the AI Act, which limits the use of AI in the recruitment process. Specifically, AI is not intended to be the primary tool utilized by recruiters, and every job application must go through human review. Recruitment has been classified as a high-risk area for AI application, where it must be used skillfully. When applied carelessly, AI can introduce recruitment bias and marginalize underrepresented groups based on demographics, background, or ethnicity. Given this, while using large language models, LLMs, in the job search process is still legally acceptable for job seekers. This may change in the future, but is there a point? How about AI in job search? So, how about using ChatGPT and other chatbots based on LLMs to educate yourself about potential employers? Is this a good idea? The short answer is, of course. These innovative, free, intelligent virtual assistants can make applying for a job easier than ever before. For instance, you can ask a chatbot to extract useful information about a company directly from its landing page. Simply provide ChatGPT with clear instructions, including the source landing page of the employer you're interested in, and you will receive a compelling pitch explaining why you are the perfect candidate for that specific company. One thing to remember is that the responses will be based on official information supplied by the employer. Therefore, inviting current and former employees for informational interviews and having private conversations is still important advised. On centaurs and cyborgs. The dirty truth about the self-navigating job market as a knowledge worker in times of AI: you either become a centaur, you become a cyborg, or you get extinct. As described by Ethan Mollick in his essay, Centaurs and Cyborgs on the Jagged Frontier, the recent study by Boston Consulting Group revealed that their consultants using ChatGPT-4 outperformed those who did not. After executing 18 experimental tasks, including creative, analytical, writing, marketing, and persuasiveness, consultants using AI were assessed as substantially quicker, more accurate, and more innovative than others. The less skilled consultants increased their skills with AI by a higher margin than highly trained consultants. However, the study also demonstrated that one can overdo using AI and underperform when the task goes beyond the AI frontier. AI can be deceptive if you cannot spot the frontier. What's the remedy? Well, you need to either become a centaur or a cyborg. Centaur's work distinctly separates human and machine tasks, similar to the clear distinction between the human torso and horse body in the mythical centaur. This approach involves a strategic division of labor, alternating between AI and human tasks and assigning responsibilities according to the strengths and capabilities of each. Example: in medical diagnosis, a doctor conducts a physical examination and interacts with the patient to gather symptoms and medical history. An AI system analyzes the patient's data, including lab results, medical images, and historical health records, to suggest potential diagnoses and treatment options. The doctor leverages their expertise and interpersonal skills to understand the patient's condition. At the same time, the AI processes large data sets and identifies patterns that may not be immediately evident to the human eye. Cyborgs seamlessly merge machine and human elements, integrating them closely. Rather than simply delegating tasks, cyborgs intertwine their efforts with AI, working in tandem. In the partnership of flesh and code, brilliance is born. Example: graphic designers, writers, and musicians use AI-powered software that collaborates with them in real time. These tools can suggest design elements, complete sentences, or generate musical accompaniments based on the artist's input. The creative process becomes a collaborative effort between humans and AI, with AI augmenting artists' creativity and providing new possibilities that humans might not have conceived on their own. The Pareto Principle. The widespread adoption and regulation of AI in the job market for knowledge workers is not a distant future, but a reality we are currently facing. In this rapidly changing landscape, how do you stay afloat and continue building a career without fear of AI? Yes, there will be some disruptive movements and turbulences in the job market related to the fast AI adoption. However, a key strategy to navigate this is to invest your time in a rational way, using the Pareto principle to focus on the most impactful tasks. Let's take a trip down memory lane to the widespread internet adoption 20 to 25 years ago. Were you up to date with every technical novelty appearing online? Every new popular website? Every new internet protocol? Every new browser plugin? Probably not. And yet, you did adapt. And here we are, a quarter of a century later, smoothly talking and working online. We transitioned into the online working culture smoothly, and will transition towards symbiosis with AI equally painlessly. Nothing to worry about. So, think about AI adoption in a similar way to internet adoption. You can quickly achieve significant benefits by utilizing state-of-the-art AI solutions such as GPT or Stable Diffusion and learning simple prompting tricks. As a rule of thumb, getting a good command of the top 5 to 10 tools and building your career is better than racing against the AI fanatics and spending a ton of your time trying countless new apps. The take-home message. Point 1. If you are jobless, it is essential to maintain a positive self-perception to bounce back from the market crisis. Surround yourself with supportive people and seek professional help if needed. Staying positive and proactive can help you make a strong impression and increase your chances of success in the job market. Point 2. Remember that the recruitment process is a game. Understanding the rules can help you navigate it effectively. Point 3. Key magic phrases can significantly affect how you are perceived during the hiring process. Point 4. It is essential to approach these aptitude tests in the recruitment process honestly and with a focused mindset to represent your skills and traits accurately. Point 5. Depending on your attitude and your employer's PR strategy, having a podcast or passion project on the side may impact job opportunities. Point 6. Job seekers can benefit from AI tools like chatbots for research and preparation, but should also be aware of the limitations and biases that AI systems may have. Point 7. In navigating the evolving job market with AI integration, individuals can adopt strategies such as becoming a centaur or cyborg, integrating human and machine capabilities for optimal performance. Chapter 9. Savoir vivre in the job search process. The unwritten rules of the job recruitment process. The tips in previous chapters will let you land reasonable job offers, but they won't let you maneuver between your current and future employers with class without hurting anyone's feelings and leaving everyone with warm thoughts about you. So, how do you ensure that your current employer will keep thinking warmly of you after you leave? How do you ensure that you don't burn bridges and that many doors open? Managing your current boss in the recruitment process. Should my boss know that I am looking for a job? As a rule of thumb, you don't need to tell your current boss or your coworkers about your job search. However, in certain circumstances, it might be beneficial to tell your team leader, for instance, when, number 1, your contract is expiring soon. If you have a contract with an upcoming expiry date, such as a typical academic research contract, your boss won't blame you for looking for another contract. In that case, telling them you are looking for options might help, as your boss might share ideas and personal contacts with you. Number 2. You have a close relationship with your boss based on trust. This depends on your relationship with your boss and the unwritten rules in your work environment. If you feel that your boss is also your mentor, who genuinely cares about your career, and you both recognize that your options for career development in your current job are limited, you can share your thoughts with them in confidence. This way, you will build mutual trust and likely maintain it long after changing your employer. Whether you decide to speak with your boss or not, it's best to keep this information confidential from your colleagues. You certainly don't want gossip behind your back or a wave of people coming up with the same idea as you, leading to a mass departure from the company and causing chaos. Informing your colleagues will do you no good. How to quit from a job with class. Well, this is a challenging question. Leaving a job with grace is a complex diplomatic exercise, but if you follow certain principles. Principle number 1, tell your employer first and give them notice long enough. Your employer should learn about your new job from you, not from your colleagues, rumors floating around, or your new employment status on LinkedIn. Just tell them as soon as possible and give them notice as long as possible. Your contract should specify the minimum notice period, but if you can extend it, your management will appreciate it. Also, don't gossip around. Give your employer a chance to tell your team and colleagues about your decision. If your colleagues ask about your reasons for leaving, give them a generic answer, such as, for example, "I felt the need to change my working culture and start the next stage of my career somewhere else. After so many years spent here, I needed some career change. I found out that employer X offers some growth opportunities that I badly need now, and I felt compelled to try." Don't suggest that to your colleagues, even if you change jobs because of your relationship with your current boss. The next day, everyone will know, including your boss. Principle number 2, talk to your boss like to a human being. Resigning can be much better than simply handing in a letter. Smile at your manager and express gratitude for the opportunity to work together and for everything they taught you. Additionally, kindly explain your decision, ensuring that your explanation doesn't diminish your manager's or employer's professional qualities. Reassure them that working with them has been a joy for you and that wherever you go next, you will speak highly of them. Help them see you as a future ambassador for their brand. Principle number 3, try to finish all your current projects. Nothing irritates employers more than employees who abandon projects halfway simply because they've found another opportunity elsewhere. Such quitters are a significant problem today and often derail or sabotage projects. Therefore, give your best effort until your final day and make sure your desk is as free from ongoing projects as possible. If there are still unfinished tasks on your agenda, try to find a replacement within the team and ensure that someone else takes over these tasks after you leave the company. Of course, keep your team leader informed throughout the process and ensure they are aware of your plan's efforts. Principle number 4, say a proper goodbye to the team. Some employers organize farewell parties to honor your contributions, while others do not. In this case, don't wait for your employer to take the initiative. Instead, personally offer coffee and cake to all team members, or even suggest going out to a restaurant together. During the meeting, be sure to thank the team for collaborating and express that you will miss them, and remind them that they can still count on you. Additionally, give each of your close coworkers something personal, such as a card with an individual, heartfelt thank you note. This gesture will show your employer that this job has meant much more to you than just earning a paycheck, and they will think of you fondly. Furthermore, try to set aside any workplace tensions. Act like a true diplomat and shake hands with everyone, even those who are challenging to work with. Keep in mind that this may be the last time you see them, making it a perfect opportunity to bury the hatchet and part on a positive note. And of course, don't forget to gather contact information from your team members, including their LinkedIn profiles, personal emails, and phone numbers. Make sure to stay in touch moving forward. They will become part of your social capital. Lastly, consider writing a press note about your departure on social media, where you publicly praise and thank your former employer. This will undoubtedly be well-received appreciation. Principle number 5. Make sure you follow any procedures related to leaving your job. Many professionals who change jobs are so focused on their new positions that they must adequately consider closing their previous contracts. In most workplaces, employees who clean their workstations must not only clean their desks from personal belongings, but also sign appropriate documents, clean their disk space, catalog their projects, and complete several other formalities. Therefore, make sure you end your contract properly. If you need to learn more about procedures, ask Human Resources. Of course, you also need to ensure you don't accidentally take IP out of the company, such as confidential data or the company's customer base, as this is illegal and can get you into trouble. Managing hiring managers in the recruitment process. Empathy for the recruiter. Training a new employee in a highly specialized position takes at least 6 months. Furthermore, this significant investment is unlikely to yield a return, as the new employee may leave for a better opportunity as soon as they enhance their CV sufficiently. Consequently, employers prefer candidates who possess all the necessary skills to start immediately. They would rather not wait for you to learn a new skill, even if it only takes a few weeks. They are hesitant to allocate resources for training new hires, even if they are exceptional professionals. But can you blame them, considering how frequently professionals change jobs these days? In public perception, an employer is often viewed as either a blood-sucking vampire or a cash machine. Few job seekers take the time to empathize with the recruiter and, by extension, the employer during the hiring process. Therefore, show empathy during recruitment. Ask the recruiter about their opinions and personal hiring standards. Make sure to address their requirements in detail instead of merely suggesting, "I just deserve it." Can I resign from a job offer? Will it hurt the hiring manager? Empathic professionals often ask, "What do I do when I receive 2 or more good job offers and need to turn down one of them? What would the hiring manager think of me? Will it hurt them in any way?" The answer is, no, it won't. Job interviews are two-sided negotiations, and nothing is set in stone before the contract is signed. Hiring managers are professional negotiators. Hearing no is their bread and butter. They know that the best candidates usually have a few options, and you can't win them all. Remember that saying no is perfectly fine for as long as it is. Number 1. Polite. If you reject a job offer, it is polite to make an effort to announce this decision personally and call the hiring manager. This shows respect to the hiring manager and courage to take accountability for your choices. Text response by email should always be a plan B. It is not nearly as classy as a phone call. And yes, many recruiters reject candidates via email. Be better than that. Show them real class. For more, praising the other party is a good occasion, even rejection. For instance, you can say, "Thank you for the opportunity. Unfortunately, I decided to proceed with another offer. However, I am grateful for your time and trust in my professional skills. This is a great team, and I do not doubt you will find a fantastic candidate for the role." Moreover, you might use this occasion to send the recruiter a polite invitation to your network via LinkedIn. In this way, you will show them that you have a reasonable opinion about their work and welcome them into your professional circle. Plus, you gain a new, valuable connection. Number 2, quick and direct. Once you turn down the offer, please communicate this decision immediately. Nothing annoys the hiring manager more than procrastinating and delaying the decision for longer than necessary. And of course, please do communicate. It will not look perfect for the hiring manager if they learn about your final decision by getting notified via LinkedIn about your new position. In that case, you can forget about ever working for their employer or anyone close to their circle. What to do when I receive a job offer while I am still waiting for a response for my preferred job? This is a common situation. Most of us apply for multiple jobs at a time while looking for new career opportunities. What do you do when you get an offer from one employer while still waiting for the decision regarding another, more desired role? There are a few things you should know here. Number 1, communicate with the employer who sent you the offer. If you are unsure whether to accept the offer, the worst thing you can do is remain silent on the line. Silence rarely reflects well. You should appreciate the offer, even if it differs from your ideal job. Typically, you should respond within the first 24 hours. However, you don't need to accept or reject the offer immediately. Employers understand that it is an important decision, and you need time to consider it. You might politely inform them that you would like to take some time to thoroughly read the contract and ask how much time you have to make your final decision. In most countries, the standard is 1 week, but this may vary by employer. Additionally, you can extend the deadline by proposing a counteroffer. For instance, let's say you notice some essential benefits that could enhance the contract, such as a healthcare plan for your family or an additional budget for self-education. You could reach out to the hiring manager to renegotiate this aspect of the contract and request a revised offer in writing. Number 2, you should keep the information above and below. Your top choice should know that you have offers on the table and that they are your top choice. This might speed up their decision-making process. To prompt them to make the decision faster, you might, for example, send them a polite message saying, "I just received a job offer from another company. However, I do not doubt that joining your team and pursuing your vision and mission is how I see my future professional life. Therefore, I would highly appreciate an update about this position at your earliest convenience." At the same time, the employer who extended the job offer should not be aware that they are not your top choice. This might lead them to feel that they are less important to you than you are to them, and that you may lack motivation to work for them. Therefore, keep the fact that you are in the recruitment process with another employer to yourself. Number 3, read the contract before you sign it. If no clause mentions a penalty for retracting an accepted offer, you can take it first and then retract it if your preferred employer responds later. Number 4, give it a chance. Lastly, the grass is always greener on the other side. Sometimes, it is better to stop overthinking your job search and go for it. You might be surprised at how many employees fall in love with their jobs slowly and day by day rather than getting crazy about what they do on day one. A good boss will make your job enjoyable even if it seems boring at first glance. Managing other people involved. In the job recruitment process, you also meet other professionals worth your attention, which can lead to valuable contacts. For instance, you might visit the company headquarters for a hiring day with 20 other enthusiasts. Remember that these individuals are not just your competitors for the job. They are at a similar career stage as you and share similar career aspirations. Therefore, think of them as potential friends, allies, collaborators, and mentors rather than rivals. Reach out to them and exchange contacts on LinkedIn. Congratulate them if they land the job. Continue supporting each other and sharing information if they don't. Who knows? They might help you secure your next job or even become your employer one day. Savoir vivre in the job application process. Is it complicated? Yes and no. Here, the rules of common sense apply. Consider that your team leader, hiring managers, and colleagues are all human and have human emotions. It is easy to predict that if you start discussing your plans to find a new job, the news will spread over lunch breaks and Friday afternoon drinks at the speed of light. It is easy to predict that if your team leader learns from a third party about your new job, their level of trust will drastically drop. It is easy to predict that no one wants to be option B, and if the hiring manager learns that you have another preference for the job, they won't be happy and might reject your application. If you consider that all these parties involved have human feelings and reactions, it will be much easier for you to change the job without ruffling any feathers. Life in a new job, on open field jobs. And now let's imagine that you've just started your new job. Have you ever had a boring job where you had one well-defined, tedious task? It is painful, but what is even more painful are those challenging, open field jobs where your role in the organization is not clearly defined. Counterintuitively, this is quite common. I mean jobs where you belong everywhere and nowhere, running between departments and feeling pressured to perform too many tasks with tight deadlines. Jobs where you are given a chance and told, "Let's see what happens." It's a hard hand to play. Sometimes you learn that you've just landed an open field job only after you check into your office. These jobs can go two ways: a staircase to fantastic professional success within the organization, or a fast track to a layoff. A few practices and strategies can help you survive and thrive in such a role. Number 1, who and what decides about your future? Among all stakeholders, who determines your future career within the organization? Who are your direct and indirect supervisors? First, identify these individuals and understand how they define success. Then, cultivate these relationships and make sure they recognize your continuous progress. If they don't inquire about your advancements, update them yourself, even if that means having a casual conversation by the coffee machine. Also, understand which key performance indicators, KPIs, are most critical for the company and what contributes to its market success. Ultimately, the closer you are to generating KPIs, the more valuable and indispensable you become. Number 2, mind your deadlines. Short term, focus on the results. Develop a short and mid-term plan together with your boss or bosses. As a new employee, you must prove yourself and generate qualitative results to justify your value to the employer. Therefore, focus on projects that can deliver solid numbers in a reasonable time frame. Additionally, 3 things are crucial in your relationships with your bosses: communication, communication, and communication. Many people retreat into their shells while trying to understand their new role, which causes them to lose their sense of time. Don't make this mistake. Talk to your manager when you feel uncertain doubt. Number 3, people over projects. In an open field job, you will initially encounter multiple people and projects. Some of these projects may sound exciting. However, over time, even the most intriguing project can become frustrating if the people involved are toxic or incompetent. Similarly, even the dullest project can become engaging if the manager and team are supportive and encourage your growth. Therefore, as a general rule, choose people over projects. Additionally, communicate, communicate, and communicate. Your pathway to long-term employment is being a linchpin in the community. So, give people every reason to appreciate you. Join team lunches, even if it means sacrificing a valuable working hour during your most productive time. Be attentive to what your teammates say. Patiently listen, offer advice when they discuss problems, and celebrate their small wins. Strategic appeasement is the quickest way to ensure that management sees you as a good influence and gives you a pass, even if some of your projects do not turn out as expected. This is your ticket to safety. Number 4, don't say "I won't do it for you" or "that's not my responsibility." Regardless of your feeling overwhelmed, don't simply say no. Don't leave people with empty hands. You can say, "I can't do it for you right now as I'm fully booked on my current projects, but I can do it in 2 weeks. Does this solution suit you?" Or, "This is not within my competencies or power, but Jane Smith will certainly help you with this task." Number 5, keep your emotions under control at all times. It is a compelling reason to learn to hide negative emotions if you have a stressful, overwhelming job. It's almost like a game. Every time you lose your cool and show frustration, you lose points, until you hit rock bottom and get laid off. So, if you have a demanding job, it may benefit you to sign up for a boxing club and release your frustration in the ring on the faces of your opponents. You see, a professional career is much more than simply managing projects. It's not just a contest of productivity. Employers often prefer to keep a positive influence person around, even if their results don't measure up, rather than hiring neurotic or brutally honest, yet effective individuals. Number 6, don't openly criticize. Suppose you join a large, inert organization. In that case, you might encounter individuals who stopped developing as professionals years ago, produce mediocre results today, and remain primarily due to their agreeableness and sentiment. As the new kid on the block, you will feel a drive to push for results. However, you must be cautious about what you say and to whom. Even if you discover someone or something that warrants criticism, it's best to keep it to yourself. Your complaint likely won't improve the situation and might create a negative impression of yourself with your management. Number 7, learn how to avoid toxic people. In an open field job, you might encounter toxic individuals among dozens of people you will be working with. How do we deal with them? Well, it is an excellent practice to effect so-called strategic appeasement. Keep the undesired workers at a distance and appease or praise them on every occasion. The take-home message, point 1. The unwritten rules of the job recruitment process involve managing relationships with current bosses and potential employers. Point 2. It is generally advised to inform your current boss or colleagues about your job search only if specific circumstances require it, such as when your contract expires soon or you have a close relationship with your boss based on trust. Point 3. When quitting a job, it is essential to do so with class by informing your employer first, giving ample notice, completing ongoing projects, and saying a proper goodbye to your team. Point 4. When faced with multiple job offers, it is necessary to communicate respectfully with the employers involved. Point 5. Once you start a new job, strategies for thriving in an open field job include building relationships, focusing on results, choosing people over projects, keeping emotions in check, and avoiding toxic individuals. Last words. Sunday Preach. Lastly, let's talk a little about general career building rules. Namely, let's briefly discuss 4 rules for career building that can help you strategize long-term and stay bulletproof regardless of the economic situation. Rule number 1. Follow your passion is a misconception. Follow your passion. This motto is a nightmare for every career advisor. Many people pivot in their careers too early simply because they don't feel that mystical force called passion. Naturally, you won't feel passionate when you start a new career. At best, you might experience curiosity and eagerness to work, along with brief dopamine highs from small daily successes. Real passion develops when you excel at what you do, and when you feel the energy and excitement that comes from being at the forefront of your field and becoming a linchpin for your community. You can't pick passion up from the street or choose it from a menu. Passion is a remarkable reward that awaits those who work hard for it over the years and truly earn it via Step 1, curiosity. Step 2, resilience. Step 3, diligence and integrity. So stop seeking passion and start working on your project passion day by day. Passion will find you once you stay on one professional mission for at least a few years, develop expertise valued by your professional environment, and gain respect as an expert. Rule number 2. The way we do anything is the way we do everything. A good friend once told me, at some point, you need to make compromises and tolerate inconvenience. For instance, if you want to become a mother, you must manage your expectations in any other area of life. Settle on a suboptimal job, stay in a suboptimal place, compromise with your partner, and live a suboptimal lifestyle in the name of your priorities. All women do that. Well, I couldn't do that. I believe quite the opposite. As Alan Watts liked to say, everything is connected, and instead of cherry-picking goals, it's much better to invest in harmonious development across all areas of your life, even if it means that success in any of these areas may be delayed. All areas of life are interconnected. If you neglect excellence in one, all of them will suffer. Conversely, if you focus on one of the pillars of your life, all will benefit. For instance, taking care of your health gives you more energy and enthusiasm to build the other pillars of your life effectively. That's the obvious one. Attending to your spirituality makes you more sensitive and attracts passionate people into your life, allowing your social and professional lives to flourish. Satisfaction with your career leads to greater happiness and reduced stress, which contributes to a longer and healthier life. And so on. That being said, your goals still need to be realistic. Becoming a Broadway actress at 45 would be challenging if you hadn't taken an acting class before. That holds true regardless of how fantastic your health and family life are. Managing your expectations while maintaining a desire to grow is the holy grail of self-development. Rule number 3, adapt, adapt, adapt. The job market flows like a river, characterized by periods of prosperity and unrest. This phenomenon is natural in both the economy and environment. But how can you build an anti-fragile, stable career as a knowledge worker, ensuring your career prospects remain secure regardless of the circumstances? Flexibility and adaptation are crucial. It's generally easier to secure a full-time position during prosperous times. Prosperity provides cash flow and a financial cushion for businesses, making employers more inclined to offer the security of full-time contracts. Conversely, During recessions, finding new opportunities requires significant effort. Employers tend to be reluctant to commit to full-time roles, often preferring project-based freelance work. Therefore, during periods of unrest, consider freelancing instead of pursuing full-time employment. It might seem daunting at first, but many knowledge jobs today are gradually transforming into solopreneurships, where you assume the roles of specialist, salesperson, accountant, and PR agent simultaneously. Remember, whether you are employed or freelancing, it's not the job titles that count, but the successful projects you complete that build your career. So keep advancing, one project at a time. And always add your new colleagues and business contacts to your personal CRM. Your professional network is the fuel that propels your career forward. Rule number 4. Work on your professional mission. There are just 2 types of professionals, those on the job and those on a professional mission. Those who stick to their professional mission are far more resilient in their pursuits, better decision makers, better negotiators, better networkers, less stressed, less fragile to external assessment. The list goes on and on and on. So, why do so few develop or choose a professional mission? I believe it is due to 3 central false beliefs. Myth number 1. You need to find your professional mission. Is looking for your professional mission like finding mushrooms in the forest? No. It's a matter of personal, conscious choice. You choose a higher aim that follows your values, and you stick to it, unless your values change in the process. Myth number 2, you need to be an expert to have a mission. This isn't true either. Many people I've encountered chose their mission, for example, to teach people how to live better in kindergarten. You can start anytime. You will learn as you go. Plus, you can recalibrate and change your professional mission at any time. After all, the problem you've been solving might just get solved, or you might have a change of heart. It's all human. Myth number 3. Your mission needs to be well-defined. No, it doesn't. Your mission can be as vague as make people healthier or make the world safer. To begin, you just need to focus initially on the general issues facing the world. You can refine your higher professional goals later once you become more familiar with the challenges in that field. Best of luck on your way. You've been listening to How to Navigate in the Job Market and Shine in the Job Interviews, written by Natalia Bielczyk. This audiobook was produced by Ontology of Value. Thank you for listening.